Hello. Don't mind me. She is being very, very animated tonight. I tried for about the last 45 minutes to get her to let me come down here unimpeded. It did not happen. Okay. Yeah, I had a little bit of a false start there. I apologize for that, by the way. But for some reason, Stream Elements wasn't reading my simulcasting, so it was really unfortunate, but we're here now. We're here. But yeah, that's why we had the double start on that one. So I apologize for that. It hopefully doesn't happen again. Please don't scream. Please don't scream. My ears can't take it right now. But it's nice to see you all as always. Already excited? Oh, good. Hopefully she's a little less animated right now. What? Oh, what? What's over there? Oh, yes. She sees the books. She's looking at the books right now. Okay. So, um, Mobius is not going to be joining us tonight as far as we know. So, we are up for doing something different than Factorio, or we can continue the Factorio run that Mobius is a part of without him. That is an option that we can do. And I was going to ask you guys kind of what you thought. I had the idea of doing Warhammer 3 since the Warhammer 40k beta is somewhere in the near future. That was just an idea I had. I also just picked up a cool new game called Astronauts today. It's single player, so I wouldn't be playing with other people for that one, but it's actually really cool looking, so I was kind of excited for that one. Warhammer, huh? Well, Famous is excited. Down to watch Warhammer. Okay. I didn't really get like a definitive response other than Pistachio said he wouldn't mind Factorio, which is one of the most neutral answers I've ever heard. And then Omen's like, I'm up for anything. I could work on my purple science deal. Just say you want Factorio or not. Like, just give me that. It was a simple yes or no on Factorio, and if it was a no, just present another one. It was just I wouldn't mind. Oh, I wouldn't mind this. I wouldn't mind that. I also was like dead convinced that Pistachio and Omen are gonna be late because they're always late. So, just saying. Don't want to offend. You don't want to offend? Oh, that's crazy. Do League with Famous whilst I'm not about to force your hand to change game. Well, that's a bold statement. Cooking stream and apron, no clothes. Oh, that reminds me. I need to put out some ground beef for tomorrow. Thank you. I actually need to do that when my hands are free. If League's on the table like to shut trash, I'm not actually to play. Famous is never on. Famous doesn't like playing games with me. Second this. You know, I did used to do the occasional cooking stream every now and then. Even had my kids kind of show up on camera and all that, talking a little bit. So, maybe we could do that again one of these times. I'm not like super critical strict on like, keeping my kids' faces off like camera and that because it's more of a I'm not forcing them to be on camera. I actually tell them there is a camera. People are watching you. You okay with that? They're like, oh yeah, that's so cool. So, I don't usually. I tell them exactly what it is, but I never really discourage them too hard. So, but yeah, maybe we could do that one of these times. We do have school is going to be starting up here in a couple weeks, so that might change some of the dynamic of what we're doing here. Just to kind of let you guys know about that. There might be another time change coming, because I don't know. So for context, Tia's going back to work tomorrow. She was supposed to go to work next week, but they asked her to come back a little bit early. There's a chance that she's probably going to be made manager. That might alter her schedule dynamic just a little bit. It's good for us, but if that changes some things, then we might have to change times once again here, and I apologize for that if that happens. Gotia, yeah, right? Like, I've told her multiple times she is incredibly valuable. Don't have Warhammer installed, but I would watch. Why don't you have it installed, Pistachio? Aren't you going to play the Warhammer Total War Warhammer 40k? Why don't you have it installed? What are you, a baby? What, you little wussy? What, you scared of playing Total War? This child's going to be a logistics manager. Yeah, this one might. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up? I didn't mean to. So she's got this thing where she gets really comfortable, and if I keep talking, she actually likes the sound of my voice. One of the few. But if I stop talking for a prolonged period of time and I talk again, I guess my voice is jarring enough that it kind of snaps her. Like, you'll see her head kind of pop up, and then she'll go back down because I guess the sudden change is enough. On your way back home. Okay. Well, drive safe, Mobius. Don't you worry about it. You take your time. Temp uninstalled for BB Girl's game. That's fair. So she's like, if you're talking about Pal World, you had it uninstalled long before Pal World, so you're full of shit, but that's okay. You didn't hear that word, little girl. You don't repeat that. If you snitch out to mommy, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like us? Like you? In what way? Hogwarts Legacy, mind you. BB Girl, I need you to get off of Hogwarts Legacy, and I need you to start believing in Warhammer 3 instead. If you wouldn't mind. It's a cozy game as well. They have, like, very cute characters, you know. Blood. Just saying. Play a man's game. Yeah. Play a man's game, Pistachio. Boot up Necopara, you coward. I don't believe you? That's hurtful. Why is she playing as Elspeth? I was thinking more of, I forget the Cathay, the female, lord. Is that one Meowie? No. I forget. But it's actually been a little bit. At least Stardew. Dude, I saw a really funny video the other day that was like, it's not the game, it's the player, and it was this dude that was playing League of Legends. He's like yelling and screaming. His girlfriend's playing Stardew. Oh, nice, I love this song, you know, like really good. And then they flip games, and she's like, oh, you know, great job, guys. We did so good in this league match. You know, it's okay that we didn't win this time. We learned, we did our best. And he's over there like yelling at Stardew Valley. It's one of the most hilarious. I need to go and see if I can find it again and share that one because it's so funny because it's true. Because I've talked about like addictive personalities, how addiction isn't really a problem unless you have an addictive personality. And it's the same thing with like League isn't really a problem for people getting angry unless you are prone to getting angry already. Which for me, I thought that League was the only game that I got mad at, and I just assumed that League just like really triggered something in me. Come to find out, I actually was a very angry gamer early on. And so learning that, I was able to actually get better about it. I still get frustrated. Everyone gets frustrated, you know, but it is what it is. Just saying. Need that video? It's a good video. And hi, Omens. Nice to see you as well. Wow. People are actually kind of early. I'm a little surprised. Yeah, frustrated. I got a wee bit frustrated. I was wee frustrated. If that makes me mad at sports games. Ooh, you haven't played Angry Mario then. Ah, the beauty and the joy of the rage games. I remember playing some of those Angry Mario levels. I don't usually throw controllers. I chucked one. I've never broken a controller, but I have thrown a controller in the past. Nintendo 64 Mario. That one had a couple of times. Yeah, that's true. My grandparents had a Nintendo 64 when I was growing up. We didn't have one, but they did. So I would quite frequently, when we were over there, I would go play that. They had a wrestling game. They had Turok was another one. And the old Nintendo 64 Turok, by the way, was hard as crap. We must speak nicely in the presence of children, I'm just saying. Level Devil though, I just laugh. Level Devil makes me chuckle because it's just really funny. That one, and then I've seen some gameplay of Trees Hate You. That one, that one's genius, by the way. I really want that one to go into full release. Very hard. You played it. OGS NES Lion King. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Lion King, and then there was the Aladdin one too. The Aladdin one was a nightmare. I couldn't believe they did that. And then they had oh, there was one of the earlier Prince of Persia ones that was a true like two-dimensional platformer. Also had some really disgusting levels. I'm not going to lie. Oh, of course I played Star Wars Pod Racers. I still have my physical CD copy somewhere. Um, I think it's back in the cold store. I could probably find it pretty easy. Has like the CDs that had the game art and stuff on them. It's so good. Oh, so good. I want to play that one again. I wonder if it's on. They might have the original on Steam now because I noticed they had Jedi Power Battles, which was a PlayStation 1 game that they just for some reason decided to remaster. I was like, oh wow, I hated that game. I hated that game to death. Oh my gosh, it was so hard. But yeah, the Aladdin one too. Oh, Star Fox. Yeah. Ooh, Star Fox. Did you guys ever play the Star Fox game where you're not actually in an R-wing, but you go down to the dinosaur planet and it's the origin story of how you meet Crystal? I forget what that one was called. It was on the GameCube though. It was really cool because it was all 3D, like really nicely detailed 3D actually. And you had this power staff that you'd use had like different combos with it and little charge up attacks. It was actually a really good game. I was surprised. If you think such Japanese boy, I'm gonna lose it. Why? What's wrong with Japanese boy? What, you got a problem with the buggles? The boogles? Oh, it's pendulum, napalm. Don't worry, you're fine. You're safe. We got a little bit of rock in there. All right, you're welcome. By the way, I'm a pendulum fan myself, so no, it's just called Gemini. Gemini. Not sure if I played that one. My sisters actually really enjoyed Star Fox Assault, I think is what it was called, that was on the GameCube. Because it had multi and I forget what it's called, but the tank that was on land, and then you would also run around as a person. So you had like there was Crystal Fox, you could run around as Peppy, and of course Fox, Falco, and oh, I forget the toad's name, the frog or whatever he was. Was it just frog? Was it frog? Was it toad? Maybe it was toad. I don't know why that one's I don't know why that one's losing me right now. But did you love that one? Yeah. See, my sisters really liked that one. Slippy. That was yeah. Slippy. That's the name. That's the name. Battletoads. I didn't actually play a lot of Battletoads. I've heard of Battletoads though. So let me go ahead. I don't realize I'm talking. Let me get Factorio spun up here so that people can actually join and play it, because I'm just over here rambling because I can't use my hands. Um, but I'll at least start the server so people can play it. She's asleep. I just don't want to wake her up here. Okay. Gently now, easy as she goes. I'm hoping Gleba survives a little bit more. Because I think Gleba's in a better state for it to just have constant production. I might have to go and update and tweak it a bit. They might have changed some stuff with the experimental, now I just realized. Because they've been messing with asteroid stuff, and I know asteroids were something that people were kind of complaining about a little bit. I'm wondering if they're gonna start targeting Gleba with some of these hotfix update stuff that they're doing. So, want the Warhammer blood? Let's start with Factorio because I can't even use my hands right now, and then we can go over to Warhammer in a bit. Since you're not around, I'm assuming you're working. You'll be here all night. You're all right. You're all right. So we'll get the Warhammer in. Don't worry. Even if it's just me playing. All right. I'm gonna position right here, even though factory's basically not truly operating right now. Oh, here I'm. Man, left hand sucks. Left hand is for freaking nerds. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I've kind of gone over the plan a little bit with you guys. Let me just take off some of the excess here. And so you guys know that we're switching Novice over to a more train-based system, which is actually a lot more... what fuel are you on for your trains? Just rocket fuel. I don't feel the need to do the nuclear rocket fuel just yet. I totally could. I can easily do it. I just don't feel the need to, so I haven't done it yet. And the rocket fuel right now performs just fine. It lasts... So the biggest... I have two criteria for fuel. One, every fuel cell or fuel unit needs to be fairly dense in terms of how much energy value it gives, and then it needs to give me some like good bonuses. So we kind of talked about this a little bit with solid fuel, but solid fuel technically for how much you're getting in a stack, solid fuel technically has more megajoules until you factor in when you're crafting your solid fuel into rocket fuel and you have the rocket fuel productivity. Very quickly and very soon you outstrip the solid fuel having any advantage over the rocket fuel. As soon as you get even like 10% productivity and you go beyond that, it just becomes more and more obsolete. So rocket fuel is the baseline. Now, nuclear rocket fuel is one where you do want to switch to that at some point, especially when you're going to have a lot of trains moving constantly, because you want to have the nuclear rocket fuel extend the lifespan of the fuel and reduce the amount of times you need to go and refuel. But you also want to get the bonuses on the like acceleration and all that and squeeze every bit out that you can. Now that we have higher quality trains, it's not as big of a deal, you could say. But yeah, if you look over here where they have the megajoule value of 100, that's pretty decent. And then you have these acceleration and top speeds of 180% and then 115%, which is way better actually, especially on the acceleration, than the solid fuel. And you can also get higher quality rocket fuel. It's actually not hard to quality crunch rocket fuel because you can quality crunch solid fuel ridiculously easily and technically cheap. There's really no reason not to, except that you just need to build up that supply first, and then you can switch over your fuel to it. So, are you not going to play the Tarkov new season? You ask me this like every single time, Rufio. I said I'll play it. I'm planning to play it. But I don't know if I'm going to play it on stream because I don't know if people really like watching the way that I play. I enjoy Tarkov and all that. I've been taking a break from it. But yeah, I've been monitoring. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it. I know they have the new... They're switching over to doing like a permanent character, I think is what it was. Like a permanent character, then like a semi-wipe character, something or other. And then there's the seasonal character, which has a lot more of like, the true wipe, I think, stuff. I don't remember exactly what the details were on all of it, but I thought that was a really good change because it kind of ticks all the boxes. Because it was like, the seasonal characters will have, increased stats on like progression and all that because they are meant to be more temporary and all that, but yeah. 45 minutes to get into raids. Last time I tried, I did a couple of PvE and some PvP raids, like back to back, and the load times were actually comparable. I was quite surprised, actually. So it could be that they've actually fixed all that stuff. I know there was some people saying Tarkov's dead. It's not dead. Just relax. It's not a dead game. It's fine. Can only play games that can be AFK'd. Well, temporarily. So Mondays, for example, I need to be very aware. And usually we're doing Factorio so I can jump on. But you can see right here, it's almost 2000 in the top right. You can see my local time right now. It's almost 2000. That's about when mommy comes home and can take the baby and help her get down for bed. But mommy's gonna start working tomorrow, so I now have to be available to listen and go and take care of her during the night because with mommy working, it's not really fair to have her watching her all night long. So next Monday leave 2 weeks. No, I saw. You didn't have to tell me. I saw. I heard through the grapevine. Hey, Savage, nice to see you. I think I hear them coming home right now, so we'll soon be able to actually use our hands here. Very, very soon. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. Swain, hello, Swain. Nice to see you as well. But yeah, I don't know exactly how we're gonna like swing Tarkov into the mix of what we've got right now because I only have 3 days. I was toying with the idea of doing every single night a stream, but unfortunately that's just never gonna work until she's older. So at least for the next year, we're gonna be limited to 3 streams. So we'll see. We'll see. Almost 4 a.m. for you. Oh, nice. Let the baby play because daddy's tired. She can't play. She's tired. Look at her. She's asleep. Yeah, she's passed out. But if I go put her down, I'm done for. I know how this goes. I've I've ridden this rodeo multiple times, I am aware. And that's okay. Put on the 40 mic, Mike. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. You know, what's funny? We actually do have a second account that Tia had, and then she stopped using, and then I was using it to kind of let my brother-in-law play a bit. So. Oh, she fought so hard. I just want you to know that. She refused the swing. She refused to be put down. The entire time you were gone, she probably napped maybe total 15 minutes.
Oh, man.
So I brought her down here, and she was like, oh, it's kind of dark down here. Oh, Daddy's just talking and just yapping the whole time.
Now she got a little squishy face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But she didn't have any milk at all or anything while you were gone, so she hasn't eaten anything. No diaper change because I haven't even heard her do like a movement or anything. Yeah.
I realized I hadn't eaten very much today.
Oops.
I'm a little shaky.
You should probably eat something before you go to sleep then.
Eat something, shower, and get ready.
Tolly was in tears because she wanted me to sleep with her. Then she claimed that you told her she could sleep in your bed tonight. And then she wanted to sleep on the couch. And then she was just mortified that she had to go to bed with Anya. And why is Anya in her bed? No, it's both of your beds. You're sharing it. No, it's my bed. Can you put her in the crib? So I pinky swore to her that we would have a movie night. We could all sleep on the couch together tomorrow night. So, if you just want to put the baby monitor upstairs into your room or wherever you're putting her down to sleep, I will have the baby monitor and I'll be able to monitor now. We'll start that tonight. So if you want to put her in the baby room, or if you want to do another couple nights in the bassinet, then I'll just have the monitor.
I should put her somewhere else just because she wakes me up when she starts stirring. So.
Just wherever you decide to put her, just put the monitor in there and then let me know where she is. Yeah. Yeah, because I've got that on. I'm gonna turn it off for now, but then just.
I think I just turned it down.
Yeah, well, just send me a Discord message when I need to start monitoring for her.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Weird.
I know. I was telling them a little bit about it, like
They can't wait another week without me.
Mm-hmm. But there's a good chance you're most likely just gonna be a manager now. So. You do.
Oh, cute baby. It's so hard to pick you up when you're sleepy.
I know, she's gonna hate this. Goodbye. Yeah. It was so comfy.
So sweaty.
I know, I'm hot.
Hi, sweaty baby.
Okay.
I'll probably be back down because I have to restart my laptop.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Alright.
Bye-bye. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Did I turn this down too much? Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. Okay. So what was I saying? Oh, right, the fuel. So if you look over at nuclear fuel and you get the 1.21 gigajoules, which is really good, by the way, especially because you take one rocket fuel and you are 12xing it, essentially. But then the acceleration cranks up. The top speed doesn't change, unfortunately, and that's okay. But I haven't been doing it yet because I just didn't feel like it. I'm just like super lazy. What can I say? I'm a lazy guy. Trying to finish something on Amazon. See, that's okay. People are always late. It's fine. We have a start time. No one cares, and that's okay. That is okay. It's fine. Okay, so since we are on Factorio for a little bit at least, let's go through kind of what we want to do tonight then. Obviously, we've got a constant research of rocket productivity, which I believe we switched back to... Yeah. So we switched back to doing these research conditions, which is just extremely binary. If we have any of our agricultural science, we're going to do rocket productivity. And if we don't, we're going to do rocket part productivity, because those are both things that we can make a great deal of use of. One of the problems that we're going to be facing right now, this is like... Okay, there we go. It's remarkably quiet right there. Is that this setup that I did for the science, I need to kind of... I forgot to add another one here. So we're going to have to do a little bit of sushi belt stuff. And I can see right here, unfortunately... No, actually, that's just a saturated belt, so we're good there. We're good there. We're going to have to kind of do a little bit of circuit logic and mix and match a belt a little bit here. I'm trying to get them first to change their mind. That's fair. That's fair. Also, hello, Mick. Nice to see you as well. 308. Okay. Oh, and also, before I forget here, the only place that we are refueling right now is this very bare-bone basic refuel station here, which is a double stack, which is fine, but we're gonna set up an actual dedicated refuel station, and then probably a couple of them. Because it's wise to have a couple options for our trains to go and get fuel at, so that we don't risk them, like, plugging up on anything. The monitor's all the way over there. I don't feel like going and trying to turn it off right now. Okay. So, if we look over at our train stops right now... Oh, hold on a second. Didn't Mike ask something? Was it about the trains? Is that why I was talking about that? Oh, I forgot about the Mr. Please. We were playing with Clock that day, I do believe. And Clock was just like, is that you talking in game? I was like, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Like, you couldn't tell? She said, no. I thought that was really funny. I put on a convincing accent then, apparently. Alright, let's move over here a little bit. Let's move here a little bit, because we need to kind of have a little look-see at what our present real estate situation is. I also just realized that the audio was really quiet on my end, is why, so I should just do that a little bit. Okay. So we've got a lot of space right here that we can make use of. Thought it was the other guy pleading with you. That's what Clock thought was, apparently, but no, it was me. I'd sit there, I was like, in-game, oh, mister, please, don't shoot me, and I'd like switch over normal voice instantly, like, okay, get ready, if this guy comes in and we need to just like ice him immediately, oh, please, like, I was just, you know, like, kowtowing and pissing and shitting myself, making myself as pathetic as possible, hoping that dude would just push us out of, like, spite or something. So, who knows, who knows. All I know is that it was a really funny time. Alright, so one thing we can do is we can extend the rails down and then probably go ahead and have it go down and then maybe connect here. The only thing I'm wondering is, we do want to disconnect from this eventually, right? So the question is, at what points do we disconnect? Because I can see over here, all like this, that mine is completely empty. We should actually go and tear that down while I'm looking at it. I don't consider mines worthy of legacy stuff right now. So we're just gonna go, we're gonna tear down this mine and then probably repurpose it. I've got a lot of extra space here I need to probably dip on. I got like a couple random artillery shells, I don't know why. Yeah, this is a problem right here. Okay. We're gonna do a little, quick little setup right now. I doubt this will be enough to even... Yeah, so this is just going to be a partial train, most likely. Unfortunately, but that's okay. Because the other one's probably also going to be a partial train when it comes through. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do an artificial train limit of 1. I just want to request a train over here. And we're just going to go ahead and rip up all of this. And then we'll be returning it to the main factory proper. And just like that, it's like the mine never existed, and neither did the ore. So we'll get at least one full train out there. I think that's worth it to do here. And then once that's all done, we can then proceed with getting the rest of these trains. Or, well, I say rest of these trains. There's going to be only one train. So we'll get this train dispatched, and then we'll just load it up again, just partially. And it'll be fine. And then, we could leave this track here, but I'm gonna opt for not doing that. We're just gonna kind of, well, no, we'll leave it here, because then we can kind of show the little slightly elegant, little T-junction that we did there. That'll be good. That'll be good. Speed out and black on the future. Worthy edition. Oh boy. There's in the voice chat. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. We'll get down there in a bit. Oh wow, we actually filled one of the wagons there. Oh, maybe this isn't as much of a partial as I thought. Which means that the next one's gonna have to be a partial. Oh man. Okay, well that sucks. That stinks. Yeah, I want to get this sorted, and then we should be good to go. Is that? Why is there just random iron on the ground? That's weird. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know why that... I don't know why that was that way. Alright, we do have space on the Spidertron that we can use as well, if we need to. In fact, I think we're going to just do this. I'm just going to throw my modules in here real quick, and then I've got space to rip up the rest of this. And I don't think it's actually worth it to have... Oh. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, that was a mistake. So I just gotta come over here and just take off the temporary loads. Because I was not thinking when I clicked that button. Okay, are we good? Yeah, we're good. So I'm just gonna turn this off. Then we can rip up that stuff. We can leave that there. So when this is disabled... There we go. That'll be fine. Alright, that way we still leave this up. We can kind of see where a mine was. That will give us, like I said, a little bit of the legacy bit with it. And then we'll be good from there. Okay. Now we can head on over to Discord and get set up. And we'll see how long we're on Factorio tonight with all this stuff. I'm so sad about the double announcement. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad, pimps. Alright, we're gonna move them up. Oh my gosh, it didn't work. There we go. Hello? How are we? Oh, I'm fine, I'm fine. What's the plan tonight? Okay. Do you have the plans? I see, I see. Alright, alright. As you wish, as you wish. Nothing from Discord, of course, it always does that. Stand by. There we go. Discord can never be happy. And also, hello, Maldor. It's nice to see you again. Okay. So how close are you to having your purple science thing done then, Omen?
I've got to... Right now, I've got to finish getting it built, which I'm missing the tanks and some green underground belts, a few pipes, which is what I'm trying to get all gathered up now.
Alright, alright.
Of course, I'm missing, like, all the speed modules that I need, but those will come in time. At least when we get up and running.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But I'm down here with all of our production stuff to see if we are creating any of that stuff that I need.
Oh, this silly thing. Silly, silly thing. There we go. Okay. Well, it looked like you had a bunch of the prod 3s as well that we're not presently doing. I'm sure that's irking you a slight bit.
Love.
Or not.
Well, no, like, the mods I kind of understood would probably be going in, but very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Because like right now it's just the base. It's like the base model isn't going to be nowhere near what I originally crafted this to do.
Mm-hmm.
But then over time, as we get the mods in and stuff like that, then it should start ramping up to where I want it at.
I got you. I got you.
Right now, I do not see that we're even creating anything, any green undergrounds and stuff. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, because
Little
since
supplement for that.
since Glebe is actually functioning and working again, I am going to recapture these biter spawners and turn the prod mod production back on.
Okay. There's a rack ton of speed module 2s. We'll probably just use them for now.
Sure.
There's a lot of explosive cannon shells in here.
Are you wanting quality speed 3s, or do you just want, like, regular speed 3s?
I just have regular speed 3s in the initial blueprint. I haven't messed with any of the quality stuff yet. Because then that'll change all my math and everything.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, like I said, I'll go over, I'll get it all set up, and then things should be right as rain for it. It just might take it a second to
cover the
do all that.
counter. Okay. Now let's run a quick test. Release the gears. We'll just do the 6 show count. Oh, it's not. Oh, wait.
Oh man, that doesn't have power. There we
No.
go.
Here we go.
Okay, hopefully the next trip has the bioflux I'm looking for. And I do have, I have shipped carbon fiber from Gleba over here if you need carbon fiber for any recipes, just saying.
Okay.
You probably don't have anything that needs that, but just making you
Not
aware
for
of it.
purple science now. I do appreciate it though.
There you go, change the position of those lasers so they stop getting eaten up.
It's always the fine tuning, right?
Oh yes, oh well, I accidentally just murked that nest. Yeah, you know what's fine, I'll just murk this one, we don't need these ones.
It's like, yeah, I wanted to keep these. Nope, well, never mind.
Yeah, and then it turns out my personal lasers were extremely, extremely potent.
They haven't been released in a while. It's understandable.
Well, yeah. Of course they haven't been released in a while. I haven't had to actually fight biters because we added the artillery system, so we're all good. Wait, didn't Mike ask something about the perimeter thing? I don't remember. There was a bunch of messages that ran through. Launch a rocket every 5 minutes? Boo! Wimpy numbers. Oh, defense units at the borders. That's what he was asking. Okay. We can answer that next time he's on.
Right, so how many do we have?
Too many.
We have. Oh, shoot. How many?
Just gonna mute up my microphone for a second here so I can talk to you guys without interrupting them.
295.
Yeah, right now we're waiting primarily on. We do want to have the stack inserters like stacked
That's all
on
in here?
this ship so we can easily
It is.
transport anywhere.
So
But
let's do this again.
I really need this bioflux, and unfortunately, the bioflux
Did
I
it
think comes
disappear?
up in rocket amounts of 1,000.
Yes, it did. Good.
Actually, no,
Let's send
yeah,
it
okay,
one
so
more time.
so just one rocket load. That's all I'm asking for on that one. That's good.
This time.
We have plenty of
let's
carbon
just keep
fibers.
it
So the
on.
problem on Gleba right now is just that our rockets for the general production there are slow to produce, and part of that's because of the low density structure recipe that we're using here is just not that great. We're also lacking some of those speed modules that we were using previously, so that also doesn't really help out anything. And now we have an abundance of actual material. I mean, like, we got plenty of ore stored up here, and a lot of our present stuff is actually being satisfied. The only thing that
There's a
matters
lot of treasure
now
tungsten in it.
is that we just need some better modules for this. So we might switch over to speed modules, I think. What was that you said about tungsten?
But that's a lot of trains with tungsten sitting in it.
Yep. And they're going to be sitting with that tungsten for a while, unfortunately. It's just the way it is.
I'm guessing something got done by accident, so they ended up filling up with tungsten.
Yeah, there was
Okay.
one wire was wrong. That's all it takes.
Damn.
Yep. That's just the way it goes.
Phase one complete. Is able to subtract from the count.
Is that meant for our benefit, or are you just talking to yourself?
Yeah, talking to myself. So I would like to get your eyes on this. This is so phase one of what I was thinking.
My eyes are a temple.
Copy this out. So
He did not even react
First-
to that. That's fine.
your eyes are. What I don't understand.
Don't worry about it. Show me what you
Anyways.
got.
All right, so I have a system that will count how many items the inserters will put onto the belt, sending it down to the chests.
Okay.
It will currently in the system. You'll see right now there's 1,295 in there at the, and that's basically it's already counting what it put into the chest. I also have a system that will subtract from said system, like if I were to send this train down to go pick up said iron gears, and if I were to give it the signal to say, okay, now dump the iron gears into the train, because as you can see, I put the filters on so that once it receives a certain signal, it will turn on the filters for that, like so. So now, as it puts on every single one of those, you'll also see that the signal is now 0.
Okay. But then, how does the train know to leave with that? Is it going to try to fill up completely? Like, are you filling this up
Not
completely?
yet. The goal is to be able to fill it up completely. Phase 2 is to be able to only send enough to be able to fill 2 train wagons. In this case, it's going to be what? 10 times 4 is 40, times 2 is 80. 80 times 100 is
Still fighting with
8,000.
trains? No,
So
you're
it'll only
living
send
with trains.
8,000,
There's a
though
difference.
I'm not there yet because I'm
Just
going to
saying.
be phase
Trains
2
are the best.
is
What do you got?
getting
What's your
to
problem?
only send 8,000 and not over or under. And if it does come out with over, then I'm going to have a backup system so that it would flush out the chests over here.
Okay.
But yeah, that's phase 1. Phase 2, I'm going to be wrapping that up momentarily once I get the logic steady.
I gotcha. I like it. Because it's clear, you've got a way to actually count what is going on the trains. That the only thing you'll have to make sure you remember is you have to make sure you are tracking those items again. You're counting them when they come off. There's going to be the time that they're on this belt, right? In particular,
Okay.
when you come down here to your split,
Mhm.
do you necessarily know if it will do a full even split across the two trains?
If I'm having multiple items sent down, then it may mess that up a little bit. But
So,
say for example, if I have an idea as to if I had a train with only one wagon, there is a filter I can set up, but I haven't tried that yet. I haven't tried anything along that.
okay, so since you
line
have
yet.
two wagons though, right now, basically you need to either decide, are you going to assign certain items and stack them onto one wagon? You know what I mean? So like,
Mhm.
you can calculate that these can fill up a wagon, but are you going to try to split all of them between the two wagons, or are you going to assign one wagon that will take like the first signal, and then the second wagon with the second signal
Ooh.
until it reaches the top, and then it goes to the second wagon until it fills that? You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, because yeah, that can happen.
Exactly, yeah.
Huh.
Because if you don't think about that right now, you might send down enough stuff, but then you might get where it gets to, let's say, it nearly perfectly fills both of the trains, but then you've got one half stack on each wagon. Right? So
Interesting.
so it calculated it out, but now you've got two stacks of 25 that are not really full, but there's also no space to put anything else in it. And now you're stuck with, well, I calculated it out. Yes, you did, but did you calculate it to fill both the trains? And then did both of the trains get the full stack sizes? Does that make sense?
Right. Huh.
And you've got plenty of space. You can set up multiple different ways, and you can make it as like large and bulky or clean and concise. But you need to have a system if you're going to do the double wagons to split this evenly between the wagons in a way that will ensure you maintain those stack sizes. Does that make
I
sense?
think I know how to do that yet. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't think I know how to do that quite yet.
It's a great way to learn then. So think about it
Yeah, I
like
know.
this. This is kind of a logic challenge, but it's also going to be a little bit of a system challenge. Because I can tell you right now, it is possible to do this.
Uh-huh.
It's absolutely possible. The challenge with this is, how are you going to decide the logic for this, right? So something that you can do, I don't know if you ever heard of Boolean algebra.
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
I've heard of it.
Essentially, it's a way of taking your normal logic gates and circuits, so like your AND gates, OR gates, exclusive OR gates, and all that, and you do essentially this algebra that is meant specifically for writing out signals, and how they interact with each other, right? I would suggest looking into that a little bit, because it would make it simpler to simplify the logic a bit. You don't have to do it, you can do it without it, but if you want to have an easier time developing the system, I would suggest taking a moment to look at that, and then you can translate that experience into how do you determine how you make the decisions, and then how are you going to take the input and the output, and your input in this case being the cargo size of your rear wagon, let's say. But then you also need to do your front wagon, right? So now you have two containers that you have to do. And then you have to decide, okay, if the first wagon has already been filled up with your calculation, then you go to the next wagon. And then if that wagon has been filled up according to the calculations, then there should be nothing else coming in. So you're going to be dealing with that. That would then decide this. But then you have more logic that comes in where once you are sending it, how are you actually going to send it to the appropriate train? Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Okay.
So I know right now you've got a single belt. What I would suggest, because you have the two trains, you might want to actually consider putting this onto two belts. So you could have what you've got right here, where everything condenses to one belt. In this system, this is fine. What I would suggest, though, is you then have a splitter, say, over here, at the beginning of it, that you just start assigning, like, whichever one goes where. So, like, say, for example, you could have this belt, the rightmost belt coming down, is assigned to the first train, right? Leftmost belt is then assigned to the second train. And what you're doing is you are deciding what goes to which train and how much of it goes to which train, right? So, in an ideal and perfect world, your gears all go to the first wagon. And let's say you had solid fuel for some reason. All goes to the first wagon. And then you don't have solid fuel going to the second wagon, right? But if you want to truly fill these trains with your requests and stuff, that may not be something that you can achieve without sacrificing throughput, right? So what you need to do is then decide, okay, if you have filled up and you still have some extra, that then carries over to the next train, and now you've got that much less space for the next item that needs to have how many is being requested with it. And then, and this is the other thing as well too, you need to do all these calculations, then at the end of it you have to make a decision. Can we request a train? Can we even fill a train? And only when we can fill a train with all these calculations the requests are doing, then do we call for a train and actually appropriately split them up onto the train. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So you're starting to see, we're starting to get into a lot of the very, very weedy bits of this. However, if you pull this off, you are going to have a very robust system that is extremely adaptable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's kind of what I want, but it sounds like I do need to look up what this Boolean algebra is.
And this
is it something with the truth tables and stuff, or is it something else?
No, it's exactly the truth tables, actually. It's
the truth tables?
Well, it's related to the truth tables.
Okay.
In fact, here, I've got a video you can watch. This isn't Factorio related. This is actually Oxygen Not Included. I don't know if you've played Oxygen Not Included. I can't remember if that's a game that's on your library or not.
I don't think I have it, but I've seen you play it before.
Okay, so the importance about this one is that this gives a game example that actually uses... It has a game that has logic gates in it that are very clear logic gates.
Is it something related to matrices and stuff like that?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Because I was supposed to be taught matrices in elementary school, apparently, but I missed that topic entirely. So I'm like, if it's anything related to that, I'm gonna fail. Yeah,
so you watch this one. You can watch the whole video. It's 19 minutes and some change on seconds long. But what he does is he actually describes Boolean basics at about the 6-minute mark. So you can just skip straight to that if you don't care about the context of all this, but I would suggest watching the whole thing because you'll get the context of the scenario in which he is wanting to do this, and he basically says that he had a ranch system before, which I've seen his ranch system before, and it was fantastic. And he decided to take it a step further with this. And like I said, this is using actual logic gates one-to-one because they exist in Oxygen Not Included. In, like, their exact forms. Like, an AND gate operates like an AND gate. An OR gate operates like an OR gate. An exclusive OR and that. They do bring in a 4-bit ribbon reader. That's not super important for what you're doing here, but you do still need to keep in mind that's how he's actually transferring the logic signals around, okay? But the biggest thing is that he's going to describe how Boolean basics apply to the scenario, and he's got charts and everything. Like, they'll even show you the truth tables. Truth tables typically just depict what a specific gate does. So, like, an AND gate has a truth table that has, like, columns, I think it's like A, B, and Q, or something like that. And then just shows, like, you know, if A gives 0 and B gives 0, Q gives 0. If A gives 0, B gives 1, Q gives 0. A's 1, B's 0, Q's 0. And then if A and B are both 1, then Q, which is the output, is 1.
So basically giving all the options.
Yeah, it's all the possible, it's the truth table. It's essentially when these inputs exist, this is the truth of what comes out of it, basically. Does that make sense? Okay. So the truth table just kind of is something you'll intrinsically understand about how logic gates work. But he goes through the point of Boolean algebra and how it actually helps to write down, because I've always said this, write down the logic of what you are trying to do, and this, if you apply the Boolean algebra, you will actually reduce the number of circuit like pieces and components that you need to achieve the idea that you have. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
like I said, I would encourage you don't have to watch it tonight, but just sometime when you've got a moment, you have like a lunch break or you just have an evening, you can just sit there and look at that and then think about how that could apply to your problem, because that's why I say to watch the whole video, because he has a problem and he uses Boolean algebra to then arrive at a solution, basically.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it applies to
Sounds
me.
crazy, but it sounds awesome at the same time.
So it's not super crazy. So in Auction Not Included, there's a lot of logic gate stuff. I haven't gone super deep into the circuitry of it because you don't really necessarily need it, but it can make your life a lot easier and it frees up duplicate labor so they can do other tasks, because it is at its core a colony simulator, right? But in Factorio, you don't have other people doing labor typically. You are a solo engineer and then you have to have machines do work for you. So it's more important to understand how these like logic gates will actually help you out. Does that make sense?
Right. That makes sense. Okay. All right. I'll give that a watch.
If you want to watch it tonight, you can. Like I said, it'll take you about 20 minutes to watch. Unless you have to pause and stuff, then of course it'll take you longer to watch it, but...
Yeah. Actually, yeah, let me finish out what I have thought of so far. And
Yeah.
then,
And I
then
would
I'll see
suggest
what I
while
can
you
do.
watch it, deafen up and give it your full attention and then come back to us.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, no problem.
Like, don't get distracted. Just give it your full attention, deafen up, watch it through, pause if you need to, take little notes if you're wanting to do that. And then when you feel comfortable with it, you can undeaf and come back and then, you know, you can talk about it, or you can just start trying to crack it out and try to apply it if you can.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then Omen, are you still just building up stuff right now?
Yeah. Kind of having to replace certain things with the lesser model, but
Like, which ones? Do you remember them so that you can change them, or did you just do everything as a module 3?
so all my modules are speed modules are gonna be going down to speed 2s, which is I can eventually then go to speed 3s.
Oh wait, you don't have to do that. Just pull some speed 3s from Vulcanus. There's like buckets of it over there. That's where they're being made. Yeah, just go get some, and then I'm gonna be making some prod 3s here. You can just let it fill in as it goes through, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. The other thing is that I had a lot of stack inserters in this, so I had to figure that out too.
That's fair. That's fair. All right.
Stack
Okay.
inserters are not necessarily something that we are currently making constantly of.
Well, yes, we are. We just make it over on Gleba because that just makes sense to make it on Gleba.
Ah. Yeah, because they need the jelly, yeah.
Yeah. And jelly is a, product that's prone to spoilage. If we go over and look at Gleba, though, we have a full red chest of them, so that's about 2.4 thousand. It's like, yeah, it's just under 2,500. Just sitting there.
Okay.
And there's even some that's on the logistic hopper right now. We keep about 500 on the hopper, and then it drops down 150 to novice just to be requested at any time. So yeah, if you want to use stack inserters, they are available.
Yeah, well, that's how I had everything set up with, so now I gotta go and fix it again. Damn it!
Yeah, you should have just gone straight for...
Asked.
Yeah, you should have just... Literally, you should have just asked, because... if there's something that your design needs to say, hey, do we have these? Are they being made anywhere? I'll tell you, yeah, they are being made. You just have to, you just have to get them. That's all. We got some bioflux that I need to... What do I need for the capture rockets again? Bleh. Actually, am I auto-making those? I think I'm auto-making those. I hope I'm auto-making those. Trying to remember where I put them. They're probably over here. Yes. Give me those. Alright. Instead of brute forcing production onto a main bus, I start learning the wire system. I'm about to build a launch platform. You're about to build a launch platform? So what that tells me is that you're actually reaching your first rocket launch. Stick with what you've got right now for your first rocket launch. Whatever you've got going on, just send it. Send it with that, because that is something that you went with. Your factory's designed around that. Just keep on going with it. What I would say, however, is it depends. It depends on what you want out of the game. That's not what I meant. That's what I meant. So the reason I say it depends on what you want out of the game, primarily it boils down to a couple of factors, but the main one is, what do you want? Does that make sense? What is it that you want out of your factory? Do you want it to be like hyper efficient, super stellar gung ho type of thing, or do you want it to be like a simple as can be type of thing, right? Because like I said, there's multiple different ways to play the game. There is no right or wrong way. There's just, you know, how one person plays versus another person. And I just happen to be the type of guy that I really like the wires with it. I think that learning how the circuit logic stuff works empowers you as a player in the game and gives you more options and more tools to work with. But I don't think it is necessary. I don't think it's necessary right off the bat. All the things. I want to break the game the same way I can break Minecraft rules with redstone mechanics. Then I would suggest learning how the combinators and the circuit logic in the game functions at basic levels. So you could take like little examples in your factory and just do like small changes, right? So it could be something as simple as that you just want to read and then output the count of what's on a belt at any given time. And then you could try to, you know, do your hand at turning on and off an inserter or an assembly machine based on a condition that you can read. I think that would be a good way to do it. You know, just little things like that will be a big help in the end. Because I think, so with Minecraft with the redstone, it's kind of the same thing, you know, where it operates on logic gates that you can use in order to improve things. I feel like that goes without saying, but in Factorial, I feel like it's a lot more industrial, the levels that you can get. So, something can be done. Oh my, oh yes. So if you're ever curious about something, do this, for example. I've got an assembly machine 3, which is something that you would have access to as well, without space age and stuff, so we can make this very safe. I hook up a wire to it, I click on it, and then you can see the circuit connection stuff on the side right there. I believe you can also see this even without a wire hooked up if you just click on the circuit network. So any building that you click on, you can click on the circuit network, and then you can see there's an input, and then there is an output. So your assembly machines, for example, they have an input that you can turn them on, or you can set a recipe based on certain conditions. You can also output the contents in it, include the stuff that's in crafting. You could read the ingredients, you can read the recipe finished control signal, and the currently working signal as well. Hopping on Ready or Not Swain, I can't play tonight, I'm sorry. Don't have the 3 yet? You don't need the 3. They would just work with any of these. If I had an Assembly Machine 1, it would work the same way. An Assembly Machine 2 would work the same way. 3 is just the latest number that we have right now. It just increases the speed. Everything else is the same. I don't think I have I think I switched everything to 3s right now. Yeah, I don't see anything below a 3. I don't think I have any. I recycled all of them because literally all it does is it just increases the speed. It doesn't do anything else. It increases the speed and it gives more module slots. The circuit logic would all be the exact same. It would all be the exact same. So let me take you over to an example of what I have done with a single assembly machine using the circuits in order to produce higher quality drones. Because since we're on space age, I'm able to produce higher quality drones. But to do that, I have to do it in... Oh my word, that's an angry baby. That is a very angry baby, oh no. Okay, let me see. Okay, right here. So this is actually a system. It's a little bit complicated looking, but I take this machine and I can actually create higher quality construction and logistic drones right here, okay? And what this does is there's a set recipe condition, and then I can read the contents within it, including in crafting, and I can change the recipe based on some conditions over here. So what happens here, this is very interesting. Let me take you through the beginning of this first, and let me turn off the baby monitor for now so I'm not getting distracted until I need to watch for her. I'll mute that for now. And then let's get some music that's more in the background right now. There we go, get some good Charlotte, we like that. Okay. So, the cycle begins at the very, very beginning right here, when we start to produce our drones. So we have construction drones and logistic drones queued up over here willy-nilly, that's all well and good. They go onto a belt, they have two belts here to kind of separate them. They kind of join over here, depending on like a couple of different factors. But essentially you can see that our logistic robots are completely entwined right here, and that's okay. That is totally fine. So what we're doing here is whenever we are making some of these higher quality drones, we put them on here and we just grab the excess quality ones. So construction drones are the easiest ones to understand. They go straight over here into this chest. You'll notice in this chest there is only blue and purple at this time, because that's all we're keeping. I am making sure that I get rid of my normal drones and my green quality drones. I don't want to keep those, I want to recycle those. Those get pulled over here, using some filters, into a recycler that also has higher quality. That comes into a chest right here. And this chest is stacked with a bunch of different items, which for some reason it's not pulling them all out. I don't really know why. Oh, it's because this is full. But essentially what this is doing, there's a little combinator here that just makes sure that we can only pull out stuff that the stack inserter can actually pull out in full stacks. So then this goes onto this belt, which is backed up a little bit right now because it is full on the flying robot frames because we're not producing the logistic drones in force right now. That is actually a fairly simple fix that we can do because we know these guys use the stuff. I don't know why that was so hard to say. But I was looking over here. This was filtering out our green circuits because they only go down here. What we need to do is we need to actually allow these robot frames to come down here just as they did before. So we have to do something. We're gonna do something a little bit janky, unfortunately. I'm not a huge fan of doing super jank on this, but we're going to do some jank right now. The way this jank is going to operate is actually very simple. So we have to do this. Because we need to bring those excess frames down here in order to go through, and now we can produce more construction drones faster. So this will just increase the entire thing of what we're doing right now. No problem. So now you can kind of see this in motion now that we're actually kind of starting the production again. And what's going to happen is over here we are prioritizing, of course, the stuff that's been recycled first, which we should be doing with this as well. So what I'm going to do, this is one way you can kind of make small changes. I need to make sure that this, well, actually this will naturally take care of itself, because these can't even put anything on here until this belt has been cleared, so it naturally prioritizes all this stuff back here. But I can still do it as an example. And just to make this clear, all of the common quality items are going to go straight over this way. Anything that is green and above comes over into this chest to be available here. And this is reading this, and if it has enough to make something, it sets the recipe and makes it until it can't make any more. And then it will eject the excess recipe component stuff and bring it back over here to be used when there is enough. And you can see that right now with the green quality construction drones. Because we have enough to set that recipe, we're actually now actively producing these as much as we can. Which right now it's getting backed up a little bit here because now we are producing at a higher rate, which is fine because we've got quite a bit of those happy little blue ones that are going to be coming in. And we're getting a little bit locked up because it's always grabbing this stuff here. We have some of the blue belts here, they go a little bit faster. But let me come over here to the more simple example. So we can take these inserters, and then we could hook up to the belt, and we can simply read the belt contents by holding all belts. If I just do hold, this will only read what is immediately in front of this inserter. If I do pulse, this will only send out a signal when items pass through, and then it stops. I need to do hold, and you can kind of see there the little blue light. If I do pulse, it'll turn on when items pass through, and then it stops. If I do hold, the light holds. If I do hold all, the light holds, and we now have these little sensor rails on the side. So we're going to do that one. So now what I want to do is I'm going to enable this if these frames, and we're just going to say less than, I don't know, let's say like 40, just for kicks and giggles, right? And you'll see now it says disabled by control behavior, represented by the little red light. I can then shift right click and shift left click to copy and paste. And now these will not actually run as long as there is more than 40 frames there. This is basically useless because this already has priority, but it's fine. Mobius is taking a friend to the airport for a family emergency on their end. He is okay. He's just out of town right now. But this is just a basic example, even though this one will never work right now. So I'm going to go ahead and unhook these. But here's one that I did that solves a small problem in a very fun way. You can see here I have a little red light that comes on. This right here just reads what is immediately right here. If there is ever any green circuits right here, it will then come over and it will stop this belt and allow those circuits to come on. And as long as it needs to put those circuits on, this will flash a red light saying, hey, stop, like a big stop sign, just for a good visual, right? And you can see the difference here because the green circuits over here are all single stack. The green circuits here are all quad stacked. And you can see the visual difference as they come in. And we prioritize those ones getting fed first. If we didn't do this, this would never allow those green circuits to come on. And we can, in fact, we can even showcase this by simply unhooking this. And you can see here that because we unhook that, these just sit here. And what happens is that these will then eventually back up. You can see over here now, these inserters would turn on at this point because now we don't have that excess of frames coming down. I don't think this is going to give me any more green circuits, but you can see how these ones are stalled here. And as long as this is going, these will never, it's never going to allow them through. So we have to, once again, turn this on. And then that will automatically allow those to come on by stopping this belt, letting them feed in. Just like right there. And as soon as they're all fed in, it then turns the belt back on and it just seamlessly puts them back in. Yeah, nobody killed him in their anger, at least. I mean, there might have been a fatality at some point along the line, but not one that I'm aware of. Direct production iron bars, plates, and beams, depending on the volume of availability. Yes, you can. Yeah, you absolutely can. That is something that is completely within your power to do if you so desire. Yep. So this is just a more complex example of the basic things that you can do with it. And none of this is, like, really cleanly done. because I was operating with limited space, and I needed to make sure the belts were routing in ways that made sense. But you can see here, I've been producing higher quality drones to my liking, and soon I can actually do something that I can swap out all of my construction drones for higher quality drones. So right now they're all greens. I have 800 green drones out there. I've got 656 of the blue quality drones right now. I could start switching right now, because right now all of my drones are actually at the green level, and that includes the logistic drones that are over here. The only problem right now with this system that's a bottleneck for the logistic drone upgrade, it's literally because of this one thing. This is full of the regular logistic bots, and right now this is too compact for me to pull them out. What I can do right here is turn this one on, and I probably will in just a bit, but I think I was getting too much of the red circuits for a bit there, and it was starting to cause a couple of problems. But now everything is fine. Especially now if I just kind of let this stuff go here. I'm surprised that it hasn't... Oh, the reason it hasn't done more of these is because I haven't actually set a condition for those. That's actually really easy to do with this one, even though it's really, really janky looking. All you have to do right now is copy and paste a decider combinator with this, and we just change the values of the quality up to purple. Like this. Right? And then we just have to look over here and say, okay, so how are we doing this? We can see here that it is outputting all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. It's all in the green, right? So green is input. You can see it right here. Green is input, red is output. So then all I have to do is just take this green input, and you can see right there, it's giving us all the input signals. There's our happy little signal. So now, as soon as I hook up the red wire to the same right here, watch carefully, watch closely, watch the assembly machine. Oh my goodness, it instantly turned it on. Oh my, oh boy. And now we just took all of those purple robot frames and we turned them into purple construction drones. That's 16 purple quality construction drones that we didn't have before. Should I stay and BO uranium? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I might be... I mean, I know I'm incredibly stupid. I'm incredibly stupid. Yeah, so we can do that. We can do the same thing for the logistic drones as well, too. But right now, I'm not too concerned about logistic drone recovery on that one, so... Oh, do uranium. Haven't even... I would suggest doing uranium, because here's something else. Uranium is a good place that you're almost required
really like how the Spider-Tron
to
can
do
just
the,
go over everything and not even harm it.
It could harm it if it wanted to. The choice is there. The choice is there, I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's like just two random like tier 2 Spider-Tron sitting down at the bottom right, so I was like, I need to get back and forth quicker. I'm pretty sure Seta won't mind if I borrow one.
Oh yeah, yeah. So if I was using them to actually patrol and clean up some biter cracks when I was putting in the artillery shells, so everything's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're totally open for use. I don't care.
As long as I don't touch yours.
No, you can take that one if you want to. I'm not possessive. I don't care. I'll just make another one.
You've got me curious about the Boolean algebra now. I feel like I just want to stop at where I was at, and then just do that just to learn now.
What part did you get to?
So I got to the almost end of phase 2 where I stopped to count exactly where I need it to. So right now, if you look at the train, it has exactly. Wait, no. Does it have more than that? No. When did it get more? It's supposed to only stop at 1,000. What in the world?
Yeah, I have built an automall before. They're actually really fun to build.
So only
they're a
supposed
fun
to stop
mental
at 1,000.
mental
I don't know
exercise.
how in the world.
Also, hi
it's
Naz, nice to see you.
Set more. Give me a second. Why did it?
You can have as many seconds as you want. Seconds are free. I mean, after all, except for when you die.
um, it when I went to go check the count, it was at 1,000. I don't know how in the world it's just
Where?
stopped. Here, hold on, you'll see it in a second. Let that load.
So is S? I'm assuming S is the count.
Stack size.
The stack.
S is stack size.
S is stack
It
size.
controls-
Oh.
Yeah, it controls how much the considers are holding.
Okay, and you're using a memory cell, so this is subtracting from it as it puts it on the belt.
Yes.
Okay. So then when you come
You'll
down
see-
here, what's it supposed to be doing down here at this point?
So as soon as S goes into the negatives or 0, it will also, if you see this little guy, constant combinator, it'll give a negative signal. So it'll turn off the inserter. So you'll see over here. Oh, I see what happened. Anyways, I understand what happened now. As soon as I brought the train over here, it freed up space and sent more. But you'll see here. I'm gonna turn this off so that it doesn't send any more. But now you'll see that the train has exactly 1,000.
Okay. But once it enters the train, are you reading the content? You're not even hooked up to the train, actually.
It's not hooked up to the train yet, no.
Okay, but you can inject stuff. And as long as you're keeping track of it in your memory cell, you don't necessarily see I don't see a need for you to actually track what's on the train itself if you know what's going to the train.
Yes, I wasn't going to be
Mhm.
tracking what's on the train. What I was going to track is an island requesting items. So eventually what was going to happen, but I'm going to put that on hold so I can watch the video later. What I was going to do was have an island request something. It goes
Yes.
into the logic system. Kind of like how
Yeah,
your
Naz, he
islands
loves
have
the
it, so it will
Spidertrons. He's in
check
love.
if I have it in the storage available to dish it out, essentially.
Sure.
If it does, it will then give out those items, send it over to the chest over here, and once all the items are in there, it's
We'll
gonna
talk in
say,
just a bit
okay, I'm
DIY,
ready
but
for
take it slow.
for
It's
train.
fine.
So then it'll then
he
react
is
how
stretching
normal
really
train,
hard on this one, and I'm proud of him for doing
pickups
it.
will how normal train pickups will happen,
Uh-huh.
where the station will read, oh, I have this available, I'm ready for pickup, and then train comes on, and yada yada.
Okay.
But I do want to learn more about the Boolean algebra to see if I can condense this or simplify it a little more.
Well, and you'll find it'll actually help you if you take that Boolean algebra and you use it to design the entire system, because then you'll have the ability to make sure, okay, is it going to check all the boxes? Is it going to have any weird signal passes that are going to come through? Or is it going to be like a situation where you have two signals that are both sending green on something, but then they're not actually supposed to send green at the same time? And if they send at the same time, does that affect something else?
Yeah, so that's something I was thinking of as I was doing the set stack size, because I'm only using the letter S. It's going to conflict with everything else.
So
for the most part.
That's why it's important to write it down and make sure. Like I said, you can do like pseudocode, like the Pythonic deal, and just write it out in the. You can do like a whole if chain if you wanted to. It's not super applicable to this specific scenario, but it can help you at least, check your logic flow and like, okay, as long as these things are going through, then it's not gonna conflict with other things, and then you have to translate it to analog circuits, essentially, or analog / digital circuits, but essentially you are operating with circuits, not programming. Does that make sense?
Right, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, this is a good step because now you found a way that you can go from supplier and down to the loading dock, and you had the right amount, just like you showed there. You were able to actually make sure it sent the exact amount, right?
Yeah.
So that's good because that means now you can use that same system no matter how many items you're requesting. So it could be that the train has one item that you're trying to fill up the entire train with, or it has 10 items that you're trying to split up on the entire train. Because you're able to actually set the stack size of the product that, or well, not the product, excuse me, the intermediates that you're trying to grab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be honest, when you go down to a product, the product should never be mixed. Product should be its own dedicated stuff there. But intermediates are something you absolutely can mix, because the advantage of that is you can have one train that requests all of the intermediates that you can possibly put on the train and take it somewhere, and you condense it down to one station instead of having 3 stations for 3 ingredients. Even though technically 3 stations gives you a buttload of all 3 of those, when you have these islands like you have in Fulgora, space is a premium, so you can trade that off with more intelligent trains that can actually request all of the items in the ratios that you are looking for at that station and go and grab them, put it down in one singular supply station. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But like I said, it's all step, piece. So right now you have a system that can, like I said, calculate, and it can accurately deploy the intermediate that you're looking for. What I would suggest, though, try doing a non-even number. Try like an odd number and see how it behaves with that. Because I know you want to do stack sizes, but what if there's an island and the calculations start requesting, like, let's just say, like they do 1,567 for some reason, right?
I think I can easily set that. Let me see, where is it?
Well,
so
that's
this
a case.
Combinator.
So the reason I say this,
if I wanted,
it's a case that you need to look at. You need to decide: do you do the exact number and try to match it, or do you just go to the nearest stack size? Does that make sense? I would suggest don't do the nearest stack size. Do the next stack size up. So if it's at 67, you would actually bump it all the way up to the next 100. If it's a stack of 50, right?
Oh.
So if it's 1,467, you just request 1,500. You round it up.
Okay.
Do you kind of see what I'm saying with that?
I kind of see what you're saying, because then it would just maximize the space.
Exactly, because even if your calculations that you do at your other stations, because they will require calculations to make the system work, where you have whatever it is that you're making there and then whatever ratio it is, the ratio will never be a perfect, like, flat number, typically, unless you designed the factory to always take that number. Does that make sense? So what you do instead is you take those calculations, make them automatic, and then at the supply station, you round it up to the nearest viable number, which in this case is your largest stack size. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I can do it to exactly a number right now. But I see what you're saying about.
But if you do it to exact that number, the problem is that you won't fill the train completely.
Right, which then the logic could break because it's looking for a full train.
Yeah, so the problem with rockets before, and this was the big thing, that the developers added the mixed rockets. You can actually mix and match the items. They don't have to be full stack sizes, because that one's worried about weight on the rocket. So it's prioritizing how many items can I fit to hit that maximum weight and then launch the rocket before doing full stacks of stuff, right? Weight is not an issue or even existing in this context, so the only thing that matters is the number of items, and you have to make sure that your stack sizes, especially if your trains are waiting for that full cargo inventory, have to be full stacks of items.
Okay.
Because if you don't do that, it's going to stall and it won't do anything, and then you'll have to go and manually change it. Okay, so I say that now, unless...
And of course, it's always the unless. You hook up to
Oh, that's funny.
you hook up to the train stop, and you change it from a full cargo to a circuit condition. So you say, when you get a green light, you're good to go, meaning that we've loaded up all the stuff.
Calculated. So even if it's not a full train, this is what you requested, this is what you're asking for. You don't have to do the full train. You can just say, okay, we filled you up with everything you wanted, there's nothing more left. Green light, you're good to go. Then, your trains can actually be even more granular. They don't have to do full cargo wagons. You can even do partial cargo wagons if a factory needs just that much. It can deliver exact amounts that way. It just depends. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to try to fill these trains up as much as possible, then deliver? Or do you want the trains to go and get exact delivery amounts and deliver those exact numbers? And that's something that you have to decide for what you want to do.
Yeah, because I think,
Also,
that's fair, and
Amache, I think I
for
said that
my
right.
use
Thank you so
case,
much
I
for the
think
100
full trains
biddies.
would
That
be
is
the
amazing. That
best
is way too generous
use
of you.
case.
Thank you so much for that. I don't know what you did with
Because
it
of the fact that
because I'm too
everyone's
busy.
gonna
I'm
be
too lost in
requesting
sauce
those
over here, but I
thousands of
appreciate that
islands. Might as
so
well
much.
just get
Thank you,
them
thank you, thank you.
full as much as they can.
Big bus. We like big bus. Yes.
So, but I'll keep that in mind. I'm gonna watch that video now, so I'm gonna deafen up.
Yeah, good luck. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm ready, Omen. I'm ready. I swear. I promise.
So I should be fully built up to spec. I don't see anything lingering with ghost images or nothing like that.
Except for your prod mods.
But except for the prod mods. But we're working.
Well, yeah, there should be plenty of them right now, actually. They're just over. They're just over here. I even doubled up the production just for you. There's even some normal quality ones if you just want to go grab some and then just bring them over.
Oh, they're over here. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't. We don't have the ability to move and create the biter spawns yet, so I have to go to where they're at, and this island was just perfect for it.
Yeah, because then nothing else would come and mess with it. Wife says hi.
Hi! Hello! Hi! I like your wife.
Well, I like her too.
We like her.
Yeah.
I love it. Come back later, ask about autoballs? Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's totally fine. Let me catch up a little bit here, because I got deep in the weeds on that one.
Okay, Spider-Tron does not like to, I think the
I didn't even know about the depths of it to get across and enjoy. Yeah, you got your jetpack, though. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, so game mechanics. This game looks like a load of fun.
I watched it stretch
yeah.
its legs to the first island, and then it just said, nope.
Quality Ludite, though, think it's bad. Undercooked game mechanic. I think quality is an amazing thing. I already love the train quality. Train quality change is amazing. I love it so much.
First things first.
Yeah, I think most people do agree. Once you go trains and you do city blocks, they are kind of... They just feel natural. Trains are such a huge throughput boost, basically. Like, it'd be silly to not use trains in at least one way, shape, or form. In my eyes, at least. I think trains are just incredibly powerful, and they're even more powerful now that they've added the quality mechanics to trains. So you can get, like, higher quality locomotives, higher quality wagons and stuff, which means that you can load more onto those wagons, and your trains are just better overall. It's just fantastic. It's great. Okay, I'm coming over here to have a little look-see peek, little peeky peek at what you got.
Yeah.
Until you bring those prod mods over.
160s.
Okay, you got your stations.
Not necessarily like that, but
Trains will be similar to giving bots. We probably don't them just boost the game level. Oh yeah, and quality is another thing. You get into quality, and quality will also boost your game a lot. When I'm done with Omen here, I'll show you how I actually swap out my older model bots to get the higher quality bots automatically, because it is a fantastic. It's a beautiful system. It's beautiful, and it'll be super fun to watch as well too. I'm just saying, it's super exciting stuff. Super exciting stuff. There's so many things you can do with circuits. I'm a huge fan of circuits, so.
As long as I've done my math correctly, I have as many as I need.
And then, have you thought about where you want your train station that's going to output the science from?
That little tidbit I still need to work on just because of where space is.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Can't recycle yet. Waiting to play with quality until I can. I would suggest, since you haven't gone to space yet, I would start quality cycling some, well, just quality producing solar panels.
Built and ready and
solar panels, bare minimum, it will make your space journey, the first one, much easier. You only need a few of them. Even just green ones. Even green ones would be good, but blue ones, if you can get some blue ones on your spaceship, beautiful. Absolutely marvelous. You'll be set with a few of those. Yeah, because then you can take all the excess solar panels and you can recycle them later if you want more. But solar panels are just really easy to get higher quality of because you're going to be making a bunch of them anyway. And then when you do get the recycle machine, you can then come back and recycle all those ones you built that have stockpiled and recycle them back into the loop.
No, looks like they got them all. Okay.
Good. Okay. So everything's built, everything is ready to go, right?
Yeah.
So when we're looking up here, we can tell a couple things. First off, these are your tanks. This is going to be the number of trains that you can accept at any given time, right? So there's a couple things that we need to do. The first one is we have to come over and we have to decide which of these stations goes to which thing, right? I know you've probably got that already in your mind. We then have to... We have to circuit control these with how many we actually want. Okay? So, your liquid ones, these will be really easy. You're just going to run some wires. You could even join them up on one wire. Just have green wires to both of these tanks. And then have one wire travel along some poles with some combinators here that will just calculate their specific liquid. So, back here, this one will just calculate for your molten copper. This one for your molten iron, and then it will set the train limit for those ones. Very easy. Same thing here. You can just take these. This will require a little bit of math, but don't shiver, Omen. Don't shiver. You and I will go through the math together. It'll be fine, okay? So what I want you to do, I am going to set down some display panels at each of these two specifically. And I want you to put down the icon of what it is we're going to calculate and what is going to this stop, and what's going to this stop, okay? So you set that up right there, and I'm going to come over here and look at where you could have a possible train stop for loading the science.
So this should be...
Honestly, you could put this pretty much wherever you want. I'll let you decide how you want to do that one then.
Yeah, I got the
10% of something. I can show you right here.
For right now, just because that's the way I ended up building it.
So if you look over here, it goes from 60 to 78 kilowatts. But solar panels are also stronger up in space. So if I go over to the space map and we just look at novice orbit, your solar panels are going to be 300% stronger. So you've got the 300% plus that 300% is applying to that quality bit you did. So even just a few kilowatts difference is going to make a huge difference in space, especially when space, your first platforms are going to feel so expensive. You're going to want to condense them as much as possible because those space platform foundations are going to feel like they cost you an arm, a leg, and probably your firstborn child at first. But it will get better. It will get better. But you want to try to condense that space, and solar panels are a great place to condense the space. Another thing I would suggest getting higher quality if you can afford the materials for it, is your asteroid collectors. Have a look at your asteroid collectors and then look at the quality diamonds on each of the things. Particularly look at the collection arm count and the storage size. And you're gonna be in love. Okay, I'm back. So plastic, stone, brick. Perfect.
I'm currently just trying to do the wiring for the tanks, like you said. While you
So what I
were
would
doing your
do,
thing.
don't do these medium poles because they don't travel very far with it. You can just do big
Okay.
electric poles because they carry wires farther. That includes the circuit wire stuff. And if you want to kind of make it look a little nicer, here's something you can do. Let's just do this tower here. And then let's take our copper cable and let's just disconnect. So this is purely for the transference of a signal, right?
Okay.
So then what you can do, like I said, you can just come over here, hook up all these tanks together, and you can just share their signal across with this pole, and then you can bring this pole to, like, say, here. And again, all these nasty power wires going everywhere. We can just go ahead and disconnect from all those. Even though it's a little bit annoying, it'll look better. And then
Right.
these will then clearly show you, okay, this signal is coming up here. And then you can do one more that goes into the middle of these stations. And once again, click your copper cable and make sure you just come along and you disconnect this one so it's not making everything look all goofy and disgusting. And now you've got that green cable that is going to transfer the current amounts of liquid that you've got, right? Okay. Now comes the actual challenge. You need to decide what is the maximum capacity of these, and then you have to translate that maximum capacity, and you have to subtract what is actually in them from the maximum to make the train limit signal.
So is each one 25K?
Yes. Is there a good Discord for all of this? Oh, I got a great Discord for you.
Okay, that's 200.
That one. Ooh, damn, got him. Ooh, I got a Discord for you.
So that's going to be 200K worth of liquid for each set.
Mhm.
Then we only got baseline fluid.
Once you're ever allowed to leave, yeah, Mick should know it's a roach motel over here. But no, if you ever have any questions, you can just come over to this Discord. You can
50K.
totally just like ask questions, post stuff. There's plenty of other people here besides myself that can also answer questions that love this game. So just, post and then just wait a bit. Sometimes it takes people a bit to respond, but there's always people willing to help. Bare minimum, I'll respond.
So
if nobody else. Go ahead, I'm ready.
in order to get one of these fuel cells, or I'm calling them fuel cells, but
You can call it whatever you want, I don't care.
in order to get one of these filled up with how much it's going to be for cap, I would need 4 trains.
Correct, yes. Because each train right now has a capacity of
Plus
50,000.
50K.
Yes. That's good. So you know that intrinsically. You know that you would need 4 trains total. But you now need to translate that into circuit logic that will then also actively, okay, I filled up 1 tank, now I only need 3 trains. Another tank's full, now I only need 2 trains. And vice versa until you have 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with 1, and we don't have to sit there and like hook up the wires right now. Just know that green is going to be the input wire for what we want. And we can just go, let's just do, there's a little blank space right here. Let's just do right here. So what is the first thing that you think you should do? What's the first combinator that you think would be helpful?
It'd be the cider combinator, right?
You could do
Well,
that.
big explanation.
But let's go simpler. We want to tell the circuits what our maximum capacity is, right? So let me show you the humble constant combinator. So what are we going to do with this, do you think? It is tiny, but it has a very important job. What do you think this is going to do?
So just by going off the name of it, it'll allow you to see the constant amount of whatever's like in the tank at a time.
Not quite. What a constant combinator does is you click on this, and you are able to assign it a constant signal that it will always project. You are able to artificially insert a signal with this, okay? Knowing that, what is a signal that we could put in here that we can't normally put in, do you think, when it's related to the tanks?
Well, the liquid.
No, because we're going to put liquid in. So liquid will eventually come in, and we'll get a signal from that. But what's something that we can't just hook up to the tanks and know immediately? What are these tanks too stupid to do?
Well, not take a solid.
Well, okay, that's not that they're stupid. Relax a little bit. They physically can't take a solid. Relax a little bit there. So let me help you out here. We don't know just by hooking up to the tanks how much we can hold in the tanks. Right?
Right.
So we can actually, using a constant combinator, tell this what our maximum capacity is, right?
Okay.
So, what do you want to do for this? So we can assign any signal to this that we want. It can be a letter, it can be a symbol, it could even be a symbol of something else. Like we could put down solid fuel if we wanted to, or we could put down, and I wouldn't do this, but you could put down the like molten copper, molten iron if you wanted to. There's reasons I wouldn't do that, because mainly because it's confusing. I would suggest we'll do M for maximum in this game. Mm-hmm. So
I was thinking F for full, but same thing.
Well, we'll go with M for this one. Now, what is our maximum capacity on liquid?
200K.
200K. So we'll type in 200 for 200, and then 1, 2, 3 zeros. We click the check mark, and now we have a signal that is reading 200K. The good news is we can use that one signal to simulate the capacity of both of these, because these are the exact same size, right?
Right.
Okay. So we've got that. That's working for us right now. Now, what is the next combinator that you would be drawn towards here?
So we got the constant to give just a constant signal saying, hey, this is what we got.
Well, a constant signal saying this is how much we can have. That's the important bit here.
Sorry.
Yes. This is saying this is the maximum that we can accept, right?
I keep going back into the decider combinator because that's the only thing I really have just a little bit of knowledge with, but I don't feel that that's right.
Well, so put a decider combinator down and then tell me how that's going to help you right now. Because what is it that we're trying to do now that we know, now that the system knows what the maximum is? Oh, let's get some power over here so it's not blinking.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just, it annoys me more than anything else. Okay. So you've got this decider combinator. So what do we want to do with that? Now that we put it down, why do we want that, do you think?
Because we can let it know, like, even though the constant combinator is saying that we can hold up to 400K, we don't have a way to show of what's actually sitting in the tanks. So what the decider combinator can do would be like, hey, we need more fluids in here.
Okay, so how does the decider combinator decide when we need more fluids, and how does it determine how many trains to send?
So when the determining of how many trains to send, that I'm not 100% sure of. But when it comes to its like through its conditions and stuff like that, give me a minute here. I'm trying to remember again.
Sure.
Yeah, because you could add conditions.
You could, yes. So that's what a decider combinator does. It decides based on conditions, right?
Right.
But are we right now trying to make a decision, or are we trying to determine a number?
we're trying to determine a number, so the Saturn combinator would not be the thing we need right now.
Okay.
We would need the arithmetic.
That's right, yeah. So let's put down an arithmetic combinator. Let's get a little bit mathy on this one. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and rotate this because we're just going to represent right to left on this, okay? And just to give little kicks and giggles, I'm going to do a green wire from the pole to represent what's over here, even though there's nothing there, okay? In fact, I'm going to add another combinator, and this is going to represent, and we're going to change this to simulate our fuel values and stuff, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so we have that. Now we come over here. How would you calculate how much space there is for, let's say molten copper. We're going with that one right now. How would you calculate how much space is there if we are looking specifically at the molten copper?
Well, first we would need an input from where our tanks are to show us how much is in there.
Well, so you do have an input because you're hooked up to the tanks. So whenever something goes to the tanks, you're going to have an expected signal, right? What's the expected signal? What is it that you're going to try to look for?
The current value of what's in the tank.
Right, so if we're going off of, let me just simulate a value here. If we're going off of molten copper, and let's say that there's like that much. So now, if you hover over the substation, there is now an active signal on the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the number itself is what we want to get, but how do we get the number so that we can do a math operation or compare it to something, right? Well, we can compare or we can do a math operation.
That I'm not sure of.
Okay, let me give you a hint. It's going to involve some sort of a math formula that involves the maximum capacity and then what is currently in the tanks. So right now we have this, which is our maximum, and we have this, which is simulating what is in the tanks. This is a simulated number, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since we have these two pieces of information, what do we need to do with these two signals in order to get the output of what we're looking for? Gleba.
Yeah, I just saw that too.
Outrageous. One of my
you cannot win on Gleba, can you?
one of my precious construction drones gone now. Oh, there's a
Alright.
there's a nest right there that's outside of the artillery range, I think. That's gonna be annoying. But nah, it's okay. We'll deal with that later. We don't care right now.
I'll deal with that later.
Divide by 0. No, Mick, no! That's forbidden. And it's going great, Steel. It's going great.
We already have the simulated system showing that we have 5.5K.
Mm-hmm. And that could be any number. That could be any number right now.
Would it have to do with anything dealing with the input and then like? Well, no.
Here, let me help a little bit. I'm going to hook up that M to the same green signal right now. And when you click on the arithmetic combinator, you'll see the input signals. You have M, and you've got your molten copper. So in fact, let's make it a little bit more cut and dry. Let's say that there's already one train load. So there's 50,000 molten copper perfectly for some, like, beautiful reason. Magical. So, we need to do something here, and what we want in the output is how much space there is in the tanks, right?
Okay.
How would you determine how much space is in the tanks, given what is in those input signals right now? The clock is ticking.
Sorry, I'm currently trying to digest everything here and there.
That's
and the
fine. I
arithmetic
was just making fun of you. That's all. Yeah, there's
because this is coming from someone that's not done circus before, so I'm trying my best.
So don't think about this right now as circuits. I want you to think about this as just basic. This is just basic math right now. Okay. This is a story problem we're doing right now, right? We're going back to elementary school with this.
So, what you would need to do in this scenario, so if you already have 50K in, you know you need 3 more trains. Like you said, you got to figure out how to let it know. It's like, hey, we need 3 more trains.
That's right. Yeah. So mathematically, how would you translate that knowledge? That spoken knowledge that you have. How do you put it down in math terms here?
Well, it would be 200K minus 50K.
Perfect. Go ahead and do that. Show me. It's good.
Well, that's a minus sign, definitely.
Very good. Yes, we like that. That's a start.
It hurts to laugh, damn it.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt you.
No, I had a really rough weekend, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm making it less worse.
No, you're fine. It's just like
good.
my entire upper body is sore.
Yeah, it did sound like you were pretty busy.
Trying to find the right. See, no, these are all just going into their casting forms. I need just the liquid itself.
Are you looking for the molten copper?
Yeah.
So there's a fluids tab on the signal. Just click on that one. It has like two it's the crude oil and the water droplets. And then it's on the second row.
That'll work, thank you.
Second row, third from the left.
Yes, you actually had it dead on. Then I looked over at your stream.
Yeah, I know.
So it says I've already got on the minus sign, but it says for that or set a constant. But if I just do that, so now that shows up as 50K. So this whole constant number thing is throwing me for a loop.
Constant number, what do you mean?
So like if I'm in the clicked on the icon itself,
yeah,
so you can click it and it says down at the bottom or set a constant, I guess a constant number. But then also far to the far right outside of that screen it says constant number 0. But I would think I would want which 50K is a train's worth would be minus. That wouldn't make sense. Because I need 200K total at all times. Well, not at all times, but to be full.
So typically when you subtract something at a normal bit, where should the biggest number be? Like, are you subtracting from the smaller number, or are you subtracting from the bigger number, just in normal terms?
So this needs to be at 200K. So that needs to be there.
Oh, man, I'm about to punch you in the mouth right now.
Why?
I want you to look at the input signals. I want you to tell me what should actually go in that constant slot. No. Why did we do the constant combinator earlier? What does the constant combinator have?
It has the M.
And what's the M?
That's our max.
So do you need to type in the maximum or that? Good, yes, exactly. So here's the other thing about that. Now, with however many calculations do, you can always come back to that constant, and you can change that constant value to change the maximum if you add more tanks or subtract tanks.
Right.
Rather than going in and like going to every single step. Everywhere that has M that you're doing that calculation, that will now change it for you along the line. Right?
Okay.
So, M signal, maximum. What are you subtracting from the maximum?
It would be, if I'm doing it by per train, it'd be 50K, right?
Would it?
No, it'd be, well, as a in this little playtest right now, it would be 150K.
How about you?
You already got 50K.
Why don't you populate that number on the right-hand side? Populate that slot, I should say. So M minus what? And just put something in there and just show me what you're saying. Did it just click for you, Mick? That says, oh, and DIY, thank you so much for joining the Discord. Let me make sure I get you with the appropriate permissions here. Are you the goblin? Is that you? That's really funny. Feeling ghoulish. That's a funny one. I like that one. Or is that you? Wait a second. Oh, I have my all the names are truncated because I'm in streamer mode right now.
I mean, the maximum, which is 200K.
Brian Doe.
You would subtract that by 50K.
I'm gonna assume it's
for
this
each
one.
train.
Yeah, I think it's this one. So I'm gonna give you associates. Boom. There we go. You're solid now. Okay. You're right. So M maximum minus your molten copper, which is the amount that is in the tank itself. Now, it's not showing any output because you haven't set an output signal. That's the only thing, right? So right now,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what you set this output signal to, because you're going to end up doing another operation on that same signal, okay? So you can assign the output to anything you want that makes sense to your brain. I won't tell you what to do. Just give it something. Yeah, they're awesome. I think combinators are super awesome too. Oh yes. Okay, E. We'll go with E then. All right. So, coming out of that combinator, and let's just do another power pole to represent the transference of information. At this point right here, we now have the E signal, which is, I'm guessing, empty, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now we need to take that number, and using that number, we need to determine how many trains we are able to request. What do you think we should do?
Then that would be the decider combinator.
Would it?
Wait, there's other combinator. Hold on.
No, why not another arithmetic combinator? You did one math operation. What about a second math operation on this?
Okay. I'm following.
So, right now you have a nice even number of 150,000. How many trains is that?
3.
Okay. Now what if I come over here? What if I throw you for a loop? You now have 105,000 empty space there. How many trains is that?
Be 2 and like I would say a quarter, but it's gonna be a little bit less than a quarter.
So how many trains should we request?
If I only do 2, then it won't be enough. No, 2 would be enough. I would just have a little extra.
Okay. Now what if I do this? Now how many trains can we request?
I mean, it would request 4 with just with extra.
What? That would request 4 right now?
Yeah, because it's 50K per train.
But this is saying that there's only 35K in space.
So it wouldn't bring the fourth one on until it hit the 50K mark. Then it would bring the fourth one.
Would it? Because right now you're just outputting the amount that's empty in it. So if there's only 35,000 empty fluid slots and a train contains 50,000 fluid, how many trains can you bring over here?
Be one.
Would it ever leave, though?
No,
Why?
because it'll still have fluid in the train until it empties.
That's right. So, that is an ever-changing and evolving number. If you were to use a decider combinator, how do you think you would translate that amount versus an arithmetic combinator?
Not easily.
Basically, the only thing you could do is just decide, as long as it has enough space for 50,000, you could request one train. Now, you could do that, because this is what would happen. Your train would come up right here, and train comes up here, it starts to unload, but you won't have another train behind it ready to fill in and start to quickly fill up, because why?
Because this one will still be sitting here.
Right, and this train, because this only has a train limit of 1 set to it, it won't request another train until this train starts to
Leave.
Exactly. So then you have to wait for your liquid, which is going to be down here. Now, granted, that's not very far right now, but it could be far, right?
Right.
So how can we calculate the number of trains that we need at this stage, right here? Not changing anything else back here, right here. And again, let me change this back to a nice, easy number to see. How do I let the system know how many trains 150,000 empty slots is allowed to bring in? And then let me just put another
Okay, so
little
how do I let it
outline right here.
know? It was like you said, it was the arithmetic.
Yep, so just put whatever combinator you choose right here, and then make your settings.
Sorry, I'm lagging a bit.
No, you're fine. Make sure you bring that green wire down so that you actually can read the signal and do something to it as well.
So now I've got this at 150K.
Division does floor, yes.
We need to do this.
It does. One must load the fluid directly into a train and store the train.
So we're gonna
5 trains sitting in
add-
storage instead of the tanks. That's a really good question, to be honest with you. If we could store trains within trains, I would absolutely do it, because I'm disgusting.
Constant number.
You actually can do it. You can put trains on the cargo wagons, even though like they never should be filled on there. 5 to a stack and all that. You go through the 5 to a stack, 40 on a normal train.
How does it know?
You're looking at about 200 cargo wagons within a cargo wagon. So you're having
It's connected.
you're having like a bag of holding of
Constant
trains within trains. Essentially, it's a great thing. Hi, I'm glad you came down. I'm sounding crazy right now.
Correct or no?
What's your flashlight hat?
I know. I'm a flashlight hat that has no light bulbs. Let's see here. That's what it looks like. I see the green light over there. Explain to me the reasoning behind this, Omen. How does this
So-
calculate the number of trains that you can bring in? Sort of
What I
trains on
did
tracks?
essentially
You mean like in a
is
train depot?
just do the reverse
Like
of
we
what
did?
the other one is doing. So it would be adding 50K up to the maximum of 200K.
Okay. Assign that an output, and then drag a wire out here. And tell me what the output is. Train depot set of tanks? Yes. Such as
That doesn't sound
this one. Oh man. Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Is it Gleba again?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the artillery is all the way back here and actually is completely empty because it didn't have an automatic setting done yet. So we're just going to turn off that train because we're going to let the spores fizzle out a little bit. There should be enough ores and all that stuff to replace everything. We just have to sit there and let it sit for a bit. So just ignore that. It'll eventually go away. They'll dissipate.
I'm already using M for max.
Yeah, sounds bizarre. I'm not sure if Omen does math, but we'll see. Yeah, I need to go and fix up Gleba because every time I turn it on and start to actually produce stuff, I get shafted. Because the island we're on just sucks ass.
No.
And
That puts you at 250k. That's not good.
so we're still dealing in thousands, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the number that we're actually looking for? Are we looking for the amount of fluid or the maximum capacity? Or is there something else that we're looking for here? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, because the moment I put M in for the output, it's now showing 250k. That's not what I need.
Yeah. Do we need 250,000 trains?
No.
No. So think about it a little bit. I'm going to go and warn Gleba a little bit more.
So, do that.
You know what's sad about this is that they can be so gentle when they want to be. And then they just start being little dicks. It's very sad.
I think it's funny how that big guy right there was just like, oh, I'm just walking along. Oh, something pissed me off. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Yup. That's just how it goes.
You got bots out there trying to fix stuff.
Yeah. It's all free, they might as well. I wish they'd power those Tesla turrets there so they could actually finish it off and get things rolling again, but nope, can't do it. Just with all this math, why is it wrong to just stockpile a few more times? More than what you need and replace what you use. If you try to fill up more than what is here, and you have a train sitting here, how is this train supposed to get in? See that?
We gotta figure out how many trains.
Also, it's because if I have all these trains over here that do have the liquids available for use, how do I call these trains when I actually need them and then leave some available for other places, right? Because we got some crude oil, we got petroleum, heavy oil, we've got some molten copper, some molten iron here and there. There's a mix of liquids in these trains. And they sit here until they are requested somewhere, right? But I need to know how much liquid is needed somewhere. So if you come over here to look over here, as an example, I have these tanks which have a stack of 3. I can supply 3 liquid trains of molten iron at this one location, which is what this math is for. And if our calculations for some reason go above 3, then we're gonna just make sure that it never does that, because there's always a chance we add more of these, but I never want to have more than 3 trains over here. Yeah, there are other ways to solve the problem, but we're just doing basic math in order to request only enough trains to fill this, and then as these empty, so these tanks, for example, get down low enough, we then request a train to come and top it off, right? Because we have a need for this. Ideally, you wouldn't even have all of these, you would have only one set of tanks, but he wants to have all these, so we're going to provide it for him. But he has to do the math to make sure he doesn't over-request the trains, so that the trains are available for other plays. Just saying you picked one of many ways. Exactly, yeah. And I'm explaining the logic behind my way, but then because of the way that we're doing the trains, this is how we have to do the math in order to actually perform this. This is exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it was. I was just making fun of you earlier. That's all. Yeah, this is pretty much the same thing that you were thinking. Okay. Do you understand the problem that we have here? Well, what is it that we're trying to calculate right now? What's the output that we want?
Well, what we want is we want to have the tanks filled, which is 200k.
Okay, I don't care about that. What is the output that we want from this combinator? What are we looking for?
How many trains we need?
Okay, that's great. What is the maximum number of trains that we could possibly have?
4.
4, that's right. How do you know?
Because my tanks can only hold up to 200k.
Okay.
And it's 50k per train.
So you got to 4 because of what math operation?
By adding it, really.
Aw, they came back. Boo. That's super annoying. I need to stop them from harvesting, I think.
What's attracting them?
Spores. Every time we harvest, there's spores. I just need to pull the cables for providing power to them. And then they'll replace them, but they won't continue to try to pull anything. They might stick around for a little bit longer and continue to try to stomp on a couple things, but they'll eventually go away from them. And now they're hitting Mobius's poor legacy stuff. That sucks. Train network is super simple. 1 rail per train. You just move back, forth, filling up, and then emptying. Somebody become full and empty before it moves on. Yeah, that's how a lot of people start their trains, to be honest with you. We're doing something like, it's the next step in advancement, essentially. Can you take the total of the storage requests replacements and 50,000 mounts? So he's trying to make home and figure out. 300k storage requests at 250. Well, so these ones are 200k in storage, so we're actually going to start requesting at 150, but we start at an empty state. That's the problem.
Yeah, so back to what we were saying, is like the way I got to that is just by adding up for how many tanks versus trains.
Okay. So let me pose this question to you. If you know that you have 200,000 as a capacity,
right,
and right now you have 0, how would you mathematically say that I need 4 trains, right? Because we're looking at this, we got to divvy this up, right? So these are actually a perfect visual representation. What have we done here? We've got 2 tanks at 4 rows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why 4? How many times does 50,000 go into 200,000?
4 times.
Okay. So if I were to take 200,000 and I divide that by 50,000, what is the number that I get? Let me repeat. If I take 200,000, which is all of these tanks, and then I divide it by 50,000, how many?
4.
It's 4. That's right. That's right. Now, if one of these is full, and so now we're down to 150,000, I divide that by 50,000. What's the number?
That would be 3.
That's correct. So what do you think we should do with that?
Should be dividing it by the amount.
Okay.
Because you divide it by the 50K intervals. So show the 50K. Now it does.
I'm gonna help you out a little bit here. You ready? Take that away. You already have what you need right there. You don't need any of the other signals, because in this case, you are going to set a constant value on the right-hand side.
Well, that would be... Would that be E again? That divided by...
Assign an output and tell me what comes out of that. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is 30. So I'll be honest, this is a solid 8.
Nothing. The signal is just sitting there.
Okay, why?
For one, that's not working.
So you put down molten copper. What is the value of molten copper right now, according to this combinator?
Nothing.
That is correct. Because that signal does not exist here, right?
Right.
So what do you think we should do here?
That would need to go away.
Right, right.
So would E need to be in this scenario, or E needs to be here?
Could be. Now what?
Be E divided by what, though?
Divided by what?
Constant of 50K.
Okay. And now, what would you put as an output? I would suggest L for limit. And what is the number that you get?
3.
That is correct. Now, if I come over here and I change what is over here, and I did 100,000, what is the limit you get now?
2.
That is correct. Now, here's the important bit. I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this again. What is the limit you get now?
Nothing.
Correct. Why do you get nothing?
I would assume... because this is at... The constant number is at 50K. But we only have room enough for 26K.
So, you don't have to say the exact number, but what does 26,000 divide by 50,000 equal, would you say? If you were to take like a guess.
Well, 26 divided by 50K.
It's a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of extremely small, right? It's decimals, or fractions, if you will, yeah?
Yeah.
In Factorio, when we divide something, we always divide and it goes to the floor. It rounds down. So in this case, it's a decimal value. It rounds down to 0, right?
Mm.
But the second, if I come over here, if I do like 151,000, it's still 0, right?
Yeah, it just shows 49K on my end, yep.
Because 49K divided by 50,000K does not come close to 1, right?
Right.
However, if I now bump this, now what do you get?
51K, need 1 train.
That's right. 1 train. Because you have space for 1 train, right?
Right.
So what we're doing here is this is a system that it reads over here, and we've artificially added this. And now we can dynamically request the trains based on how much space is here. So if we're eating through this slowly, we're only going to request a train every now and then, right? But then, oh wait, we're actually eating through this incredibly quickly because we added a bunch of modules and stuff, and now we've actually gone through 2 tanks. Or we've gone through one tank, right? So 1 train comes up. But as that train's coming up, we've already eaten through the 2nd tank. And now as that 1 train is entering into the station, the train limit can now go up, and another train's already on its way to come and help fill in, right?
Right.
Now you don't have any lag with him. You will get as much liquid as you can so long as the system can provide it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly what we needed right there. So we can cut out this constant combinator. This is not needed. This is an extra thing. This is a simulation, right?
Right.
We come over here. These are the only things that matter with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can pull these. And then we can cut this. And we can put these right next to each other. Nice and compact. Now, what is the only thing that needs to be added to this right now?
An input to this, and then the output to this.
Right. Now, I'm going to cut this. And we're going to put it down next to your copper, which is right here, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. And then, of course, we're going to have to add some power to this so we can actually run and do its calculations. So now, how do we hook up and get the values that we need, and then how do we hook up to the train?
Well, we would take a green wire from our little buddy right here. And then this will hook up to the train, correct?
Looks good. Now, let's click on the train itself, the train stop. What do we need to set on the circuit connection on the right? What's the option that we're looking for? You'll notice that there's something, one of those values has been populated with a number.
Set train limit, we need to click that.
That's correct, because L is the default for the train limit. So you click that, when you look over on the left, you'll notice that the enable train limit has been grayed out, and its number has been automatically set, right?
Yeah.
Alright. This is now fully functioning and ready to receive a train. There's only one thing missing, and that is the train stop name, right? So, the convention here for this is you click on the rename stop. You can scroll down, you'll see there's a bunch of stuff that says drop and request with a little picture icon next to it, right? You are looking for the molten copper drop. Molten copper icon and drop. Because that is how these trains work. They will look for that train stop name if they have that element within their cargo. Okay?
And trains are on the way.
Yep, and then just like that, they are immediately dispatched. Now they come up. Unfortunately, because of how you've placed your pumps, only one of them has actually connected to the tank, so you're unloading at a speed of 1 pump.
Oh, I put it too far back, damn it.
And notice how it's connected. You can have 3 pumps to 1 fluid wagon. You just have to space them appropriately. And I would suggest using all 3 pumps.
I don't even make that many pipes, shit. At least get those 2. Like...
Pull up to the house. Good, I'm glad that you made it safe.
Give me a second.
So you got a problem here. You need to. I want you to look at your pumps and tell me what's wrong.
Damn it. Lag, stop it.
Much better. Much better. Yep, so now you'll see here, they will come up, they pull that off, and then... Oh, that's right, hold on.
What happened?
This doesn't have a roundabout, well, or a U-turn, excuse me, in this case.
Oh.
It didn't have a way for the train to go home.
Now my question is too, do I have my signals correct?
Which signals?
Like the rail signals themselves.
Well, I mean, you can see already
So
right here how they're
done.
queuing up. So see how this train
Yeah.
comes up, queues here, but then you see here, this train is going to block any other trains coming through.
Okay.
So they're not allowed to pass through. You'd have to give your rails a little bit more space, so you could put a signal here to allow trains to go through. And then, if you want to make sure the trains go by, you then have to have your calculation, and then another combinator that will actually limit a maximum limit of trains. So you could have 2 trains tops, but you're still calculating the whole thing. But then you have a decider combinator that says, hey, if we go above 2 trains, we're just going to set a constant value of 2, even though we're calculating more. Because what that does is it lets you still make sure there's trains coming, but you're only requesting 2 trains tops. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So now I'm at 22K, which is 90%. And it doesn't have any going through because I only have 19K worth of...
Of space.
Cool. My other question to you, do you think it's going to become a problem by having both the fluid trains on the same rail?
No. Because you did this.
Fix this, though.
Do you understand why that eliminates the problem?
Because... Well, I mean, this train is for that molten only. But...
No, I'm not talking about the train, I'm talking about the circuits. This little block. Why does this
because-
eliminate any concern about that?
Because this will only send for trains when I need them.
And when you can guarantee that you can empty the train, right?
Right.
Which means the train only comes up, it sits here long enough to get unloaded, and then it...
Goes away.
Exactly. So if you got this train up here, this one's never going to sit here and wait forever to unload because you've calculated that you have enough to fill it. This one will leave, and then this one, it's unloaded. It's just waiting for this guy, if there's one up ahead, to finish its turn. And then when it leaves, this one will just follow along and leave right behind it. The only thing you do to kind of help accentuate that is you have, of course, your signals at the end of each train. So this one needs a signal right here, so that when this one leaves, this one can then come up and queue up and get ready to leave right behind it. Because if you just don't have the signal right here, it's going to sit here and wait till this train crosses this threshold before it moves. You want it to move much sooner than that.
Okay.
Omen, you're killing me.
Why? What I do?
Omen, you're murdering me right now.
Because of my pumps? I haven't fixed them yet. You started talking to me about something else.
Why did you even place them facing that way? Rotate them when you initially placed them. I don't understand. They're not going to work, by the way.
Damn it. I was trying to do it like these two
Omen.
are spaced with
Omen.
1.5.
Omen. That's why. You had them a space ahead.
Oops.
Relax. Calm yourself. Be at peace. Alright, now, here's the problem, though. Now you gotta do the same thing, but for the iron, the molten iron. How do you think you should do that? What would be the quickest way to get that done?
Instead of trying to do it myself, copying, pasting what we already did.
Okay, what are the bits that you need to copy and paste, do you think?
All 3 of these.
No.
The only thing I gotta do is got to go into the settings.
You only need 2 of them.
Oh, because the constant's already there.
That's correct. The constant is on the same network right here as the tanks, right?
Right.
So, because you already have a constant combinator displaying that, you'll need the 1. Do you know what would happen if you did 2?
It would throw it off and double it.
Exactly. It would add to it. You don't want to add to it. That would cause many problems, and I don't feel like fixing those problems, so I'm not letting you do it. So you copy the top 2 arithmetics. That's right. Okay. So you do that. Now, you just have to change 1 value. That's all you have to change. 1 signal. What signal do you think that is?
Molten copper to molten iron.
Beautiful. Marvelous. Now hook up to that train. Stop. And then what do you change the train stop to after you've checked the little box?
The molten iron icon.
Okay, so do so. And just like that, Omen, you have now interfaced with the train system. You can see right here, yep, they come up. And then if there's no train here, now they can use that as an extra stop, right? But there's one little problem that can happen here sometimes that we just want to avoid. Because this is stopped at a train stop, the only reason that these pumps are not actually actively trying to pull is because they have a fluid kind of in the way.
A filter.
You would do a filter just because there's always a chance something could happen. You want to make sure that if a rogue train comes in with the wrong fluid, you want to make sure you never accept any other fluid. It'll make your life that much easier.
Just to be safe.
Because you saw right there, they didn't do it. They shouldn't do it. But there's always a chance they might, and you just want to eliminate any doubt, right?
Yep.
Yep, then you can see right here, perfectly executed. Just enough trains are coming in to fill up exactly what you need. And then as we're coming over here, you'll see some of the stuff is getting used up. So we are using some of the iron as it comes over. And we had 2 trains. A 3rd train just got dispatched because there was enough space coming in. And you can see right there, now we've got a perfect amount of trains coming up. And then you can see over here, additionally, those empty trains have come over here and are now filling up on molten iron themselves and going back to the depot, ready for the next task.
Now I gotta do the same thing for stone and plastic.
Yep, but this one is going to be different because these ones are going to be interfacing with the intermediate trains instead. It's not a huge difference on this end. It's just you're now dealing, instead of with the liquids, you have to deal with stack sizes now. Especially if you want to make sure that this system will deal with 2 wagons and evenly pulling from them. There's going to be some logic that you'll want to do on this end, which is going to involve math again. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. I know this pains you. It doesn't...
I've been over here just chowing down on my chips. It's fine.
Okay. So, in order to deal with this problem, start with 1 station, and then you can, again, take all that and go to the other station, because these are very similar to each other, right? You've got your stone bricks, which we hover over that. We can see that they have a stack size of 100. And then you have your plastic, hover over that, stack size of 100. But we're going to assume that we don't know what the stack size is, necessarily. We only know how many slots there are in the chests. And you're going to find out why in a minute. So, with the tanks, you calculated it because it gave you the number right there. What is the number that these chests give you when you hover over a single chest?
48. That's 48 stacks.
Right. So, we need to determine, and we need to do some math to determine how many of these we have available. And then we need to do some math to calculate how many trains we can accept with the amount of chests that we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't want to sit here and do the
48.
math ourselves. That's stupid. Why would we do that, right? We want to have combinators do the math, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, which one do you want to do? Do you want to do plastic or do you want to do the stone brick?
I'll try to work on the plastic.
You do the plastic? Okay. Do you want some help or do you want to try to arrive at a solution yourself first and then I come over and check? Because I can tell you right now, it will be similar, but it's not the same as the liquid.
Let me try to run it on my own.
You try to run on your own? Okay. I want you to get it to the point that you have the combinator that gives the train limit out. Don't hook up anything. Let me know when it's there, and then we're going to run it back. We're going to check your math on it. Or if you get stuck on anything, come back and let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to walk away. I'm not even going to look over here unless you tell me to look over here now, okay?
Oh, is it my turn now?
Okay.
If you would like it to be your turn, yes.
I think it's Gleba's turn right now.
No, I'm just going to let Glebe off the hook again. Because I can't do anything with it right now. It's just going to have to sit there for a bit.
While y'all two are talking back and forth, I'm going to go ahead and mute so I can focus.
Sure.
Okay, sure. Alright, so I watched the video.
Good.
I get the idea, but I am stuck on trying to set my variables in place. Like, he's got, of course, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, room 1 sensor, room 2 sensor 1, room 2 sensor 2. Yeah, I can see how that it's kind of like the signals that I've got. My issue is I'm trying to lay it all out here. Trying to figure out, okay, well, let's word the whole process out. Then try to figure out what signals I can get from all of those.
Mm-hmm.
But then another thing that came to mind was, well, do I have to give every single one of these items their own letter? Or can
No.
I...
Because they are their own letter. They are their own signal.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
Not really. I'd like if you could explain more.
Let me take this as an example. I am going to pull a wire, okay? Let's see. Do you have any of these right now? No, you don't. Okay, so let's do this. I want you to tell me what you are seeing on that pole.
81 concrete.
Are you seeing 81 concrete? Are you sure that's what you're
hold
seeing?
on.
What are you actually seeing on there?
A red signal of, it says quantity 81 of a concrete image, not really the thing itself.
Right, so if I were to do this little arithmetic combinator that adds nothing to this, right? And then I were to output... What is that telling you?
It's just 181, so you've converted it to the one signal.
Right, so that concrete symbol is just that. It's a symbol, right?
Okay.
Because it is a symbol and it is not the physical concrete item, what you are doing is you already have something assigned to that and it has a number associated with it. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So wherein lies the problem?
The use of the signal and making sure it doesn't get mixed with other signals.
That is correct. So when you come over here, you don't have to assign that to a value unless you need to have it assigned to a value based on conditions that you set yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you need to assign it to something different?
Okay, I wouldn't need to.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because again, I'm asking you, why do you think you might need to? Because you might need to. But you have to articulate why you would need to. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So, for example, here, with your system, and I don't know exactly how you've got it laid out right now, but let's say, for example, we're just going to put down a couple of, let's see, is your RoboNet up here? It is. Let's go over here so that the RoboNet's not going to mess with the ghost signals, okay?
Okay.
You've got a station here we're going to represent, okay?
Okay.
Station A. And then we're just going to do this to represent station B, okay?
Okay.
So over here at Station A, we're going to assume that Station A is the equivalent of what you were doing over here, where you're trying to put stuff on here, right?
Mhm.
How many intermediates are in the game off the top of your head? Do you know?
Intermediates meaning
Intermediates.
items?
Intermediates.
No, intermediate items.
Intermediates, exactly. No, that's the thing. You don't know. Because nobody in their right mind memorizes that at the top of their head. It's impossible, okay? Here's what we're going to do instead. We have to decide how many items could we put onto a train at a given time, right? What's our maximum that we would want to put on a train in items, would you say?
40 stacks.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. How many types of items would we want to put on a train at a time?
No. At least one. Maximum. Well, if we wanted to do mixed trains.
So, we're assuming that these trains are providing
Max
to
40.
factories, right?
Right.
Max 40. Whoa. Let's settle down here. We're assuming that we're going down to factories and we're providing to these factories, right?
Right.
So for any individual item here, especially on Fulgora, where you have your scrap that breaks down into higher level items, do you really have to make everything from the bottom up?
Not really.
No, absolutely not. So we can assume that we're breaking down from the top down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's go down, let's just say, let's do something that doesn't involve any liquids and stuff, okay? So let's just say engine units, okay? Engine units have how many ingredients?
Let's take a look. That's engine units. It gives us 3 ingredients.
3, exactly. So that would be 3 different items, 3 unique items, right? We can go through the list of all these here, and we can see, like, you know, foundries, for example, require a total of 5 ingredients. One of them is a liquid, though, right? So we could safely say 4. We could safely say 4. We could look over at big mining drills. Again, that's another one. They require 5, but one of them's a liquid, so we could say 4 again, right? Let's go with more of a Fulgora focus thing. We have lightning collectors. Those require 4, but one of them's a liquid, so 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what else can we do here? What else we got on Fulgora that's fun? Electromagnetic plants. 4 solid items can be requested for that. Steel plate, blue chips, holmium plate, and refined concrete, right?
Mm-hmm.
Simple. And then let's go over, let's just say, like, Tesla guns is another one. So 4 again, but you see there's again another liquid in there. So what are we looking at here? Maximum, we're looking at like maybe 4. Perhaps 5. Maybe there's an edge case that there's 5 somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we could just assume 4, because that's the maximum that we've seen up to this point. We could do 5 because there might be the liquid as a signal coming in, depending on how you do your signals. And then we just say, if one of these is a liquid, we'll just discount that one. You know, we'll remove it from the equation, and then just put the hard amount out. But we'll have 5 in case there is an extra one that we didn't account for when we were designing these factories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that you would then select each of those signals, and you would assign them 0, 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 for your total of 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you would do your acquisition based on those ones. So then you're just assigning those to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're calculating the stack size of whatever, you know, is going through there as well, and assigning that is what you're getting out of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to have the step where you have, okay, this is the item that's going to be assigned to signal 0. What information do I need? I need to get the stack size of that, and then I need to get the amount that I am having requested, right? So we need 2 pieces of information that you do before you assign it to 0. Because you need to know what is the stack size that 0 is going to have, and then how many of the calculated items does 0 also request. That way you know the stack size, you can then calculate it up and round it up, if that's the method that you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're doing the exact number, you can forget about the stack size, because the stack size itself won't matter anymore. What matters is the maximum of the train, and can you fit all the items that are requested, right? So, in this case, when we're looking at this, you would have, at this bit, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5, right? And then over here at wherever your requesting bit is, it doesn't matter on these ones what is even being requested. You could then have multiple of this same setup. And all of them coming from one supplier, because that one supplier can parse the signals and then make changes to them that allow you to then satisfy all of these stations, no matter if they have the maximum size or they have the minimum size of ingredients. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Are you seeing where I'm coming from with this?
Kind of. I'm trying to grasp, because so this side is the producing and these guys are the receiving.
This side is essentially this, what you've already set up right now. This is your sorting facility that has all the stuff that is available, right? Because you're recycling over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're taking this recycle, you're then storing it in a storage area, essentially a large depot, right?
Yes.
So, your depot has to be managed. It has to have a manager in it that's saying, okay, I have so many of these items in stock that are available for anyone to request, right? And I'm putting it out there. I'm saying, hey, if you guys need anything, this is my inventory, this is what I have, this is what you can use, right? Or you can have it sit there and say, well, I have my inventory, but I'm going to keep it closed, and you're going to have to ask me first, and then I'll see myself if I have what you need, and if I don't, you're just going to have to wait. And in this case, you're doing a manager that's saying, hey, I'm going to go and look. You don't get to know. The factory doesn't get to know what I have, right? But the factory is requesting from the warehouse. The warehouse is then saying, okay, you hold, wait one, I go check. Do I have it? Good. I'm going to send it over to you now. Do I not have enough? No. Okay, I don't have enough. You're going to have to wait until I have enough to actually provide to you. So you're going to have to wait till we get more items on stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, this...
Okay. So I kind of have something here kind of explaining that, and I hope it makes sense.
Okay. Store items, also to dynamically field requests as the items field train requests. Okay. I'm not liking the question marks I'm seeing here. Okay, so here's the problem right now with how you have it written out. You have it all written out in a sequence, right? It's all numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And that's good and all, but so the point of Boolean algebra, and the reason that I said this, is because you're thinking in terms of programming logic, which is typically sequential. It works from the top down, right? Every line of code, it goes through and it will check that, and then it'll move on to the next one. However, you are dealing with a system that will not be sequential. The closest thing I can think, like programming-wise, is that it will be an asynchronous thing, right? Things can happen, it can kind of queue up stuff and all that. Yeah, have you dealt with asynchronous much yet?
Yeah, it still boggles my head.
Okay, this is going to be a bit rough then. So, what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with a circuit system that has multiple different checks. That the reason that I showed you the oxygen not included one is because that one had the ribbon wire going, right? So it had signals passing which was a simple thing that it was just having 4 signals and then 4 signals being read and written to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the big thing there. The big thing was the big circuit that those ribbons went to. They went to a system that had a bunch of the AND and OR gates that were then checking all these conditions and then turning on certain systems and turning off ones that were actually independent of each other and not reliant on a sequential chain. Does that make sense?
Right. That makes sense. My issue was trying to figure out what conditions I have to have for this system for me to keep account of.
So to figure out the conditions that you need to not think in such verbose terms, right? You need to
Okay.
you need to condense it. You need to condense it down to like letters essentially, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So you need to think about this as like, when you are, so for example here, what's the purpose of this island? For one, you need to break it down piece by piece, because right now what I'm seeing here is you're trying to look at the whole system, right? You need to segment it. You need to space it out. You need to focus on the bits and pieces. So for example,
A, sort all the items, and B, provide those items when the train asks for it.
Drawers, yeah, actually DIY has a great analogy for that. Drawers is a great way to say it. You need to separate this a little bit, okay? So you've already done over here, you've got this block, essentially, that this is dealt with counting, right?
Mhm.
What is the main thing of this, beyond just the counting? What does this serve as a purpose?
It kind of segments the different functions.
Give me simpler.
Oh.
What does this do? What does this block do?
This block.
If you can't tell me what this block does off the top
hold
of your
on.
head,
I'm trying to bring the words. Give me a second, jeez.
You need to be able to articulate it simply, because if it's not simple, it won't run simple. Does that make sense?
To start the inserters and stop the inserters at a certain number.
Okay. Can you describe that simpler, perhaps? The bug does stuff and things exactly, Pony.
To
Exactly.
turn
Nice
on
to see
and
you
off
again,
the
Pony, by the
inserters?
way. Okay, maybe too simple. Maybe too simple. So essentially, the purpose of this is to take the request, right?
Uh-huh.
The item request, count it out, distribute to the train, right?
Mhm. Yes, yes.
This performs that function, correct?
Yes.
So we can call this like its own, programming terms, this is a function, right?
Yes.
The function now is able to do what you have programmed it to do. Now you need something that tells said function what it needs to do, right? When you put in a function and you have it within the parentheses at the top, what are those in the parentheses?
Inputs.
In programming terms.
Oh. Your variables.
Arguments. They're arguments.
Arguments. Sorry, yeah. Arguments.
Because those arguments are what you then feed in, and the function then does something with those arguments with its variables, right?
Yes.
In terms of circuit logic here, we don't have functions in that sense that we just give it arguments. But what we do have is inputs. Now we're talking in terms of inputs with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has an input. So what is the input that goes into this to
The
decide
constant
what is it?
combinators is
Okay, so a constant combinator is doing that. So what is the constant combinator representative of? What is it simulating?
the request from the train.
Okay, good. We've got it narrowed down now. So now, where does the train request come from? Is the train requesting at this point? Or is the train requesting at a factory off-site?
The factory offsite in this case. Let's take for
Great.
take for example the electromagnetic science pack.
Great, great. So we look over there at the plant. So right here. So this is where we're going to be sending that request from, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So at this point, this is where we are sending a request. Yeah?
Mhm.
Great. Before we can do this, though, we have to look back over here. Is this system capable of doing multiple items in a request?
Not currently.
Okay, that needs to be fixed then, because you need to be able to take whatever is being sent as a request, in this case, all the way over here on your other island, and you need to be able to take that input, right? You need to be able to take whatever it's requesting, and you have to deal with all of it.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, you're just going to sit here and this is going to request like one item, you do one train, and then you're doing the system that I've done over on Novice, but with extra steps, right?
Mhm.
You don't want to do what I did, you want to do something better than what I did, right?
Mhm.
But to do that, you have to be able to parse the information. So what you can do now at this point is you have a system that works to count one item, right? You could do copy and paste of 4 of these, and then have each of those assigned to like, you know, a specific 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or you know, 5, excuse me, and then they're calculating all that. In this case, this isn't like programming. That might be a viable thing to do. However, you might be able to condense it as well. But before you look at that, we need to look at the factory that it's coming from, right? Because now we don't know what kind of input we're expecting right now at this point, do we?
Mm-mm.
You can't articulate to me the input we're expecting because we haven't designed that. So now we need to come over here and look at our factory and decide how are we going to articulate the request, right? How are we going to put it out into the ether, so to speak? Because there's different ways you could do it. You could just output the exact items you need just across the system, so like have a hookup on a radar, which the radar's set to surface, and then that surface, it just broadcasts all of that information out across the surface, which then you have to decide, is that what we're looking for? Is this the only thing on the surface level? Do we condense it into its own signal type, and then we're like in a closed network on that one? Or do we need to encode the signal and then decode somewhere else? Like, how sophisticated do we need to get, right?
Mhm.
For your sake, in this case, we're not going to encode and decode signals. That's way too complicated, and you don't need to do that, because Fulgora is completely yours. You're the only one putting signals out here, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so we can rule that out.
Right.
So then, do we do the entire surface, or do we need to do the global one and then set a specific signal in order to make sure that this train system is on its own network? And what I would tell you right now is I don't see you using the radar towers for anything else right now. I would just stick to surface.
Yeah.
So we've ruled that out. Okay. But here's the thing that we have to understand. The towers are now going to transmit any signal on them to all other towers on the planet, right? There is no range on them. It will be every single tower. Which means that at the tower level to each factory, so if we were to represent this, and I'll just go near where you're standing right now, where you've got, let's just say this. We're going to have a little guy right here with that, right? Which means that whenever you are pulling information, you need to then decide how do you separate the information that you need, right? So you have to sit there and like, okay, does that work for everything?
Okay.
Because see, this can select input. That select input does an index. Do you understand how the index system works in Factorio?
Not yet. No.
Okay. So
It-
then
it
you have other modes. You
selects-
can count inputs. You can count the number of inputs. That's great. Is that useful for what you're doing here?
Not yet. I
Not
think
yet,
I
no.
can. I think I haven't messed around with this. I haven't read the selector combinator.
So what I
in
want
its
you to do is I
entirety.
want you to get rid of the selector combinator right now then. Because you don't need it. It can make some things more useful. You don't need it though. What you can do is you can do a decider combinator instead. And what you can do is here is you can actually set for signals that you are looking for, right? And what you could do is you would then code it onto the combinator. So in this case, let's say I'm looking for gear wheels, right? I would then do gear wheel, and then I just do any gear wheel signal greater than 0, and then I'm going to output the gear wheel, right? Input count, so to speak. That would be really all that you would need, because now you're going to take the signal from the tower, and you're just selecting the specific signals that you need, and outputting only those signals. And then you're leaving the rest of the unnecessary signals out of your factory, right? Now, gear wheels was just a super basic example, because this all depends on what signals you are actually sending out to the other factories, right?
In this case, I could hook up all the storage.
To make things like smelters from across the map. Exactly.
Divided by
Hypothetically, you
4,000 or
can. You can do
8,000
that.
To say, hey, look, I have enough to supply a full train if I'm going to do a unified item.
Okay. And so, like I said, again, it doesn't really... To me, personally, this doesn't matter what signals you're putting out there and what. You need to make sure that you're keeping track of it and you know what you're looking for, right? But you have to go down to the factory level now, because you need to figure out at the factory level, how are you going to send out into the ether the cry for help, the request, right? Because that request is what's going to determine coming over here. Because you need to do two things now. You're already planning to have multiple factories. So each factory needs to be able to send out the requests, but then the factory needs to know where all these requests are coming from, and then which factory wants which requests, right?
Right.
Because if you just send out there that, hey, this factory needs gear wheels, well, that factory also needs gear wheels, but that factory also needs plastic. But this factory over here doesn't need plastic. This factory over here needs some, like, stone brick or something, right? But then your train says, well, I'm going to double up on gear wheels, and then also grab the stone and the plastic on the same train. And now that train is going where?
To a station that doesn't need...
That doesn't need either stone brick or plastic, apparently, right?
Right.
But, and again, this is something that can eliminate this. You can either make sure that you are assigning these signals so they have packs, right? So this like packet signal has these requests that goes onto this train, then this train will go to this location. Or this train is going to be loaded up with these signals that are then going to multiple factories. And then each factory would then have to have circuits that then pull what they requested and only what they requested, so that when the train goes on to the next one, it services everywhere that was requesting it. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, like DoorDash.
Exactly. But you can only do that if you design it to do it that way. Because both ways that I said can be done, but you have to make sure that you have to understand at the factory level, what is the factory expecting? Is the factory expecting to receive exactly those items that it requested? Yes, they're all going to do that. Is the factory going to send out into the ether just a general blanket statement of what it needs? Or is it going to send out what its factory needs and expect a train to come with its stuff, right? What does the factory expect the warehouse to do in order to actually service the request? That is the question that you need to answer. Because then you'll be able to answer the question of this, of how you're going to actually count all the items and all that stuff, and how you're going to do that, because you're going to understand, this is what I'm expecting to receive as a request, and this is what the factory is expecting on the other end. Does that make sense? This is a lot of work, isn't it?
Yes, it is. What have I done? Kidding.
Yeah, I told you from the beginning, this is going to be a rabbit hole that you're going into.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting, though.
Oh, of course it's interesting. But it's also meaning that you're going to have a longer time before getting to the end of the game.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing, because just because you get to the solar system edge doesn't mean the game has to end. You can then mega base from there, right?
Right.
But just depends on what you want to do first. Do you want to work on this first, or do you want to get to the solar system edge and then have like all of the technologies available and stuff, and then have the Prometheum science packs as well, that you can do, which are a
Mhm.
whole beast in and of themselves as well there, right? Or do you want to work on this system? Because then this is a system, you develop it here, you start a new playthrough, you could then build that system fresh once you have the logic set and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to you on that one. But you do need to actually design the system in the places that take priority. And in this case, you've got the piece mostly set up for counting them. That's good. That's a really good step. But now you don't have the information that you need to determine how you're going to actually count up to 5 items at a time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you need to go down to the factory level. You need to determine the factory's method of requesting and receiving, right?
Yeah.
And then there's also going to be when the factory has its output and what it is planning to provide to the network. That's that's the next step. That should be hopefully an easier step to deal with. You need to focus on the factory's method of request and how that request is then sent to here.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
Okay? And like I said, you can take your time with it, or you can push for the end of the game, get to the solar system edge, and then use this save again as a method to learn more and do more late game stuff that you can then take into other saves and other runs and all that too.
Question: what are we needing before? I know I asked this before. What do we need to be able to get to the end of the game?
That's a really good question.
Because I know the answer was. Let me see if I had a note here.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them make the
It
the
would
choice
have
though.
been
Planet mod. Oh yeah, planet mod would be really
where
good.
is it?
You're not gonna have them
Really
belt
needs
everything. Let's relax.
superconductors, lots of them. But
Yeah, I agree, Pony, but I'm gonna let them make the
we
choice because
could
this
just
is
set
their
up a whole
run. This
system
is
that
their run
builds
after all.
just those.
Go for Gigabase. Good.
And something a little simpler too.
So he's going to recycle one area, bring the mixed items over to that warehouse, and have them filter out and store, then distribute from there, is his idea. Exactly, like DIY said, it's a supply warehouse with supply signals going to it. Yeah, so, like I said, the only goal, the end goal, is to get to the solar system edge. You just have to have a space platform that takes you to that edge, which I already talked about. It's a 100,000 kilometer stretch from Aquilo to the edge. But you also have to be able to make it to Aquilo before you can even make the jump to the edge, right?
Right.
And here's the other thing. I believe you have to be on the platform at the edge to complete the game. I don't think you can just send a remote platform to the edge.
Okay.
What's in the solar system edge? That's a good question, KB. It's a very good question. Who knows? There could be anything over there. The real question is what's beyond
Could be
the
your
system
mom.
edge? No, because I already talked to your mom the other day.
Oh no, sorry, I forgot it was your dad. That's why he's all the way over there.
Your dad or my dad? Exactly.
Okay. It's 1 a.m. for me. I gotta go to sleep.
Pussy.
I would say that. But
You would? You would? Would you? Very good. Yes, it is. All right, go on, get out of here.
all right, yeah.
Sleep on it. Grab your save too. Grab
I'm
your
asleep
save.
on it. Yes. Group project, save that. And end. Alright, bye-bye.
Goodbye. Good night.
Later.
All right. You alive, Omen? How's it been going over here?
It's going good. I was waiting for you to be done with him. So I have my little arithmetic, excuse me, let me rephrase that thing set up, and I also fixed my rails.
Okay, walk me through what you've got here then.
Alright, so I've got my constant combinator here,
Yes.
which is set to M for 28,800, because that's the max of all 6 of these can hold.
Okay.
And so I essentially did what I did over there. So the M is, which is 28K to plastic. The output is for E, which is 28K 800, but it doesn't show the 800, actually 800. Then I have it set up for this. And each train, since they hold 2, can hold up to 10K
Rockets and
plastic.
robotics. Nice,
which
KB.
means
Good
as
on
of
ya.
right now,
Fun
this
stuff.
has an output of 2L or 2 trains.
Okay. So here's a little change I'm going to do for you, and this might freak you out a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got 6 chests, right?
Yep.
48 slots each, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, as you have it set here, you are subtracting plastic, right? And you're doing it at the individual level and all that. Which is fine, but there's an easier way to do this that might involve a little extra step or two, right?
Okay.
So, let me just whip out a calculator to make this quick here. You've got 6 chests, yeah?
Yep.
48 slots apiece.
Mm-hmm.
That's 288 slots, or 288 stacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many stacks do the trains have? Do you know?
I looked at them. They can hold 50 stacks.
50 stacks per wagon, right?
Right, and then well, that's what I meant. Yeah, but then it's 2 wagons, so it's 100 stacks total.
Right. So, you could take this instead of the 28,000 that you're dealing with here, right? And we can condense it down to stacks, which is then a much more palatable 288, right? So I'm going to change that.
Okay.
Then we're going to come over here, and you don't want to subtract plastic necessarily, because remember, you want to make something that's going to be universal over here, right?
Okay.
So we are now changing this a little bit. We're changing this a little bit. So one thing that we want to do is we want to take whatever item that we're going to be doing here, and we need to check the stack size, right?
Right.
So we're no longer subtracting the plastic bars here, right? And at least not in this form.
Okay.
We need to subtract something else. So what I'm going to do is we're going to add on to this. We're going to make this a little bit more advanced, because I'm going to now introduce you to something called a parameterized build. Don't shake.
Okay.
Don't shake. It's going to be fine. This is a selector combinator. This has a couple different modes on it. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're just going to click on stack size, okay? And then we're going to pull a green wire here. And then we're going to take a green wire and just feed it straight back in, okay? I'm now going to take this constant combinator, I'm going to put the plastic signal here instead. Okay? And now I'm going to remove the plastic signal there. So this is going to come out, and it's going to tell us the stack size, right?
Which says a stack size of 101.
Right. Why do you think it says that?
Because it has one extra one. It's the extra one that's showing here.
That's right. So to get rid of that, we are going to change this. I'm going to pull the green wire away, and I'm going to put this on a red wire instead. So now when you click on this combinator, now you've got a green and red signal, right?
Right.
Right. So you can see there on the red signal, we can get the stack size of a plastic bar. That's all well and good, but what do we do with that, right? Since we've calculated out the stacks, we need to calculate how many of these stacks are available for us, right? So we have 100 plastic bars per stack. That's pretty easy, right? It's pretty easy. So, since we know that, let's look around over here. My brain just fried for some reason. I think I got too lost in the sauce earlier.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, because we're reading up here. Yeah, so the purpose of this constant combinator is that we're setting the actual value of the resource in here. So this is going to change to stone bricks later, right? That's why that's important. So we need to do that, and stone bricks will have the same thing. It should come out to the same value here. So we need to do the stack size, then we have to do that stack size times 100, right?
Yeah.
Or we have to do that divided by the stack size, I think is what I was meaning to say. Because we're reading the value back here, right? So
my brain just got fried a little bit itself.
don't worry, we're gonna make it together. You and I watch this, okay? So I'm gonna bring this over here, so we know the stack size here, okay?
All right, so another arithmetic.
Another arithmetic.
Arithmetic.
Yes, because this is gonna be the step between the actual chests, and I'll put down some chests just to kind of represent what we're seeing here, okay? This is gonna be the step between the chests and over here. Which we actually would also separate this in order to keep it away. Okay? So then what we do here is on this arithmetic... Do I have some plastic on me, actually, just to throw in here? No, I don't. So I'll just... That's okay. I'll just do a constant just to represent this, okay? So I'm just going to put down a random value of plastic. It doesn't even matter what it is. We'll just go like... We'll say 600, okay? So now when we click on this combinator, we're going to make use of our input... red and green separation, okay? We need to take the green plastic and we need to divide it by the red plastic. Okay? Because what that's going to do, that's going to tell us, and I'm going to assign this C just to separate it, okay? So C is going to be like category, or like, well, not category, excuse me. We're going to call like the current, okay? So now we come over here and we're going to take M on the green and we're going to make sure we separate that minus C on the red. Okay? So now when we come out here, instead of our signal being divided by 10,000, we only need to divide it by 100. See that?
Yeah.
So now you see how it's come out the same? Now, here's the beauty. Yep. Here's the beauty of this. We are now going to remove this, because this is the bit that will matter later. This is now all set up and ready to go, right?
Right.
Take your blueprint, Alt-B for hotkey. I want you to hover over this, and I want you to make a blueprint, okay? You got it made? With all of the combinator stuff, right? Okay. We're going to do something magical right now. I want you to look up in the top. There is a purple square that says parameterize/reconfigure the blueprint. Do you see it?
Yes.
All right, hold on tight. I want you to click on it. Now, don't panic. Yep. Don't panic. We're only going to change one thing here. Okay, one thing.
The plastic to stone?
No. We're going to click on the parameter of that one. Then we are going to... Actually, yeah, that's the only one we're going to change because the selector combinator will change the rest of it. In the name, I want you to put in the... We're just going to give it a name of item stored. Okay? You got that?
Yep.
Alright, I want you to hit the check mark. I want you to click on
Done.
Create Blueprint, and then I want you to put it somewhere in your My Blueprints just to keep it, separate from all this.
Yep.
Okay. You're now going to take that blueprint, and when you look at it hovering, you see how there's a little 0 there? When you hover over it and you haven't put it down yet?
I don't see the same thing as you do.
Press left alt. Do you see it now?
Yeah, I am. No.
You don't see on the combinators all that stuff? What do you see?
It's blank.
It's all blank?
But yet I can see the insignias on my machines and stuff of what's supposed to be there.
But you can't see it on the combinators.
No.
That's a little weird. He did press alt. Okay, anyway, go ahead and paste it down somewhere, and you should come up with an option box now.
Yeah, it just brought up the...
So it brought up... And do you see at the top it says item stored?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to go and select bricks now. and I just selected stone on mine. Now, I want you to look through and hover over both. And do you notice how they both have different stack sizes, but they now have the same train limit coming out?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Omen. You just made your first parameterized blueprint that you can now paste in without having to go in and manually change all that stuff. Is it off by default? No way.
Yeah.
Alright, Omen. I'm gonna help you out a little bit here, okay? Because Maldor just gave us an idea. I want you to hit escape, go to settings, and then interface. And we're looking down at alt mode. Do you have the check mark for show combinator settings in alt mode?
No.
Check that on. Check that on. You'll thank
I
me
just
later.
checked everything on for alt mode.
Oh, whoa. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so now if you take that same blueprint and you look at it before you paste it down, you can see it now, yes. Yep. You now have your first hint of a parameterized blueprint. So now what you can do is you can come over here, and then you can paste this down and say, hey, well, this is going to be stone brick. You just click on stone brick, and now all the settings are made for you. You just have to now plug it in, right? At the appropriate connection points, right?
Right.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove these, and I want you to use your parameterized blueprint now to put it down for plastic and for your stone bricks. And then I want you to hook them up and see if you were paying attention to where the hookup points are. Now, the only other thing that we could change on the parameterized blueprint is to change this. But we could even make this simpler with one simple change. In fact, let me show you how to do that really quick, because this is going to really change your life. You ready? Let's do this before you go through that whole hassle. So we'll just do plastic again, okay? Do you really want to go through and calculate, like, if you have different boxes at different places and all that stuff?
Usually if I have boxes, they're going to be for something specific, and they're going to be kind of close-knit to each other.
Okay, but are they going to always be the same number of boxes?
No.
Exactly, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to put down this steel chest, and we're going to give it a value of 6 right now, because we're going to change it later, okay? So we're actually going to take another arithmetic combinator, all right? Relax a little bit. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Don't panic, all right? Do not panic. We're going to take that steel chest, and that value, we're going to just times that by 48. All right, and then that's going to output our new M value. Oh, and you notice that it's the same. It's the same right there. Isn't that lovely? Then we're going to go to the constant. We're going to just remove that, and we're then going to feed this green wire back in. Now, and this is going to pain you, I know. Take your blueprint that you had before. Do you have it in your list?
Yeah.
Don't left-click it, though. We're going to right-click it, because we're going to edit this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go over select new contents of blueprint. That way, if you've named this before, you'll keep the name. So select new contents for blueprint. Then we're going to click on that parameterize again. And now we're actually going to parameter the plastic, and we're going to parameter the steel chest. So then we're going to do the product, or let's just say we'll just do intermediate, and then we're going to do the number of chests. Okay? Once you have those named, hit your checkbox, save blueprint. And now, when you hover over this, you'll notice that there's a 0 and a 1 value, right? And when you paste this down, now it has a condensed deal here that you'll be able to click on each box, and then you can input the number, right? So in this case, on that number of chests, I am just going to do... Wait a second. Where's the constant? Oh, I messed up. I messed up so bad, Omen. I'm sorry. I led you astray. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. So, we are going to put a parameter on the plastic signal, but then we're going to do a parameter on the actual constant value of the steel chest. That's what we need. So this is going to be the number of chests, and then intermediate. Okay, so I'm hovering over it so you can see. Do you see the changes that I made instead of that, instead of the steel chest?
I gotta change this back to that. Alright.
Alright, you got it?
Yep.
Okay. Checkbox, save blueprint, and then let me try this again. Let me make sure it'll work on my end too. So yeah, number chest 6. So I'm just going to say 8 because we should get something different. And then I'm going to, once more, just do plastic again for continuity. And we just got to make sure that everything is powered so that it gets everything out. And when we look over at our train limit, it has correctly calculated that we can do 3 train loads of plastic safely if we have 8 steel chests, okay? And see that one with the 12? Go over here. It's calculated. We can do 5 train loads of plastic. You now have a truly parameterized setup to do all this stuff with. Now, take that parameterize and hook it up to each of these as you have it now. I'll just rip these out.
Yes. Number chest is 6. Where is... Where are you at? Plastic.
Yep, and then you just have to make sure it has some power. And then you could, again, just do the same blueprint over here. In fact, if there's space, you can probably just do this. And then do your blueprint right there. But now, this is going to be the real tricky bit. Do you understand where you need to hook up the input, and then where you need to send the output on this?
Just a second. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So the input, I would assume, would be the chest.
That's correct. Yes.
Or no, and then the output would be to the
train stop. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So start
Oh,
where.
it's not doing the X.
That's okay. Where do you actually hook up your wire that you are reading your chests from? Let's get rid of this right there. And get rid of that, because it's not needed anymore.
Wait, what are we getting rid of? Oh, you're getting rid of... That's what you're getting rid of.
Yep, so there is one wire hookup that you need to do here. If you were paying attention, you're going to remember where it is. Or you can at least reverse engineer where it's supposed to be.
Well, it would be the chest to the constant combinator.
No.
No.
Nope. We changed it, remember? The constant combinator just tells this what all it's doing, and then does the calculations because we parameterized everything, right?
It's going to be the selector.
Is it? What's the selector doing?
No, the selector's just helping us. Wait a minute.
We're doing a calculation somewhere using the information that we got from the constant, the selector, and yeah, the constant selector. Where's the calculation going on? Is Pistachio playing with you? Not anymore. He went off for the night.
Where everything starts. Minus the...
I want you to hover the selector combinator and tell me where its output is going.
Oh, the output is the red one.
That's right. So where's its output going?
Its output is going to here.
That's right. So when you click on that one, what does that one do? What is that one missing?
This one doesn't have a green.
Right. So, what do you think you should give it?
The green should be to the chest.
Yep. Because right now the chests are connected to each other, but they're not connected to this system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is just hook up one of these chests to this, and then it will be able to do the calculations as you add material, right?
Well, I know you can attach it on either side of the machine.
Famous says that your belts are mesmerizing, by the way.
Oh, why? Thank you. Because the back side is the input, the front side is the output.
Wait, say again?
I said the back side of it is like the input, and the front side is the output.
That is correct, yes.
And I'm wanting this to input into that, so that means I need to connect said chest to the back.
Correct. All right. Now you got to put the train limit up. So how are you going to route that one? And I got to turn on my baby monitor real quick.
Very good. Well, this one seems to be taking the red. Excuse me. So the green wire
All right, turned it loud so that I get jump scared.
would be coming from here, because this one is the one that lets me know how many trains I actually need.
Correct, yes.
And that's the one that would connect to the train stop.
Yep.
And that's going to be on the output. Ah, it's not long enough. Fine. That's still not long enough, damn it.
For shame.
We do this. Disconnect. I'm really glad you told me about this, being able to do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know all kinds of tricks.
And again, you have been playing this game for how long now?
I don't want to talk about it.
Alright, so now this can connect to here, which then can connect to here.
Okay. Perfect. So, now...
And then this would get renamed.
Well, you got to set the train limit first.
Root plastic drop. Yeah, so set train limit, which is that.
Good. Yep.
Then you would rename it to the plastic drop. There are no trains on the way to this stop.
All right. So let's go have a look and see why that's the case. Ah. That's because we're not using plastic drop anymore. That's an old thing now. So we are actually using plastic request now. So this is one. It's a new stop, essentially. You're going to have to rename it. Because the plastic drop was actually something put in by Pistachio long before we had even designed the train system, right?
Okay.
So, this is how this works. I'll walk you through it. You're going to click on Rename Stop, and then you're going to go over to the... You're just going to delete just to clear it, right? You're going to click on the little icon next to the green arrow, and that's going to give you your select icon, okay? You're going to select the plastic icon. You're going to click on that one, and then click the green check mark. Then you're going to type in request capital R, no spaces. This is very important. Then you're going to click the green arrow, and you're going to see this will work immediately as soon as you do that.
So just capital R.
Capital R, no spaces. excuse me, capital R request.
Okay.
You have to actually type out request, yes. But it's a capital R.
Boop.
Yep, and as you can see there is a plastic train that's available. And there was only one on hand. So another plastic train has been dispatched. They're going to pick up some plastic. And what is going on here? Oh, you're kidding me. Hold on. There's like one train signal that's in the way. Or I should say not in the way because it's not even there yet. That's
Traffic
annoying.
jam.
Yep. And that was some artillery shells that were being requested, so I'm wondering if there's a couple of artillery stations that have been neglected now. No, it looks like it was just the depot. Which means that we just got loaded up on a bunch of shells because the depot wasn't satisfied. Which kinda sucks, but that's okay.
Okay, this one train of plastic is actually filling this place up pretty quickly.
Yes, that is a lot of plastic on the train. We knew that going in, though.
Yeah.
The one problem you have, though, unfortunately, is that you failed to place your lower chest in the correct location.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I thought I had everything correct.
So, what I would do here, we're going to turn off the set train limit. And we're going to allow this to completely empty. All you have to do here, you can just cut and paste the whole stack up one, and you're fixed. Don't have to change too much of anything. It's just going to change the position of this splitter a little tiny bit. And then probably have to change your underground belt up one as well. But I would wait till you have the plastic completely emptied. And then you should be good. Here's the other problem that we can address. Let me come up there so I can physically show you a bit. Have you noticed something about your plastic belt at this time?
Oh, they're not fully stacking.
No. Notice how one side is moving much faster than the other. Notice how there's less plastic on one side now.
Yeah.
And notice how, so this top one in particular has been static, and then it occasionally pushes plastic out, right?
Right.
If we look over here, what we're going to notice is that there is a bias, right? And the bias is coming right here. Your plastic comes down, and then one side is actually joining on, and the other side, right here, basically never gets used until the very end, right?
Right.
The problem that this presents is that you can have a situation where these get all completely empty, but these ones are filling up. And then a train is going to get stuck here because only half of it is going to get unloaded and the other half doesn't. Right? Do you know how do you know how we could fix this?
I do not.
Circuits. No. All right.
No.
I'm going to do this one though. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how simple this can be though, okay? So, what I'm going to do, we already have a green wire on the chests, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to do a red wire, but separated. These are not going to be connected to each other, okay? This is a separate signal we're dealing with. Then, I'm going to simply take one arithmetic combinator to each side and hook up to that red wire, okay? So this one, because this is going to be a static spot, I don't really care about making things too crazy here. We're just going to take all this, we're going to divide it by 100, and then we're going to assign the top one as 0. Bottom one, I'm going to call that one 1. Okay? Now, and brace yourself for this one, Omen. Brace yourself for this one, okay? I'm going to hook up these
I'm watching what you're doing on your stream, so.
to these belts. Okay? But I'm then going to hook up right here and join them. Easy now. Easy. Calm down. Calm down. what we're going to do here is we're going to do an enable, okay? And I'll do it over here with the empty one to let that keep going. And I want to do an enable. We're going to decide something, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to do if 0 and 1 as the relationship, right? So think about this. 0 is the top, 1 is the bottom. When do I want to turn these belts off, do you think, potentially?
Whenever the top lane starts, like, stopping and not filling.
No. So if the top lane has more than the bottom lane, I need to get rid of more of that, right?
Right.
So I want to turn these ones on if we are actually lower, if we're, excuse me. I want to enable these if we are greater than 0. Okay, so I'm going to do greater than or equal to 1. And you see there's a little green light that just went on. I'm then going to come up here and do the same thing, but I'm going to reverse that.
Less
And-
than or equal to...
Oh. Wrong. I actually had it right the other time. We're going to reverse these. So what we're doing is the one that has more turns on, and the one that has less turns off so that we strike a balance. Okay? For a little extra visual aid, we can actually add some lights here. And I'm going to make these ones red. Okay? And, of course, we need more power, so I'm just going to do this right here, okay?
Oh,
And
that's
then-
bright.
It is bright, yes, we want them to be bright. So now I'm going to turn these on. So I'll turn these off right now. I want to turn these on when these ones are actually turning off, okay? So we need a condition about when these turn off, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So if 0 is greater than or equal to 1, so I need to do just if 1 is greater than 0. Because it's only when they are not equal that we care. And then this will be the opposite, okay? So right now they won't turn on at all because everything is all going good in that. But then you'll be able to visually see with a red light the signal about which one's going to turn on and off, right? Okay. So the system is now clear. So what we're going to do, and I'll do this just to make it a little bit simpler here. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to move the lights. Or unless, well, we can just move the whole thing. It'll be fine. So I'm just going to cut this. And then make sure we're still in line with what you had before. I'm just going to bump it up 1. And then we're just going to change this to come down here. And then this up.
Which then should now fix the stop.
Exactly. So now we can set
Which
the train
then
limit
makes
again.
me think, Seto, this
What?
one's going to be the same way because I modeled this one identical to that one.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. We fixed this one, so now this one's just going to go up. So right now, both of the
Ooh.
belts are filling in, right?
Yeah.
Now, watch
Why
carefully,
do we get a second train, though?
because there was a second train available. We requested 2 trains. There wasn't 2 trains available
Right,
before,
right.
because now there's actually plastic stored in the system. Oh, did I go opposite again? I think I went opposite again. I did. Because I'm stupid. There you go. So now
Yeah,
you
you're
can
not
see
stupid.
there's a visual representation now of what we're seeing here, okay? So what this does is this makes sure that we are evenly pulling off the train, okay?
Mhm.
Now, this isn't necessarily,
Now, would
obviously...
this-
Go ahead.
Sorry, would this help if I switch these front ones to stacks
Which front ones?
versus being singles?
The ones coming from the trains?
No, the ones coming from the chest. So that way they're actually stacked in the belt and they're not like going in singles.
It would do the same thing. It would just be more dense doing it. What you can do, though, is you can do stack inserters pulling from the train, which would make it faster at pulling from the train. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And see here, we even had a third plastic train came up, I think. Or is that still the second one?
That's
No, it's
the
the,
second
no, it's the
one.
third one.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
It's the third one. Yeah. Yeah, so we can actually unload these trains faster, yeah, with those stack inserters. You'll see these will just, like, blow through that plastic. But it's not necessary to do it here because when you look over here, Your plastic really isn't getting eaten up that fast, but you are using stack inserters at these ends, so if you wanted to, since you're already stacking the green chips, we can go ahead and add stack inserters on the output end. It doesn't really change much, because we're reading from the chest, not from the belt, right?
Right.
So it'll take a little bit of time, but these will eventually clear out all of the single stack stuff and allow that through. Now, we can get more fine grain with this, if we wanted to, like, really make sure that all these are even, which would be good for speeding up the trains. And we could even go down granular, and we could actually calculate, instead of just 0, we could do 0, 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and we could be very fine-tuned control with this, right?
Right.
But we're not going to do that, because we don't need to. Because this is good enough.
Do the same thing for stone brick.
Mm-hmm. Which is just, obviously, you know, bump it up a little bit to make sure that's good, and then do the circuit logic to make sure that we're keeping everything nice and even.
Oh, this is missing green chip. Why aren't my green chips running? Because it needs iron. Why isn't my iron? I see the problem. There we go.
Alright, but do you understand how I circuit controlled the output of that plastic?
Yes.
Okay, so what I challenge you to do now is adjust your brick stop to go up one, you know, to match up with its actual output stuff. And then before you call a train, you should copy the idea of what I did for the plastic balance, and you need to do something similar for these guys, right?
Right.
So,
okay,
here, everything was nice and condensed right here. You could do it like right here at this level, or you could do it up here at this level. It doesn't really matter where you do it, you just have to do the same thing.
Figured it might be easier at this level because there's a little bit more to work with.
Sure. You just have to make sure you carry the signal that you need over there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Just give me a minute, let me fix these boys.
Underground belt to Hades.
I need to do a cut. Move it up one. There we go. Right, now everything is done that way. We should do it through a red wire.
Okay. Was everything good, by the way, Mobius? Everything work out in the end, I hope?
That's there.
Ooh, excuse me, holy crap. Got him dropped off good.
I know I could
I'm
just
glad to hear.
technically copy paste, but I'm doing it this way on purpose.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let me do it this way.
Training his trainee tomorrow. Ooh, fun. So fun.
Just do it through here.
He just said it would be
Okay,
easier up
so-
here, and then he immediately went over there. Oh man. So what's probably gonna happen tonight, by the way, I'm probably gonna stay up until baby makes noise. And whenever baby makes noise, if we go later, we go earlier, it's just gonna have to be what it is, just so you guys are aware. So that's what we're listening for right now. Then I'll come back, you know what happened? Yeah, I got a pretty good idea what happened. And that's okay. That's fine.
0.
Still planning on a game switch at some point. Maybe. RGB levels that unicorn vomit coming to PC. What? Oh, yeah. When I got a new PC, it had some RGB stuff. I don't know how to change it from that, so I just kind of let it do its thing. It's got like a lot of green. It's like a green and purple gradient. It's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. No, I think I need to dust it again. I actually really like it. I like the tower setup itself. I wish the lights weren't as massive as they are, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's a beautiful PC, I feel like, at least. So I'm glad I got it when I did. Probably just unplugged lights. Probably, yeah. I kind of want some lights. I'd like just a steady blue, though. I don't need, like, all the crazy rainbow, whatchamacallit. Like, I find, like, a blue, maybe just, like, a red. My old PC has red. Riker likes it. Riker thinks it's, like the coolest shit ever. But, I don't know. It's a first for me to have, like, the rotating lights and stuff, so it's kind of nice. I usually don't notice it because I'm not even looking at it. In fact, you guys didn't even notice it. I've had this for months. Didn't even notice it till I came over here and the camera showed it on the bookshelf right here. So it's not crazy bright. Just if I look at it too long, I get a little annoyed, but that's okay. Red and blue cherries and berries cop car. Aw, man. That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Speaking of, like, PC stuff, I really want to get better RAM for my tower. And I'm hoping that RAM goes down a little bit more, but I'm not sure if the bubble's popping yet. I heard rumors like a couple weeks ago that it might be, but I haven't been checking up on it. I've been too busy on stock market stuff right now to actually look at RAM upgrades. Oh, but I did get a new game that I really want to try out one of these times. Have you guys heard of Astronauts, by the way? I think that's what it's called. Astronauts. Let me get the store page here. I guess it just went into 1.0. I've had it on my wish list for a while. I kind of forgot about it. Old iPhone game? No. It's, here, let me show you. This one. I just bought this today, and and I was going through the character creation, on my laptop upstairs. It's like a space sim type of thing. It reminds me of, oh, what's the game? You guys probably have no clue what I'm talking about. Space Station 13. Has anybody here played Space Station 13 before? They have Space Station 14 now, by the way. I play it every now and then. I really like it. The GeForce would hold, but they've gone down recently. That's true, yeah. No to Space Station game? Ooh. I gotta show you guys that. It's fantastic. But it reminds me of, like, it's a single-player Space Station 13, but with, like, actual RPG elements to it, not just, like, how do we screw over the other players elements? Looks super detailed, and the character creation was actually really fascinating. I was really surprised. I actually had a great time gameplay-wise in character creation, which is very unusual. So Baldur's Gate, you do character creation, and it's really fun to get, like, a pretty-looking character, you know, handsome, but, like going for a look that you're doing. Astronauts, the character creation, is actually a game in and of itself, which is really cool. It's really cool. So, I don't know. I'm excited to play. I was going to try it on my laptop if the kids will let me tomorrow. I keep looking over at yeah, I got that really loud, so I'm going to get jump scared at some point, but we'll see. We might just stay on Factorio tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to even get the... Why is this not?
Alright, so...
Oh.
That should all be hooked up now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. It's okay. Okay.
Now the only other thing I gotta do is make sure you check behind me to make sure I did it right, and then I gotta hook it up for stone. Let me know if my character's fat head's in the way.
No, you're fine. Did you go opposite? 0, or am I just blind? Hold on.
I mean, I figured they would be 1-to-1.
Yeah, except 0 less than equal to 1. This is 1. Then you did 1 greater than equal to 0. But you switched the zeros and 1 over here, and then you also switched the less than equal to. So you said the same thing just backwards. Do you see what I'm saying?
Shit.
So it's not 1-to-1 is what I'm saying.
Whoops. Alright, so those should be
And then you did the
fixed
same
now.
thing here on the light.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Okay, that should be fine. So you can now hook this bad boy up just like you hooked up the plastic, and then send a request.
I gotta fix this one too.
Because we do indeed have stone brick in the system. I got that ready just for you.
I gotta change these to 1s.
Yep, then we'll be able to see if your balancing system works.
I think I might have messed myself up, but oh well. We'll figure it out.
Yep, now just hook her up. Hook her up.
Well, apparently Mobius is playing Ready or Not instead of Factorio. Anyways.
Oh no, wait a
those
second.
pages There.
Never mind. Okay, go ahead. Send it.
Give me just a second here. Alright, so that's a green wire.
He has unfortunately hooked up his red
Here.
as his green is supposed to be, and this is not going to work.
Then I need a green wire from here.
Alright, stop. Something's wrong. Can you tell me what? So, you've hooked up a green wire to this chest, right?
Yep.
What's wrong?
It's asking for 50 chests.
What? Just asking for 50 chests.
If you click on this arithmetic, it says 50 chests.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't matter. That's just a go signal.
Oh.
That has no bearing whatsoever on what's going on right now. I want you to look at the
Okay, so
green
there's-
wire to that chest, and I want you to tell me how many chests have a green wire.
None of them have green wires yet. 'Cause I didn't hook them up. No, I didn't hook them up yet. No, I didn't hook them up with green wires yet.
Now, is there anything
There
else
we go.
wrong with those chests on the wire hookup, do you think?
I don't think
Brain-
so, because they're
Brain
hooked up the
break,
same
good
way
for
as
you,
my
ready for tomorrow,
plastic.
that's fair. What does this do? Right here. what does this arithmetic combinator count right here at the top?
How much stone?
How much stone in all the chests?
Yeah, how much stone? I've already got all the red wires all hooked up, I thought.
Okay, is this meant to count in all the chests?
Well, yeah, you have this one right here, which I had connected to the 3.
Is it
And
just
this one
connected
on
to
the
the
bottom.
3? Or is it connected to all 6?
Should only be the 3, unless I ran the wire by accident, not thinking. There we go.
There you are, yep. Okay, it'll now run. You can now actually hook this up.
I didn't realize I did that.
Mm-hmm. That's okay, that's why I'm here.
Alright, so now we set the train limit.
Yep, always set the train limit first. Then you can set the train stop's name.
What's the name?
Mm-hmm.
There is not a stone brick drop.
So you'll have to... And are we calling it a
Get rid of it.
drop, or are we calling it something else?
It's request.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta go here. Stone brick, and then type out request and enter. And
would
trains
you
are
look
on
at
the
that?
way.
Not only that, train is coming to give us stone bricks, and then 3 trains have been dispatched to go and collect stone bricks. And we can see right now our lights are not turning on because everything is equal at this time, right?
Yeah.
So now once the brick catches up, we'll see where the bias is. And it looks like this one actually has a top bias. So we give it a little bit because it should be going off of the stack sizes a little wee bit here.
I think
And
I got
so
my
far-
stuff mixed up, that's what I think.
No, it looks fine right now. We just haven't reached a stack size of difference yet. That's when it turns on.
Gotcha. So how quick am I running through stone bricks then?
Actually, all of your... all of these have activated. Oh, man. Oh, man. You did the thing again.
What?
You switched them! You did... The top one is 0 on the left and 1 on the right. And the bottom is 1 on the left, 0 on the right. Why? And then you flipped the greater than equal to, so you said the same thing, but 2 different ways. I don't understand, Omen. I don't understand.
Well, because I initially thought that the one was supposed to be on the left side down here at the bottom, but no, it's reverse. Hold on.
No, so the 0 and 1 are in the same position. The reverse is the middle operator. That's what the reverse is.
Yeah, so this needs to be this.
Yeah, so right now, they're kind of evening out a bit. So we can't really tell which one's going to be the one that's supposed to turn on just yet.
I'm trying to fix them. Give me a second.
Okay, so now that we have no more input coming in. So right now it's got the bottom one is on and the top one is off. That is correct, but your lights aren't coming on now.
Do this to do that.
Yes, I see. Except here's the problem. Red is supposed to mean that something is turned off, right?
Yeah.
But the bottom one is actually turned on.
What?
No, that's correct. The light is wrong. You gotta switch it. Switch the light.
I just had it on 1-0 instead of 0-1.
Okay, but then your top one is 0-1. So, oh, but I'm telling you, the position of 0 and 1 doesn't matter as long as they're all consistent. It's the operator in the middle that matters. Does that make sense to you?
Everything is 0-1, 0-1, 0-1.
Okay, but your lights are saying the same thing because you did the same thing. Top one is 0 is greater than 1, and the bottom one is 1 is less than 0, which is saying the exact same thing. Just
how did I...
different. I don't know how you're doing it, but you keep doing. Look, so we're gonna make this simple. What do you have? Everything else is everything 0-1 as the convention. So I'm gonna copy the top one, and then I'm gonna come to the bottom one, and I'm just going to take that middle, and I'm just gonna flip it, right? But then realize that that's wrong, so I'm actually gonna flip the top one. Because again, these are off, these are on, right? And then, why is this not continuing on? What are you missing over here?
I'm probably missing something. That's good, that's good, that's good. Oh, I need red chips.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Hold on. Yeah.
Okay, so those are all actually producing now. That's good. You never did plan where you were going to bring in just regular stone, did you?
I don't need regular stone anymore, do I?
Don't you?
Oh, son of a bitch.
He wasn't ready.
No.
He wasn't ready.
I was so focused on every freaking thing else.
He wasn't ready. He said he was ready, but he lied.
Oh,
Oh, he wasn't
yeah, 'cause
ready.
none of this should be here.
That's okay.
Like, this can stay.
Sure. But now you need to do the same thing to bring in stone. I've got great news for you, though. You already did all the hard work over here in setting up this stuff. You can literally, now that you've added even, like, I mean, even this, you can actually parameterize this now and then just put it out there for your stone, and it'll have all of your plastic and all this other stuff built into it. It's baked in now, right? You don't even have to do the whole 0-1 nonsense that all up. You can just parameterize this now. We can get rid of the display panels. Those are just extra fluff. We don't need those anymore now. Do you see what I mean?
So how would you parameterize it?
Okay, so you can look over at stream here, and I'll show you right now. This is a great way. So we're gonna make a blueprint of this unload station, but we're gonna get rid of the excess fluff and all that we don't need. Okay. So I'm going to click on my blueprint, and I'm going to hover over the stuff that I am looking for, and go out to like a certain point. We'll go about right here. All right, so first thing, we don't need these underground belts that are on the sides. Those are all just extras, right? So we're just going to right-click and hover those.
Stuff from behind it.
Yep. I also am not planning to use that splitter because we're only going one place right now, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't really think we need these medium poles, because I think we can do better on the power distribution, because we're going to need a substation anyway. So I'm going to get rid of those. Then, parameterize. And what we can do to parameterize this is the same thing, just the number of chests that we're going to have as a parameter. right? Then the plastic. This is going to be the, and this time we're just going to specify it as the, well, we'll just do the intermediate, because that's pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah, that's what we've been using.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to hit the check mark on that, and you're going to notice now that we've parameterized down at the constant combinator. It's going to parameterize here, but it's also going to parameterize these, right? There's only one problem right now. The problem is here, that 100. We can see it's done twice in the formula with the arithmetic combinators, but then it's also done in the formula E divide 100, right? So where does E divide 100? It looks like it's up here in the limit, right? Well, I got great news. This one is just a stack size, right? Which we've just, unfortunately, did not carry over the stack size that we calculated here to all this other stuff, right? But that's okay, because this will still work. We just make sure that we specify that. So instead of 100, we're doing stone, this will just be 50, right?
Right.
So then we'll just go confirm, create the blueprint, and now I'll just come over here and we'll just say that we were going to have the stop be sideways, I don't know, like right here. And I'm just going to click. And then, unnamed? Oh, I forgot to name the chests now. I guess it doesn't matter because we copied the chests. So actually, we need to change that. Because since this blueprint includes the chests, we don't need to parameterize the chests, right? So we can just get rid of that one. Just go in and edit it. And now when I place this, because it's already got the chest, we just need to worry about what the intermediate is, which is stone in this case. And then we'll just manually input this 50, even though a more proper one would automatically calculate the stack size off that, right?
Right.
And now if you come over to where I'm at, all I have to do is just add probably just the two substations on either end, because they have better coverage. Now you can see here, everything has been set for the stone and all that, and now we have a total of 5 trains loads worth of stone that we can do. Let's just go check our stuff over here. These are with 1550, 100, perfect, yep. So since we've calculated it out, we're taking all that, we're dividing it by the constant number of 50. Oh, it's actually, that one should still be 100, because that's actually the train load, and this is the stack size over here. So we had a similar number that just happened to coincide, unfortunately.
Right.
Which, now, we can actually alter it again, since now we have 2 different numbers, and we can do new contents for the blueprint and just do this one instead, which now includes our substations. And now we can go over here, instead of that stack size at 100, that's incorrect. We'll uncheck that, we'll actually check the 50 and the stone. So now we have intermediate, and then stack size, and we can just get rid of this name. And now we have a more proper blueprint for us here, right? So now we just rip this up. And then when I put this one down, now we don't have a parameter even anywhere near the other combinators there. It's only the stack size on the side. So then we'll just do stone and the stack size of 50, which was the default because of how we changed it. Now we come over here. Now, appropriately, we are allowing 2 trains of input. And just like that, this will work. All we have to do now is decide where you want to put the train of stone. So where do you want to put it?
So, my question real quick, because I was trying to follow along with the copying and everything like that.
Mhm.
So it was intermediate, and then what did you name, like, the value of 50?
Stack
Yeah.
size. I just called it stack size. Because that's very easy to read. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You want to make sure that it's readable, especially if you're going to make these, like, these parameterized blueprints, and you have even the smallest possibility that somebody else is going to read it. You want to make it as, you know, easy to understand as possible, but it's also for you. It's also definitely 100% for your benefit. So, where do you want to have the train come in with the stone?
Well, it needs to enter in here.
But you can run a belt however long you want. So it could be
Right.
as close or as far as you want from it right now.
I mean, kind of like where you had it.
Right, but you have to put the train stop first before you put that unload station, because you need to line it up to the train stop, not the other way around.
Right.
Exactly, Pony, exactly. That's the mentality people should have.
But I was thinking you could rail ramp it.
If you want to, yeah. This is your factory. You do whatever you want. You get it to the place that you need it to be. You just have to decide how you're going to get there.
Yeah. I can't.
Make it so you can't be replaced.
Rail ramps right now. Crap me.
You know, I tried that.
But I can at least do it this way.
Didn't seem to make a difference for me. 72
Always
character
ghost
passes
mode
works.
stuff.
Ooh, crazy. What was that?
So that's not gonna work. I said I can always ghost mode stuff.
Yeah, you definitely can. I also personally, I just like adding lights to stuff because I think lights add a lot of personality to things. I am a little annoyed by the electrical spider web that's over here, but that's fine. This one's not my factory.
That thing is
It's just a piece of the factory. Oh, the ramp? Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah. It's gigantic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you're expecting to hold a train up there, so...
Idea's not gonna work.
Let's see. Ooh, I got great news. Our purple science is actually at 0 production, so you're going to be able to actually test your purple science's output here in the real world. How does that sound?
I guess my legacy's...
It's just stalled because
drive.
there's just no research going on right now. Because we have it automatically set to do the rocket fuel productivity when there's no gleba science, but we're lacking a key component of that, which is the cryogenic science.
The science that I am not working on creating.
Well, exactly, because it's a science that's over on Aquilo, which that has been running. Tim has not been on it. It has been running in the background. Although, ooh. Looks like he maxed out his hot fluoroketone. Oh, I don't think he's been doing proper balance. I think he outproduced his fluoroketone cycle.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, because the science packs take in 6 cold fluoroketone, and then they output 3 hot. So they take out half of it, right? But if he continuously... So when he cools it, it's a 1-to-1. But then if he's making more of it, is where it gets a little tricky. Yeah, right here he's making it. He never circuit controlled his production of it to make sure that he left some space there for that. So cryogenic science has actually stalled as a result of that.
That's really no bueno.
Yeah, he's got 2,000 in there though. So I think he left his... Yeah, his Titan's back at Novice. It's not sitting in orbit, so if we wanted that stuff, we'd have to kind of manage it. Missing a tank for the hot fluoro? No, it's got hot fluoro tank right there. It's just not circuit controlled, that's the problem. That's really the problem. So even like right here, if this one fills up, so if you put this tank right here, because I can see it, right here, it's gonna be the same problem. It doesn't matter if there's two. It doesn't matter if there's two. Dump pipe should be fine. No, I'll let him fix it. But yeah, this problem is gonna persist. You can add the second take when you come to check it out, but you're gonna need to circuit control your spiel here, particularly over here at this stage. This needs to be circuit controlled based on conditions on this loop that you've got going on. But you can do that next time, that's fine. Oh wow, you're really leaning into the rail over here, huh?
Yeah. I've been wanting to mess with these for a little bit now.
Sure, yeah. You just let me know when you've got the stop where you want it to be. He would put it right next to the depot here. Yeah, we just went through like a whole, I mean, I'll be honest, it was a whole, like, circuit logic course, basically, in one evening with Omen to set up this stuff. I even showed him how to do the parameterized blueprints. I'm not sure if it's stuck, but we're gonna find out later. We're gonna find out later. I know, right? Alright.
Oh, shoot. I wouldn't actually start meaning to build it yet, but whatever.
Whatever.
Go ahead and build that. Okay.
I might have just heard baby.
Uh-oh.
I know. Watching the monitor like a hawk now. Okay.
You got a train stop on you by chance?
Yeah, you don't?
I used them.
Where do you
I
want
don't
it?
have the materials to craft them out I was thinking like right here, maybe? That's fine too.
Yeah, stinky. Right there, better. Because then we can just go right here. And then we just make sure we line up, of course, with the train cart, right?
Yep.
And then intermediate is stone, stack size 50. Go. And there, boom. You have your train stop. And then you just bring it down here. There you go. Only thing, however, is that the limit's on like the wrong side, but that doesn't really matter. So here, I'll just help you with this.
You're like, here, just get out of the way.
Yeah, I'll just set it up for you real quick. I'm assuming you need to go to bed soon, so.
Yeah, my main focus was trying to get this done. I just got to get the rest of this rail fixed and built. But I need I need the proper ingredients to craft what I need to craft.
Let me just help you out.
Just Seto just has all the materials needed.
Yeah, because I use drone requests like a civilized human being. Because I'm not an animal.
Now the only thing it did, it turned these into going constant colors.
I know. Trust me, I fucking know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just go like this.
Whew. That train was a rolling.
Mm-hmm. This is probably overkill on the signals, but I like to be safe.
You're just making sure.
Well, yeah, because it's always nice to just make sure they have as much spacing as possible for all this. It's gonna be... Oh, that was really nice, actually. Let's do this.
So why does that say that it can't?
Well, because
go...
it can't go anywhere, Omen. You never finish the rails. Why can't that go anywhere? It has nowhere to go. What a silly sausage.
You get splattered. Even though I know you won't, because we got jetpacks.
You're just over here like, oh, you stupid train. You're not going anywhere. I won't let you go anywhere, but you're stupid because you can't move. You big dummy.
Hey, at
Oh,
least I can say that I had a plan, and for the most part, it's come together.
yeah, it eventually came together. Yeah, you could say that. Oh, man. Alright, I got a dad joke. You ready?
Here we go.
So, you've heard time flies like an arrow, right?
Yeah.
Fruit flies like a banana.
What is wrong with you?
Fuck you. I'm sorry. That came out a little harsh.
By the way,
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you paid attention or not. Like, I don't know if your Discord names pop up or not, but I changed my name to a Tim.
Oh, did you? I literally was not looking at Discord.
Well, I have the like for this game, I have the notifications, like whoever's talking, pop up on my left side of my monitor.
Oh, that's nice. I wish I cared enough to do that.
I know you don't. But anyway. Alright, let's see what production is looking like right now.
Abysmal, actually. What the hell?
I'm not even seeing it on the...
man. What happened to your red circuits, Omen?
What
Plastic?
did happen to my red circuits?
Plastic?
Why am I having issue with plastic?
Is plastic even going down? Did you ever, like...
Oh, because
I
we
see.
shifted it up one.
That's right. Yep, I see it now. I got you, baby. Don't worry. Yep, we forgot to do that bit of it. Yep.
Because we shifted it up one.
We shifted it up, and we got everything. We got everything horizontal, but we forgot the vertical bit of it there. So, all right. Now it should catch up here.
And there's the plastic train to help out. Alright. Oh, I saw some purple signs. That's going to 33.
And you got your circuit logic set for hot. Oh, I thought you got your circuit logic set for the other side. You were gonna do. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I got great news. We can fix this. Great news. Great news. The best news. I've got the best news.
I thought I did it too.
Don't worry. Great news. Great news. The best news. Luckily, I'm here. I'm here. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Great news.
I don't know when I would have messed that up because you worked on that with me trying to get the other side fixed.
Mm-hmm. Then we just have to go. We have to switch these. This has to be less, and this has to be equal. There we go. Because we're coming the opposite way.
Yeah.
Then for some reason the input priority was not the right way. I don't know why.
At this point in time, it's...
We don't even need the input priority. What am I thinking? There we go. You're lucky that I'm here, I'll be honest with you.
I'm always lucky that you're around.
How many iron, copper, and steel melters do you have? Melters? Smelters? 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 We're on foundries. Yeah, forget
I've
that.
got quite a few foundries.
Forget that. We're not in the Stone Age anymore. Imagine still being on
Okay,
smelters.
so this is... This is bringing in a molten iron train as soon as it has enough to take one, which is good. That's good. Now copper's done come in.
Yes.
Look, everything is running.
It is.
which
And
is
now
phenomenal.
we can check our input here of science. So let's see here. We're not quite running all the machines. It's close, though. And then we can check our production here as it comes up. What was your target again? I forgot.
I was looking at. Was it 1,000 a minute? I was looking at.
KB, are you stoned? Are you the Stone Age? That would be really funny.
It's almost there.
Mhm.
Slowly climbing.
Well, yeah, it's gonna take some time to ramp. It's gonna stall because your belts are gonna back up a bit. Because we haven't set the actual train stop that's going to store these and then service a train to go to the actual science output. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But this is now functioning. This is working. We can now actually zoom over to your purple science, the legacy one. We can disable the train stop now. And we'll just let it go through its materials, because mainly it's the stone it needs to go through. And then it can just go through the iron stuff. Yeah. So as long as once the stone is done, the rest of it can just sit there on the belts and just like show where everything was kind of flowing. And the stone will speak for itself, basically. And we'll just leave the train stop just disabled.
Because it's legacy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're just turning it off because now we have a different place that's making the science. And then all we have to do now is we can keep this area as the science because it's been running just fine. And we'll just add a train stop to actually load up over here. So once we do some science and we actually let this purple science fall off here, we'll then we'll probably leave this, but then we'll kind of snip over here, and then we'll bring a train stop that will then load onto it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's going on with the rails here?
So one here is going and adding to this one. The other one is going down and adding onto this.
It's just the way it's set up. It's all funky looking. It looks like it's just like
you should see real train tracks. You go to like a train yard and your brain will melt just looking at that.
As long as it works, you know, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Oh yeah. So here's one problem with our train stop right now. Like I said, it'd be better to be a little bit more granular with this, because you see how now there's only one inserter unloading over here.
Yeah.
That just kind of takes more time to unload, but honestly, it's not a huge deal, because these trains will bring over large enough amounts of stone, and since this one's very isolated and it's not blocking traffic, it doesn't super matter. Other than, you know, if you really need to get things moving and that. And I like having it being more granular, too. But we can do that another time. We don't have to do that tonight.
Yeah, for now, we got it accomplished of what I wanted this to do, be actually up and running.
Mm-hmm. And then we
the
just...
thing we gotta do now is just that.
Yeah. Just add a train stop that it just loads onto. That's really easy to do as well. That takes, like, no time at all.
One of the reasons why I wanted to do one of these, like the rail ramps and stuff, is because I like seeing like you have the ramp that's right here, but then you still see the working machines underneath of it. To me, that just looks so freaking cool.
Oh yeah, the elevated rails are really awesome. There's a lot of cool things you can do with them.
But everything is running.
It is.
And I'm happy with that.
Oh, think of the hydrate cape.
I am glad that an idea has turned into reality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and obviously, you know, I made a couple tweaks along the way and stuff, but the majority of it is yours. And that's important. This is your factory here.
My mark.
Yeah. And it's a pretty
from
big mark.
legacy to from legacy to new.
Mm-hmm. If you actually zoom out, you'll notice that your factory is the largest footprint of the current sub-factories in the train network now.
Yes. And it still looks like a motherboard.
Hmm? Which they all end up looking like a motherboard, like components and stuff anyway. If you're doing it right, at least.
It's not like spaghettified and stuff like that. Like it looks. If you zoom out far enough, like the way everything's set up, it looks homogeneous.
Yeah, it has purpose. There's a system in place, and it all has, like, you know, a reason for existing. That's a cool camera. Well, thank you. I
With
appreciate that.
I am happy that this is up and running. I said get out of the spider bot. Thank you. But I am going to go ahead and get off for the night.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for playing, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you for all your help as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Anytime. Anytime.
So, the only other thing is now is just figuring out the train to get it away. Get the
And
purple spots away.
that'll take barely any time at all. That you'll have plenty to do beyond that.
Anywho's it. Thank you very much, Seto. I am
Of course.
really happy that that's up and running.
Of course, anything I can do to help, and thank you for your work on it. You have a good night. We'll see you next time, huh?
You too, buddy.
Later. Alright, there he goes. Show pollution? Sure, I can show pollution. It's not much right now. We spiked it a little bit over here getting this whole thing kick-started. The factory is kind of in a dormant state right now, mainly because of the rocket, well, science being off. Let me actually come over here and change this. I was going to change this earlier. We need to do science that doesn't involve the cryogenic science. In fact, let's just do low-density structure. We'll do low-density structure because we do have an active Vulcanus hopper right here. Doing stuff? Right. It's been providing the tungsten plate. Oh, that just reminded me. How full up on the artillery shells are we now? Oh! 1,100? Oh! 1,100? Yikes. Whoops. That's okay. Yours is, you know, yours pollution probably is bigger. I've also added in recently a lot more of these tree farms because I'm actually trying to make it, you know, reduce pollution. Look, we actually have a blue lake right there, which is funny because, oh, that one's actually blue again too. Very nice, very nice. I was gonna say one of these was green and the center was actually blue, which was hilarious. I've been adding a bunch of these though, trying to like do a little bit of conservation efforts and such, so to speak. Still don't know if I like it, though. Yours is green? Hey, green planet, what can I say? Green planet, huh? Yeah, we'll start to output some pollution now that I've added actual science going in, because we're clocking 1,300 SPM, a little bit above that. It's not the fastest that we could be doing, but that's okay. That's okay. It's decent enough for right now. What I might end up doing is we might actually move the science. I might actually come in here and rip up all this and put the science just somewhere else, honestly. Using 50 steam engines to power your factory. Cool! Wait, are you the one? Was it you that put the picture in Discord? Of, like, the massive steam engine stack? Or was that someone else? That might have been someone else. Maybe it was a private message. I don't remember now. I don't remember now. Oh my goodness. I just clicked on the space age. There was a... There's a post from January 28, 2024. That we were talking about Factor 2.0 on the horizon and the LTN mod and stuff. Wow. That's crazy. I should start a SpaceX run. Yuri Gamer. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that you changed your name. I keep forgetting. Did you change that one recently? Have you changed it a couple times now? So suspicious. So suspicious. You trying to throw me through a loop, e-gamer? I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's come back over here. I might go ahead and just granularize this since I'm waiting for the baby to do stuff. No, I'm e-gamer? No! No, please! It was your first time changing it? Okay, I've had a couple people have done name changes recently, so... Dry trees in the way? Well, then get it out of the way. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, watch this. I'm gonna do this. So we're gonna do 0, and then I'm gonna actually do this as 1. And this will be 2. And then we're gonna do like this. We're just trying an idea here. I don't know if this is gonna work out the way I'm thinking. We're gonna actually have these like position there. This could be like the 0, 1, 2 stuff that we talked about before there. So the idea here is I want to granularize this a bit. Yeah, all the fond memories, right? I love fond memories. You know what I'm saying? So I think what I want to do is then I'm going to go... We'll have these kind of be relational to each other here. So I want to turn... Let's see. So we're going to unhook the lights for just a bit. Alright. So we're hooking up all these together here. So we're going to go... So 0, 1, 2 from the right to left over here, right? So this one's going to be 0. And I want this one to turn on... This turns on if we are greater than or equal to 1 right next to us. That's fine. This one is then going to be... this one's in the middle, so this one's kind of sits in a weird spot. We might do some decider combinators. Watch this nonsense. So what we could do here is we do a 0. Greater than or equal to 1. Let's see. Let's see. So this one do 0, and then the else. Watch this. I got an idea. Else 1. So then this one will be if 1 is equal to 1. And then... Because what that says is that this condition has come out as the else 1. So then if 0 is equal to 1, then we'll turn on... So that's coming out as the 1 signal. Okay. Trying to think over here. If I get one side working, the other side's going to be just fine. Classica. Classic. Yes, exactly. So here we're doing 0 and 1, which is going to be these one right here. So if 0 is greater than or equal to 1, this turns on, right? So this one's actually going to be looking for the 0 signal. So I want to actually unhook here. Because we look for 0 to equal the constant value of 1. Of 1, thank you. Then this one will be, we're looking for the 1 to be present, and then this one's going to be looking for the 2 to be present. It's going to be the easiest way to do this. So we turn these on based on certain conditions, right? So let's look under the circumstances that we turn on one of them, then we'll just copy across. So when I want to turn on 0... Actually, this will be pretty easy. If 0 is greater than or equal to 1, or 0 is greater than or equal to 2. Right here, okay? Then I will output 0. So really, I can now just do... I didn't mean to cut it, but that's fine. Okay, so 0, this is fine. So now we're going to change this one. This is going to be 1 across the board. And we're looking at 0 and 2. This will be 1. Then this will be 2 that we're dealing with. Oh, whoops. Well, that's fine. Alright, so now we should see is that across this, we do have like a couple things that are turning on now, right? So now what we're going to see is that a couple of these are going to turn on, and then what should happen is that these should start to self-balance a bit. So now I'm just going to copy this, I'm going to horizontally flip, put this in closer. This is now going to go like this, and then I'm just going to go 1 to 1 across, mostly, except we're going to do, this is a 0 here, is what we're calculating here. And then 1, and then we need to do our 2. Then let's see over here, these two are full, then this one is the lower one. Oh, hey, Shifter. How you doing? What's going down, clown? That shouldn't be the case, actually. We did something wrong. So this is looking for 0, which is right there, equal to 1, and we are determining... Oh, no, that is turned off. Okay, so these two are turned on because they're both 48. So should I do an AND just to really be a... I probably should, huh? 2 greater than or equal to... Yeah, I should probably just do AND. That'll really cement it. So we're going to switch all these to AND, because that'll make some very clear-cut bits. And then, because we just love lights, right? We're just going to come over here and do lights behind each of these. Like so. Make sure I just get all the lights on here, and then we're just going to do enable if... Oh, and then this is going to be 2. 2 is equal to 1. This is going to be changed to 1. And this will be changed to 0. And then this is 2. 1. 0. Yep, so now what we're seeing here is those lights are now lining up appropriately with this. This will be very nice, very nice. I'm bored landing here, now I'm still going to close to understand what's happening and not understanding. I'm sorry. Where did I learn all this stuff? I played the game. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot more now. I'm liking this a lot more. I'm gonna save this one. Oh, whoops. Get that out of here. All right, let's see. Let's parameterize this one because we had stack size 50. And this is the... That's the intermediate. This is going to be our... single belt output. There we go. Interruptions during live content are the best idea. I know, I'm sorry. It's just the way it's gotta be. Gotta make money somehow, right? They gotta pay for the servers in some way, shape, or form, because I sure as hell ain't paying for them. But yeah, I learned all this stuff by playing the game, I'll be honest with you. This didn't come from any outside knowledge. I do programming a little bit, like, as a hobby. Again, self-taught. I didn't go to school for that or anything. But yeah, I just do the stuff for fun. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Your ads are over? Aw, I'm sorry, Shifter. Next time, though. Next time. I'm sorry that I got you stuck in the constant loop of understanding and not understanding. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, by the way. I can't believe Bunny didn't come and tell me goodnight, by the way. It's hurtful. Very hurtful. I don't think Bunny likes me. I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest. I know she's requested to play, like, Bellum on Thursday or something, but I don't think she likes me. You ever considered modding? There's a great support the API just sitting right in your factory directory. Funny you should say that. I actually did make a little mod for myself. I haven't shared it with anyone, but it actually works in tandem with my other stuff. Hold on a second. Where is it? This one right here. So it's a mod that outputs information for this little tooltip right here. It's not turned on right now because it messes with achievements and that. But it actually populates information here for people to see, with like power battery, the surface amount rockets that we've launched in that night, and then a bunch of lists of the top productions per minute, and obviously the player that you're watching and stuff, in case you're wondering what my player name is on stuff like that. And then people always ask about evolution and pollution factor stuff, so I added all that in with it as well. So when I have this running with my mod activated, this actually populates. It looks really nice, because this is just a CSS that I use in order to do this. And it's the Lua for the mod is really simple. It literally just like writes information out to a file. It's a JSON file that I then parse and put that over here onto the Factorio stats. But because I've been playing multiplayer and I haven't been doing, like, you know, modded stuff, I haven't been using it. If other people might be interested in using it, you might as well share it. That's the thing, I don't think anyone else wants to use it. I'll be honest, I don't think anybody else wants to use that, because it's a very, very niche use case, right? Because I'm using it to write to a file, and then I'm using that file to then come over to StreamerBot, and then I'm parsing it in StreamerBot to go over to a CSS, basically, overlay that comes over onto OBS. I don't see anybody else really doing that other than me, unless people really wanted it. You know what I'm saying? So, it's... I might make a mod that I would publish, because I think it would be really fun, but, it's a time thing, too, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just a matter of time. Thinking of making another Minecraft mod absurdly, like, can't stop thinking about it. In terms of where it can go wrong, so it's just going to make sure players don't spoof results, is all I can say. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it depends on, like, the level of, how deep you want a mod to go, I would say, too, right? What I want to do right now, I actually want to get a little buffer of that science coming. I don't remember if I did a... Oh, I did do an intermediate provider because I'm so fucking smart. I'm probably going to hate this thing now, but... Oh, I can't flip because it has rail signals on it. Fuck. Oh, actually, this will work out just fine. We'll just go right here. Right? So let's go like this. Intermediate supply type. I got great news for you. Oh, wait a second. Do I want to put science onto intermediate trains? Or should I leave the intermediate trains for actual intermediates and then keep the science trains separate? Rail signals still can't be flipped? Nah. Why would they? Why would they? That's crazy. That's crazy. Expect to write a mod that made rocket fuel a chemical plant recipe instead of assembling machine. Simple little thing, I was just going to send it to him directly, but then I realized it was common enough thought, and I couldn't find a version of the mod portal, so I took a screenshot and uploaded. Oh, nice. How many people have downloaded that mod? I'm actually curious about that. I'm actually curious about that. That's interesting. That's not something I've really thought about. It's pretty neat, though. That is really neat. Yeah, I guess that's true. You know, a simple little thing can do that. A dozen? Really? Huh. I'm surprised by that. I'm actually genuinely considering if I should put, hold on. Because right now, these are the intermediate trains here. And they're full of tungsten plate and artillery shells. Which is, it should not be that funny, but it is. But it really is. It really is that funny. Hopefully we actually go through and eat those up soon. But I think the tungsten plate lasts a surprising amount of time. I think, what's the recipe here again? It's 4 plate per shell. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I don't remember that. Oh, well. It's fine. You probably don't search for it, but a lot of mods are probably like that. Word of mouth. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Same thing like the SpaceX Crasseroid 2 and all that. Those are overhaul mods are all word of mouth is how people find out about them. Feeling a war machine? Well, feeling a defense machine, as it were. It's just a couple of these spots right here, these artillery emplacements. They keep the locals at bay. Damn you, locals. Damn you all to hell. Oh, okay. I just lost visual of that. That's fine. That's fine. It's probably just a cosmetic change, so why bother to seek it out unless it's a personal niggle? Rocket fuels chemistry, something like that. Oh, yeah. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I did toy with the idea of, doing, like, kind of a cooler little mod stuff. Mainly for, like, interesting circuit logic, things that I normally can't do with, like, the basic ones. But, I mean, the basic combinators, honestly, are working just fine. So, I don't know. I don't know. Silly locals, yeah. British mostly. Sure, yeah, why not? Why not? Go for it. I don't care. Let's see, what was it? I really thought I heard. Wondering if I should run up and physically check. I'm wondering if the monitor's not working. Rocket fuels chemistry. Oh yeah, that's actually verbatim what it is. Tweaks a day ago. Last updated. Wow. Changes the rocket fuel recipe to the chemistry category so it is made in chemical plants instead of assembly machines. Simple request by HatDatSat. Interesting, yeah. That's cool. A version 0.1. Oh, you even got a 0.2 one. A 0.0.2, as a matter of fact. That's nice. Oh, you lied. There's 18 downloads. You're blowing up now. I like that. That was a discussion post. Oh, is that what your 0.02 was? It was to allow it to be made in a biochamber? Whoopsie. Same guy as why I wrote the turret blacklist. Oh. Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, because turrets don't have a blacklist, huh? It's all just a whitelist. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Good on you. And, I mean, like you said, simple enough thing, but other people don't know how to do that, so... Gotta put yourself up on Fiverr for custom mods. Custom Factorio mods on request. You actually might... Hold on. Actually, I just had a thought. Is there job listings on Fiverr like that? Let me check. I want to see. If I type in custom Factorio mod... Oh, there's Minecraft mod. 501 results, but all I'm seeing are like Minecraft mods, Beam NG, script custom systems for a Roblox game. Oh wow, some of these are actually getting some requests and have some reviews and stuff. That's pretty neat. Just a thought, Lauren. I'm just saying, you might be able to make some money. Just put yourself out there. Shit, maybe I'll make some money. Space Age adds the organic category to rocket fuel. Assume it added it in the data update stage, so it would also add it to the chemistry Oh, I get you. Yeah, I could see that. I'll leave the Spidertron there for Omen later. Okay. I spent a long time tonight dealing with that, actually. Oh, what happened? Why did we stop? Oh, we actually ate through all the purple science. We ate through all the purple science from the legacy one. That happened pretty quick. Dependency thing works a different than it is, so I had to rewrite the mod to work after. Yeah, that's the one thing that's kind of funny. So I did some mods for... Well, I did one mod for myself again for KCD2, because in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, when you do hardcore mode, there's still a compass at the top. And that was breaking my immersion, so I literally just went in and I removed the compass. Is all I did. And I had a lot of people say, hey, that's really cool. How do you get it to look all cinematic like that? I was like, oh, it's really easy. I drop-kicked the compass, essentially. People thought that was really funny. And then, what's the other one I thought about modding? Oxygen not included, I've thought about modding sometimes. I've never done a Minecraft mod myself. I've downloaded Minecraft mods, but I've never done a Minecraft mod myself because they have computer craft. What more do I need? You know what I mean? I don't like Lua, but I will use Lua if I have to, which is why the Factorio mod thing was a possibility to even begin with. I think I'm gonna go ahead and add purple science to this, at least for now, and then if I decide to change later, maybe I just add more trains. That might be the call, just to add more trains. And then it doesn't matter if I'm adding them into the intermediate stuff. So we'll just go right here. And then I'll just say production science. Ta-da! Oh, that's not right. Right there. And then let me just, yeah, we'll just go ahead and just load this up. I think Omen did a really impressive factory, by the way. I think he should be really proud of himself right now. Okay, I don't want to interfere with that. I think I'm just going to come down here. Just like that. And then we'll just do... Not as clean as I want it to be, but that's fine. It'll work. Of all variants of capitalization. Sounds like you do a regular expression. I'm just kidding. Now, there is one thing I do remember is that the mod portal can be a little bit finicky at times, if I recall. Then we're just going to do this. Just kind of space out some little sections here. We'll just leave a gap on that one. I'm not too concerned about aesthetically pleasing myself right now. Close enough. Yeah, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. Who knows, who knows, who knows. Only uploaded Factorio 2.1 version. Oh, is it that specific with it? For a while back, that are mostly for flavor. A lot of my mods are small tweaks for flavor that I'm revisiting. Oh, nice! Well, that's fun. So you do modding quite a bit then, Lauren, is what I'm hearing here. That's awesome. You sound like a really cool person. Alright, so this should... It's been a while since I did this one. Input signal. Oh yeah, because that's just adding to the system to let it know what we're looking for. We get the stack size, which is 200. And then we're dividing by that stack size. And then taking that and dividing it by 100. Okay, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so now we can actually look at our production science numbers here. And can we do... Yeah, let's just go off the 1 minute bit. So just science. Looks like it's about where he thought it was going to be, so that's good. Okay, so this will then provide a train of our purple science over here. So now I have to just go add a stop. That would default to something like modern versions of the site, not only 2.0. Yeah. It's true, because you can get mods for, like, older versions of Factorio. You can actually play on older versions of Factorio, if you so choose. So, it's kind of like Minecraft, how you can play on specific versions of Minecraft. Which I do appreciate Factorio for allowing you to do that, basically. That level of granularity, I think, for me, is commendable. So... Okay, I need to bring a train down to drop off purple science now. So this is where it was originally hooking up with it. So the question is, do I switch over to this side and start hooking up there? Might have to. What I should do, actually, is this. Since we can actually flip these. Just do that. I'm gonna have to let that sit for a bit, but then I can step off and let this actually fold in there. So we'll let the space science stuff still merge in here, and then we're gonna switch our train stuff over here. So I need to do, this, but it has to be for here. Okay, normally I would prefer to have this not actively running while I was making all these changes, but sometimes you guys gotta make exceptions, I reckon. So I think right now, since this is just a temporary deal, we need to do here. And we're just on blue belts presently. We can change that later. We'll just put those back there. And then we need to do... I need to go down one, actually. Because I need to give some space for underground stuff and all that. So maybe I'll just go down here, honestly. Yeah, let's just go there. And then we'll just do... Oh, I only had one underground. That is tragic. Okay, then I just have to make sure I'm on the right side of the belt for this. Okay, and then let's do... Oh, I can just do a regular requester deal. That's no big deal. No big deal, no big deal. Versions on American Stealth replaces the Factorio 2.0 version. Hey, whatever works, right? So if I just kind of expect to come down like this, right? And we know that there are going to be trains of 2. And we're doing stack inserters where possible. And I like to do 4. Well, hold on. Didn't we just do this with Omen a bit? Yeah, we did. Yeah, why don't we just do that then, since I already did the work for it, right? Right. We'll see if this actually holds up now. Under scrutiny. So we've got not as much storage as I would like, I'll admit, but... Oh, that's actually just about in line. I'm going to do that. Okay, so this, we know the stack size is 200, and the intermediate is actually production science packs. So let's see if that holds water, shall we? I think it will. So then this is just going to be setting the train limits, and then we're looking at... Well, hold on. Let me just double check. Because yeah, divide by 100 because of the stack size and stuff. So yeah, that should all be fine. That should all be fine. Let's do this first. Yeah, we're hoping it holds water. Alright, Famous, you better relax. You best relax yourself right now. Alright. And then we'll just do some basic train signal stuff. Don't super care about this, but I'm obligated to care at least a slight amount. Should actually just do... Actually, no, that signal placement's fine. And it looks like we're probably not going to be doing Warhammer tonight, unless I just start a campaign now that we can go and, like, carry on with on Wednesday. Done? Perfect. You nailed it. Alright, now let's come over here, and we're going to set train limit, and then we're going to do... Alright, let's see. Have we actually picked up... Looks like not yet, because we haven't filled up a train yet. So what should happen is that this will go and request a train, and then because we already have a place that we wanted to go to, we're just going to immediately go grab it. Gotta sleep sometime, right? Oh! I'm so glad I checked this. I need to make sure that this is only going on one side. It's gotta go on the right side here, so we just gotta go... I'm really glad I I caught myself on that one. I would have been furious. Money on the dash, roll the dice. And it looks like the circuit logic thing I did with Omen is paying off because it is keeping all the machines running and making sure that everything is being distributed appropriately, which is nice. Okay, I just want to make sure that the train behaves how I'm expecting it to with the addition of the purple science here. Then we should be good. And then are these... Yeah, these are dividing by their stack size stuff, so that's all well and good. That's all well and good. We can always improve our circuits, I feel like, but I feel like that one's a pretty decent one for the amount of time that we spent on it, which was not very much, I'll be honest with you. Alright, just waiting for this to fill up enough. It is science, so it stacks enough and it's, you know, dense enough that it's gonna be fine. It'll be just fine. But yeah, since we do need this purple science actually coming through, I'm hoping that this is enough. There's gonna be a lot of science on one train, which I'm pretty excited to see that in motion. The only issue now, of course, is that we just need enough to fill a train. Also, I just want to point out, I love Omen to death, and I hope if he sees this VOD later, he doesn't think that I'm shaming him for sitting there and, you know, sticking through the math and all that. I was not trying to make him feel stupid, but I was impressing upon him the importance of math, because I feel like a lot of people discount math in Factorio when they really should be looking into math more. It's also why I was pointing Pistachio towards the Boolean algebra, because that's something that's gonna really be helpful to him later on as well, too, with the stuff that he was trying to do. And dude, I'm telling you, I think it was Nazgul, he was saying that quality is like an underbaked mechanic. Dude, they added quality trains, and my life just, like, soared, by the way. Green quality alone on the trains is, like, super awesome. You're playing map generation, that's basically all math. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, math is, like, important in a huge amount of things. I probably need to actually circuit control and balance these chests a little bit, I just realized. Probably would be a smart thing to do. Oh well. That's okay. Really surprised I haven't heard that baby yet. Better Off Ted. Dude, I loved Better Off Ted. Man, I haven't heard Better Off Ted in so long. Yeah. I remember that. Math isn't real. Okay. Alright, famous. Yeah, tell you what, I was planning on doing Oxygen Not Included on Wednesday, but we could do Warhammer Wednesday. I think you're probably still working this Wednesday, aren't you? Or is Wednesday a night that you're off? I forget how the schedule works. I think Wednesday... No, wait, if you're working today, you had the 4-day weekend, so you would be off on Wednesday. So you wouldn't be here. You're off Wednesday. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Never mind, then. Unless you wanted to play Warhammer... Unless you're too scared to play Warhammer with me, I understand. Truly, I understand. I am rather intimidating. See if I can play with you. Nah, don't say it. Don't say it. You get my hopes up. You get my hopes up, I kill you. I kill you. I just want to make sure this actually travels over to the science and that it loads in appropriately. It should, but we'll see. We'll see. Be Franz, I'll be Elspeth. I do like my boy, Karl Franz. I can't deny. Alright, perfect. It is indeed going to the science request. Look at that. Happy spaghetti trains. Beautiful stuff right there. Alright, so now it's here, and this should now start to appropriately, I hope. It's gonna take a second. Oh, I forgot. We have to actually turn off, like, the... There has to be, like, both sides going here, too. Okay, hold on. So we have to do, there has to be a combinator thing here that also deals with, Alright, so what I have to do here is I have to do a green that we're gonna sum up both of these sides. So basically, I gotta do what I did before, but now I just have to sum them up. So I'm gonna take each signal, we're gonna add nothing to them. Oh wait, no, not the output, not the output. I gotta take these. Oh, so I can actually just do the, I can just do the red. Because it's not affecting too many things. Add 0, and then this is just going to be 0 for the top. And then I have it on the output in. Then this is just going to be 1 for the bottom. And then again, it's just going to be adding these up. And then I just have to do a decider combinator. Facing this way. Okay, so watch this. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to be doing here, and then I'm going to have the outputs where I turn on all of these, basically. I think, or what? Let's see. I need to, like, cancel something. Oh, I actually have to bring it back over here. That's what's going to be. So watch this. So we're going to have a green comes over here, and then I'm going to do and red, the red light equals 0 on all these, okay? And red light equals 0. Red light equals 0. Okay, because then this one's going to turn on a red light. That's going to be the easiest way to handle this. Okay. So I got all this going through. That currently has nothing. Okay, then down here, so what we're going to say is up here, this has to be if 0, the top, is greater than 1, is when we want to turn the red light on, right? And then we're going to do the same thing down here, but then this is just going to be the opposite. So in this case, this will turn the red light on for these ones. We come down here. And then again, just do the same thing, and red light is equal to 0. Red light equal to 0. Okay. So this is going to make the the red lights look a little bit funny, unfortunately, but it is what it is on this one. So in this case, what's going to happen is we're going to have a little bit of a backup for a bit, so I probably should allow these to go through for a bit. So I'm actually just going to unhook that and let these guys just use up all their science, because I don't think we'll be getting another batch of purple science very quickly up here. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. So we'll probably burn through this faster than we'll get the new science, but... because the idea here is that I want to try to equalize it a little bit, and since we're actually now eating through purple science, it should be a little bit nicer, I hope. I hope. We'll see. Spegut, exactly. Permission for a YouTube clip? Sure, yeah. Think about aligning the scene? Yeah, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that. Trying to decide if I want to keep this. We'll see. We'll see. I'm surprised the purple science isn't chewing through that quickly. This does use purple science, so I would think that it would be eating through it right now. Oh, 15 seconds? Let me peep that real quick. Math? If Math had a physical form, I'd marry her. Stand in line, my friend. Oh, that's good. That's really good. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, let's see. So, okay, yeah. So these all just equalized over here. So these ones should be fine. So these ones are only if they're greater than. So when they get equal, when they get equal to, the red lights on these ones should be off, basically. So what I probably need to do is I should probably do like a green light instead, right? Show getting canceled is a minor tragedy. Yeah, I agree. There's all kinds of shows that have that too. I know my wife in particular was very sad about Firefly when it had like its short running. That was one that really had her in tears, basically. Surely we can get some more of that good purple, right? Surely it's coming. I know it. Did I watch Reaper? That one doesn't sound familiar, actually. Did I watch Reaper? Let me see. No, that doesn't look familiar, actually. It's on YouTube, apparently. Reaper, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched that one. I haven't even heard of that one, actually. Classic, oh yeah. What's the share of the metallurgic belt? That one is being shared by the Gleba Science, which right now is defunct. Unfortunately, it is defunct at this time. It should have more, but right now it is out of the loop for a bit because Gleba unfortunately continues to have problems with the stompers coming in just ruining stuff without anything proper to replace the things. So until I can actually feed this better with more artillery shell stuff, we're just kind of stuck on this. So, in fact, is just missing calcite. So that's one of the problems right now. Is I just need to be able to provide calcite to Gleba, and I don't feel like shipping it. So I want to do one of these calcite collections over there, but I need to design a calcite collection that actually has defense turrets up. And we have enough research in lasers. We can just do lasers, no problem. Just have to get it to that point. So Larry's got cut at the end of the season with a cliffhanger. Yeah. That's always the worst, I feel that. Okay, I'm gonna let this actually go through and empty out a little bit more, I think. Oh, there's actually a really good chunk of science right there that just got off-put. I like that. What I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna turn off the train limit so I can make sure that this is set to default 0 before another train comes in to load this. It probably won't happen, but I'm gonna let this sit here for a bit. You can kind of watch the pretty science packs and the pretty lights here for a bit. I need to go check and see if the monitor's actually working or if I got a baby up there like screaming their guts out. So give me just a second. I will be right back. to fly. That's good. It's good to have some positive thoughts about Netflix every now and then. They need it. Okay. Let's see. Alright, we're already going over our normal appointed time, so that's good. How far are we at this? Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. This is just gonna bug me until I get this actually sorted here, so... Actually, it's good enough now. It's good enough now. And it's a green wire we're using for that bit. Alright. So then we can just turn this back on. When Netflix was about mailing DVDs. I remember that. I remember Redbox, too, still. I remember we had a... Wait, what? Wait, what? 6 minutes ago? Hold up. What happened to my power? Why are some of these not running at all? What? Is there not enough water coming through? No? That pump's not even at full speed. So why did I suddenly lose out on, Temperature's fine. I don't think I did anything. Designing a pump system to feed 4 fluid inputs will be switching between, so I never know which fluids I'll need. Any tips to make a sushi pipe? Don't know. Actually, I love sushi pipes. I'll fix that in just a sec. What I would do for a sushi pipe system, there's a couple things that you need to do, and I'll actually come over and show you. I actually have one right now. It's still way off. I don't know. I haven't tried a legendary locomotive yet. I haven't tried one yet. I also have been using, like, I don't even have a legend. I don't even have like a high quality mech armor right now. Okay, so I've got one such sushi pipe right here. Temperatures the first heat exchange are probably not. Oh, that's probably, yeah. I probably have to adjust the heat. That might be what it is. We'll go back and look at it in just a second. Wait, what happened here? Oh, that's a silly Billy. There we go. Huh. How long has that been a problem? I went, oh my word, it's still a problem. Oh my goodness, I pasted this down and I forgot to fix that. Yeah, so first off, for a sushi thing, make sure you don't do what I just did there. But no matter the number of fluids, just make sure that you have a way to clean out all of your fluids. And then when you're doing your circuit logic stuff over here, this is especially because we have a sushi pipe on this end and then the sushi pipe on the infill end as well. So like right here, this one is not properly pulling here. Because this is supposed to have 2 red signals. This was working just fine before. I don't know why it's not working now. Should be 2 red signals. So there's 1 red signal. Anything greater than 0 on the green. Should this be... Well, it's setting the filter, too. It might be that it has to be... greater than 1. Let me try that one. That might be what we're missing right now. As long as it's been like that. I don't think very long. I only put it in, like, recently. Oh, electricity is going to be a bit of a bitch on this. See right here, right now, it's actually... Hold on. Because right now, this is set to only if the red signal is 1. And right now, I've got both... Both of these are actually turned on. They shouldn't both be on. There should only be one of these right now. So, check mark greater than 0. But this one should be checking that this signal's not on. So why is this? So this one should be checking out the green wire. This doesn't equal 0, right? Which means that it shouldn't be... So this is true. Because right now, so this is trying to do the heavy to light, because that one should be taking priority. That's true right here. But then this one is trying to output its thing. Because these have met the conditions. We're trying to get more petroleum out of this. I think I just have to add another condition right here, that same thing here, which is just going to be making sure that equals 0. I just have to double check it, is all. Alright, there we go. I was just missing something, I think. Missing a little something. Okay, anyway, so yeah, this is what I would do, is so I have these efficiency modules helping with it rather than speed, and just make sure that you have ways to actually filter out your pipes both on your input and your output ends, and that they can go to appropriate places and have enough of a buffer here. So I have like these buffer tanks in case these get a little bit large is the big thing. So that's my main thing with that. If I could only read the building's ingredients minus what it already has, that I could use that to direct which fluids it. You can do that actually. If you look over here, you can actually output the contents, including in crafting and stuff. So you could actually include the crafting, or you can do a couple different things to, you know, minus that if you want to, or just not read what's included in the crafting at all, right? So you just read the contents that gives you exactly what you need for that, and then you can direct it in such a fashion as that. Yeah, that's absolutely something you can do. Because that's something that we do over here with our logistic drones and the construction drone stuff here. In fact, I have enough of these blue ones I can actually switch over to blues now. Because yeah, the biggest thing with this is just putting in stuff that you're wanting. But over here, this is where we have the read contents and including crafting, where we check whatever's in here, and we're also comparing it against what's in the chest, so that we can actually set recipes for whatever we have in the quality cycling over here, to keep that option open, essentially. Can read contents and recipes separately, but both at once. Seems to need 2 buildings, does it? And I've been doing both, and they seem to operate fairly exactly. I haven't had too many issues with it, but this is also dealing with solids. Maybe fluids are a different thing with that. Fast enough to hit mech armor before it can jump, not speed-wise, just in case it's not what you thought I meant. I don't think it can. Because I think it's just it's a state switch, so I don't think anything can go fast enough to even like overtake the mech armor. Wander and run around Sue deserved each other. Yeah. Time at dinner when my liberal tried to sing a line but completely failed to remember. Tear my chest and I see a little rose. Do you have green and red wires? Yeah. So I have red on the input side and green on the output side is the big thing though. And maybe I'm wrong on this one because where I'm getting the input, because I'm reading the contents of what's in the machine currently, and then I'm also including the currently crafted recipe to make sure that it finishes its craft all the way to the end before it tries to switch the recipe. Separate sequence pattern. As you were showing, they some by default, I think. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, you probably do need 2 buildings just to read that then. If that's the case, I suppose. Yeah, because since you can't separate these, I think, yeah, you end up having to do 2 buildings for that. That's the only way that I can think of for that. But then again, there's easier ways to manage your sushi pipes, I feel like, if you're going to do it that way. He was 12? Yeah, that makes sense then. That makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, that's just... Anyway, this is the way that I do the sushi pipes and stuff, and this usually works pretty well. The throughput itself isn't really a huge issue. The power's an issue, though. I should definitely go double check and make sure I get the power up. About to do a timer letting each pump back for 3 ticks. That could work. No sleep? I'm waiting until baby wakes up so that I can get her fed and then put her back down for bed. Because if I sleep right now, there's a good chance that I sleep through it, so can't do that. Especially because wife needs to actually drive tomorrow and she needs her full rest. Okay, let's investigate this. He's getting 500. Ah, low temperature. So okay. So I need to adjust the temperature. So I've been doing 575. Let's do 625. I thought this was working before, but I guess we gotta change it a bit. Yep, because it looks like these guys are getting the low temperature deal. So we'll try just beefing up to that 625 and see if they maintain a temperature high enough for that now. Unless I'm missing something here. There should be enough. That doesn't even look like it's changing. Oh, there it goes. It's taking a minute for it to trickle down, but it is trickling. This has been working fine for a long time, so I was curious as to what was happening with it, but maybe it's not a temperature issue? Should be, though. I'm trying to make fun of I should have just do slow heat pipes are. Oh, okay, that might be. So we might be on the right track with it then. Yeah, no problem, Ty Guy. I'm glad that I could help. I hope it gave you like at least something to go off of, because like I said, I've got my way of doing it, which is probably not the best way of doing it, but probably need to keep it up higher, actually. Let's try 675. We'll let that be the lower end. Just to be safe. Yeah, because I'm curious if that's what's killing it right now. Going down now. Is it because we hit the temperature threshold? should be going up. It's going down. What? Did I mess up? I might have messed up a little bit. I must have messed up on something. Oh, at least we're charging the accumulators now, so that's nice. Yeah, what the hell? Wait a minute. This has literally been fine for hours. It only just recently happened. I don't know what changed. Let's see, what is this at? This was 21 minutes ago? What happened 21 minutes ago? Biolab started going? I wouldn't have done it. Some foundries, EM plants. 21 minutes ago is what we're looking at. 20-ish now, I guess. And turbines were up. There was a spike on the accumulators. So we started to actually use accumulators. And our steam engines actually even kicked on for a bit, which is really surprising, because those things haven't ran in, like, hours. Like I said, the recipe for the build automatically and subtract. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's one way you could do it. I'm glad you got inspiration off that. Wait, there it goes. Charge is going down again. Is it because temperature again? There's just a couple of these that have, like, low temperature just on the fringes. That's really annoying, because this was working, I swear. Can't actually read a building's type off of the building that easily. Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that. Like I said, I haven't tried that personally myself, so I don't know the full extent of what can and cannot be done. Do I really have to run these at that high of a temperature now? Maybe I need to swap out for some efficiency modules. Then the crack show. Yeah, but the question is, what exactly is the crack? Because I'm seeing... It's like we're missing just a couple of heat exchangers. So it's probably 4 in each stack. Because they're just out on the edges, I think. So what if I change this? Right? And then I just did like this. So these came in just a little bit closer, right? And then we just... did this, right? Because maybe that's my whole issue. Which is a little bit annoying, but it's nothing that we can't operate and deal with. Oh, not what I meant to do. Okay, I just changed that over so it's gonna have low temperature for a bit. Okay, let's see if that does it. Purely pipe heat pipe speed because of how far away they are. Okay, so if I bring them in just a little bit closer, then we're all good. So I was at the borderline. I thought that I had the full extent of my edge there, but I guess I was off just a slight bit, and that's okay. That's fine. Not a huge deal. I was just slightly off a bit. I really like the way that was looking, too. It's gonna ruin the symmetry of it a little bit, but that's fine. Did I do this one up here? I did, yes, okay. I'll just start up here again, just to keep things nice and consistent on the flow. Oops. Okay, that should all be good now. Heat pipes are the ones optimized. Yeah, that's fair. Give me just a second here. Almost done, and then this should change. Then I could probably put my temperatures back to where they were. Not be so aggressive with it. Just gotta remember where they were at. I think we were at more like, was it like 550? I'm gonna say 550. I feel like it's fairly conservative. Alright, yeah, that should be good now. The most efficient design is infinite. If only, right? I'm trying to make something for the users as the new flow system you can have a single pipe connected to. That's true. That's true. I just really liked this design, so I just wanted to go with it because I felt like it was a really cool look to it. Now that I had to mess up the symmetry a bit, it's not as cool as before, but I think it still has personality, so we'll keep it for now. Going out for the cores in each of the directions. I could see that. I could see that. How much red circuit do you make per minute? Shoot, I don't know right now. What is it right now? Are we even... Oh, I gotta say advanced circuits. That's not right, I don't think. Let's go off like the past hour. Yeah, it looks like we're doing about 2.4K, but I don't think we're doing a whole lot right now here. Oh, that might have been the baby. I just saw a blip on the monitor. So we might be... When we end, we're going to have to end pretty quick, because she's going to be very upset when she starts. Just so you guys know. Yeah, let me see here. Let me get this out of the way. I'm trying to see... I keep saying red. Because we have a bunch of places for making the advanced circuits. So this one over here, these are purpose-built for their specific use case. Then over here, Omen made a whole bunch, but they're not going anywhere. So there's a lot of red circuits right now that are kind of in production, but then not really. So this is just a legacy factory. We're working on making the real factory. But the 2.4K is most likely coming from Omen's deal over here that we helped him set up primarily. So we could have more, but we're not producing that much more. Just saying. Why do you let your reactors desync? What do you mean? It was quite nice when it was over multiple 2. It's true. But I like the 2x2 look, so that's just me. Why my left sock specifically? My right sock is way better. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay. Oh, what? Hold on. Oh, this is exactly what I was fixing down below, actually. Yeah, hold on. Let me just copy... this. And then I can set the rest of it manually. Yeah, this should be fine, because this will have the red signal stuff, and then I can just do... Let me just go ahead and copy that as well while I'm here, right? Where'd it go? I'm blind. Here you go. This will be for the 0-1 nonsense. This one we're just going to flip. Okay, and then let me just make sure my wire... So I had red and then green. Okay, that's fine. So going on to the green. Okay, there we go. So now we should be able to actually allow this train to be evened out, which is what it should have been for. Oh my gosh, wait a second. Yeah, this is supposed to be 1. There we go. Wait a second, that's not right. Right? Yes. Okay, I had it flipped. There we go, we're good. Some of the reactions do better when going together. Just had to get them to start up in sync. Left most added 1 core off, all the other 3 were on. You evaluate readiness individually, set it as a group. You know those things. I figured that it was better to do it individually, just in case. But I mean, I can go back and redesign them to go as a group. I don't much care. It's usually just fine. I think I was just off. I think because the temperature was off a little bit, I think that was the main thing that was killing it. And usually they'll kind of go back in sync with each other, is what it seems like. Even if I do it individually, but I can make that optimization later. That's no big deal. I probably won't do that stuff tonight, because I'm pretty sure I just heard her. If I hear one more noise, I'm going to assume she's starting to wake up, and I'm going to have to cut off so I can go and get her actually taken care of. Okay, this will actually get rid of the train appropriately. I'm so sad I didn't do that earlier. Yeah, because that's the problem with some of these trains like this, is that they're just going to sit here and take absolutely eons to get unloaded. But that's okay. It's a problem for another time. Not perfect happenstance. Yeah, just happened to be that way. It wasn't like an intentional design. Other than that, I usually evaluate a lot of things individually rather than as a group thing. Like, for example, up here, I helped Omen with this, where we have these circuit controlled to actually make sure that they prioritize stuff that's not working. Oh, I'm definitely heard her that time. Anyway, stuff that doesn't have the stuff in here. I'm not saying this right. So I'm reading if it's working, and if it's not currently working, that means that we don't have input in here right now, so we prioritize down here. Once all 4 machines are working, we assume that they're all good, and then we send the priority down the line over here. And we do the same thing over here with these things. If these things are working, we assume they're all good, and we'll prioritize going down, which means that we're feeding all of the machines before we start to build up a buffer. Because if we do a buffer from here, they're just going to continue to eat the buffer before going down the line. But if we do it in the reverse, and we actually feed before buffer, we can actually maintain throughput even when we have, like, lower, lower amounts of produce going through. Because you can see, like, over here, we've got a little bit of a buffer here, and these machines are all running, even though we got some coming through. And then over here, these ones aren't controlling right now, because we figured this one doesn't matter all that much, to be honest. So we're not really wiring this one up, even though we absolutely could. And I think this... yeah, this is just the output line right there. So these ones are the ones that really matter for making sure that these center lines are controlled appropriately. So that's the only times... I think that's like one of the few times, rare times, I've actually done evaluation based on a group in a line, so to speak. She's definitely making noise in there. I think she's about to wake up. I'm trying to decide if it's worth it to keep going and hit that, like, nice, even, fat 6 hours and 30 minutes, or if we should just play it safe. We might want to play it safe. I don't want her to wake up. Yeah, I don't want her to wake up my wife, so I'm going to save it right here, and we'll come back to this the next time. So, we're going to cut this pretty short right here. I don't want to, like, make it too drawn out here, because obviously she is about to blow, I think. So I'm going to have to go right now, but I will be back on Wednesday, and we'll probably have the same thing with the baby again, which means that we're going to be staying up pretty late, so keep an eye out for that one. I don't know exactly what we're going to play Wednesday yet. It's going to depend on Famous a little bit. But thank you guys for being here. Lots of new faces. Nice to see you all. I'm glad that we could all talk about happy Factorio stuff. And I would absolutely love to talk more about it with you guys, but I can't tonight. So if you guys want to talk some more, you can always follow. And you can also come into the Discord. We're super friendly. Plenty of people that love Factorio in there that like to talk as well. And we'll see what we're doing on Wednesday. But yeah, I just gotta cut and dip right now because she's starting to get a little bit more angry. So I will see you guys later. Have a good night. Love you guys very much. Kill stream.